Xu Xin opened his eyes inside a dense, unfamiliar jungle. Endless insect noises echoed around him while he lay on a cold stone slab beneath towering trees. Confused and half awake, he quickly realized this was no dream. Just last night, he had gone to sleep in his own bed, but now he was trapped in a strange survival world wearing unfamiliar clothes with nothing but wilderness surrounding him. A mysterious voice suddenly appeared in his mind, announcing that he had entered this survival world, where every human's only goal was to stay alive. The voice explained that each survivor would receive a special treehouse seed, their one and only chance to build a safe shelter. Once planted, the treehouse could never be moved again. He was also warned that beginner protection would only last for 3 days. In Xu Xin's hand appeared a pale yellow seed no bigger than a walnut. At first, he thought this world resembled some kind of cruel survival game, but after painfully pinching himself awake, he accepted reality. Unlike ordinary survivors, however, something strange happened to him. A hidden creator permission system attempted to unlock multiple times before partially succeeding, granting him a special ability called item identification. This new power allowed Xu Xin to instantly identify the quality and usefulness of every object around him. He discovered that different types of soil could determine the quality of the treehouse he would grow. Barren soil would only create a weak shelter, while fertile land could produce a tall and far better treehouse. Excited by this advantage, Xu Xin decided not to waste his opportunity by settling in poor land like everyone else probably would. As he explored the jungle, his item identification ability revealed hidden details about the world. Trees, stones, poisonous mushrooms, and even ordinary dirt glowed with different colors that represented their rarity and usefulness. Though most resources near his spawn point were low-quality white-grade items, he eventually discovered a stream glowing green, meaning it was valuable freshwater safe to drink. Desperate after hours of walking, Xu Xin immediately drank from the icy stream and regained his strength. Following the river downstream, Xu Xin continued exploring and soon discovered green-grade resources hidden within the jungle. He found delicious red berries, apples, medicinal herbs, edible mushrooms, and useful pebbles that might later become crafting materials. Without a backpack, he improvised by turning his shirt into a carrying bag while carefully storing his food supplies for survival. As evening approached, the jungle became darker and more dangerous. Xu Xin still had not found fertile soil for his future treehouse, but his identification ability became even more useful at night because glowing resources stood out clearly in the darkness. Eventually, he discovered a cave emitting a green glow. To his shock, it turned out to be a black bear's den. Thankfully, beginner protection had temporarily removed the beast, making the cave safe for at least 3 days. Exhausted from an entire day of wandering through the forest, Xu Xin settled near the cave entrance. His legs and arms were covered in cuts from walking through the wilderness, but luckily, he had collected healing herbs earlier. Crushing the herbs between stones, he carefully treated his wounds before leaning against the cave wall and slowly drifting into sleep, preparing himself for another brutal day in the mysterious survival world.
Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
Before he even got there, he heard the sound of flowing water, and a faint worry in his heart finally eased. As he got closer, the true appearance of the flowing sound was revealed. A clear stream, about 2 meters wide and only a few centimeters deep, flowed rapidly. Xu Xin dipped his hand into the stream, the water icy to the bone, making him shiver all over from the sweat on his body. Freshwater, green directly drinkable freshwater resource, but it's still recommended to boil it before drinking. Remember to drink more hot water. It's drinkable. Xu Xin didn't hesitate, immediately dunking his head into the stream to drink deeply. As someone who regularly drinks soda with ice and never drinks hot water at home, cold water doesn't affect his stomach too much, as long as the water quality is fine. After drinking his fill, Xu Xin wiped his mouth and stood up. In the stream, fish and shrimp swam about, so clear you could easily see the stones at the bottom. Pebble, green stones washed by the stream, seemingly a material for making some kind of tool. Why is it always seems to be? What kind of tool is it exactly? Xu Xin felt a bit uneasy but then thought that things akin to a workbench in this world should be inside the treehouse. For now, he should focus on finding fertile soil to cultivate a treehouse. He examined the land next to the stream, still barren soil. Xu Xin didn't get discouraged. At least he had found a stream. Maybe by following it, he could find a river or lake or even the sea. Sitting on a rock by the stream, Xu Xin pondered for a while and then looked up at the sun in the sky. It was already approaching noon. Despite skipping breakfast often, after walking for so long, Xu Xin started to feel hungry. He needed to complete the tasks quickly. Having determined a direction, he followed the stream downstream. Soon, a green glow appeared in Xu Xin's sight again. He didn't hurry forward, but stopped, squinted, and carefully checked the distance between the green glow and himself. Approximately, about 1,000 meters, probably the range of his item identification ability. Far enough, with an unobstructed view, he could have all the resource levels within a 1,000-meter radius in his grasp. Xu Xin was immediately more satisfied with this ability. 1,000 meters wasn't far, and he soon reached the place. Looking at the green resources, he was overjoyed. Something tasty. As a foodie, the happiest moment was finding food, especially food he had never tasted before. The green resources were buried in a bush, and if not for the glowing green, Xu Xin might not have noticed there were green resources here. Red berries, green edible fruit directly, taste sweet and sour, not very filling, but thirst-quenching and tasty. The red berry shrub, buried in a bunch of bushes, was full of small berries. Xu Xin picked one, rubbed it clean with his hand, and eagerly popped it into his mouth. Really good. Xu Xin showed a satisfied smile. A taste he'd never experienced before, but really nice, sweet and sour, full of juice, even bursting in his mouth. This shrub had several dozen red berries. Xu Xin picked them all, rinsed them with stream water, ate a dozen, and put the rest in his pocket. Without a bag, it was inconvenient, but he had to be careful not to crush the berries in his pants. Moving on, Xu Xin walked on, occasionally tossing a sweet and sour berry into his mouth, feeling quite leisurely. After who knows how long walking, the sky gradually darkened. Though Xu Xin hadn't found nothing in half a day, as he moved forward, the frequency of green glows in his vision increased. Besides the stream that kept glowing green, he found an apple tree about 400 or 500 meters from the stream, picked 3 apples, some edible mushrooms from the forest, and some herbs that could be crushed to apply on wounds. Without a backpack, Xu Xin had to use his short sleeve, washing it in the stream, tying the neckline and cuffs to form a makeshift bag. Other green resources were things he couldn't take, like stones and trees, with no use for them presently. The sky gradually darkened, and without a light source, Xu Xin couldn't continue. Though his item identification seemed to let items glow, it was merely an illusion in his vision without actual lighting capabilities. Strangely, the item identification worked better at night, as without the interference of sunlight, Xu Xin could more clearly see the white and green glows around him. Need to find a place to rest before it's completely dark. Though during the newbie protection period, there aren't supposed to be any external dangers, it would be impossible to move in total darkness. Otherwise, he'd have to sleep by the stream. That wasn't impossible. However, Xu Xin still felt uneasy. The protection period only meant no biological attacks, not no dangers at all. Sleeping here just didn't feel safe. If it rained, he'd get soaked and sick. Walking a bit further, he finally found a cave before it got completely dark. Guided by the green glow, it wasn't far from the stream, only about 200 or 300 meters, and the entire cave emitted a green glow. Black Bear Cave, green habitat of black bears, once inhabited by fierce black bears, but a recent mysterious force made them disappear. They won't reappear for at least 3 days. Holy crap! Xu Xin was startled by the description, a black bear. Luckily, according to the description, the black bear wasn't there due to the newbie protection period. Otherwise, Xu Xin might have been in real trouble. A little frightened, but Xu Xin believed he could trust the description. This feature was created in creator mode. If it deceived him, he might as well try dying to see if he could return to his original world. Walking into the cave, Xu Xin didn't go deep inside as it was pitch black with nothing to see. He just sat near the entrance, leaned against the cave wall, and took out the items from his shirt. After eating an apple, Xu Xin began to treat the minor injuries he had sustained today. Wearing shorts and short sleeves, while walking through the woods, his legs and arms got scratched quite a bit. Now they were sore and itchy, with red welts, some areas even oozing blood that had crusted over. Not serious injuries, but in this world, inflammation could lead to severe consequences. Luckily, Xu Xin had the foresight to gather some herbs. Hemostatic grass, green when crushed and applied to wounds. It effectively prevents inflammation and speeds up healing. This herb looked similar to ordinary grass. Had it not been for Xu Xin's ability to see the green glow, he wouldn't have gotten this precious herb. Before finding the cave, Xu Xin had cleaned 2 flat stones by the stream. Using these stones, he crushed the herbs and carefully applied them to his calves and arms, feeling the cool and soothing sensation as consciousness gradually faded. It had been a really tiring day of walking. As a man of action, Xu Xin didn't just sit around watching the treehouse grow. Instead, he remembered the few blue plants from before. He had only looked at the soil and hadn't paid attention to what those blue plants were for, so now was a good time to take a look. There were a total of 3 blue plants. To be honest, if it weren't for his ability to identify items, he wouldn't have been able to tell the difference in their advanced nature. Large red berry, blue and edible fruit with a sweet and sour taste. It has the effect of improving eyesight. Eating it grants 2 hours of night vision ability. Superior mushroom, blue and edible fungus with an extremely delicious taste. Consuming it provides a permanent, but very slight increase in intelligence. Advanced white poplar tree, blue a higher-grade white poplar tree. Cutting it down provides advanced wood. 3 types of plants, each with different functions, gave Xu Xin some understanding of how this world categorized the functions of items. The large red berry is a renewable edible blue resource, and even if you pick the berries, the blue quality bush remains, and after a while, the berries will grow back. So, its effect is temporary. Eating one grants 2 hours of night vision ability. The superior mushroom is also a blue edible resource, but unlike the large red berry, it is not renewable. Unless you can find fertile soil to plant it in, even if you sow it again, the mushrooms that grow afterwards will generally not be of blue quality. Therefore, its effect is permanent, providing a very slight increase in intelligence. The advanced white poplar tree is a type of material resource, which is easy to understand, and it is also non-renewable. This is probably the rare resource in this world. There are white poplar trees growing in the surrounding ordinary soil as well, which are medium white poplar trees, green, still a level higher than the white poplar trees. White, Xu Xin saw initially. Xu Xin did not rush to pick the berries. He already had 32 large red berries in his hand, and he didn't know how long these berries could be preserved. It would be bad if they spoiled soon after picking. As for the superior mushrooms, he picked them all. A whole patch of more than 20 mushrooms was of blue quality, and although each provides just a very slight increase, more than 20 should have a noticeable effect. You can only plant one treehouse in a piece of soil, but you can grow more than 20 mushrooms, and they all mutated into blue quality together. It seems that the number of plants or fungi that can be planted in a piece of land depends on their type. He didn't bother with the poplar tree. He doesn't have the ability to chop down poplar trees yet. After collecting the blue quality resources, Xu Xin took a tour of the green quality resources. He had tasted the green quality red berries and apples, and they didn't have any special functions. It appears that only qualities above blue have special functions. After all, half of the soil is ordinary soil, green, and green quality resources are everywhere. Xu Xin looked around, and, seeing there were too many things, didn't worry about them. He picked an apple and munched on it while heading back to the treehouse he had planted. By now, most of the time had passed, and the small seed had grown into a towering tree. "Is this a banyan tree?" Xu Xin exclaimed as he watched the lush, unbelievably large banyan tree in front of him. The saying, "a single tree makes a forest," is often used for banyan trees because of the massive area their canopy can cover. In Xu Xin's original world, the canopy of a single banyan tree that is over 100 years old can cover an area of thousands of square meters, truly making a forest from one tree. At this moment, the treehouse hadn't finished growing completely, but the banyan tree's canopy was already very large. Although not as expansive as the legendary old banyan trees, it could still cover an area of over 100 square meters. Gradually, the canopy became very dense, and sunlight could no longer pass through it. The entire canopy at this moment was like a gigantic, opaque seaweed ball. Xu Xin knew that his treehouse was about to be fully grown. In Xu Xin's sight, the treehouse glowed a faint purple. Tall treehouse, Purple, a treehouse formed from the growth of a banyan tree, an advanced treehouse, naturally possessing a heritage unmatched by any other treehouse. Those who acquire such a treehouse are either incredibly lucky or somewhat extraordinary. Which one are you? I'm somewhat extraordinary. Xu Xin calmly withdrew his item identification ability. After all, his vision being filled with dazzling colors was simply visual pollution. By planting a seemingly indistinguishable treehouse seed in blue-quality fertile soil, it sprouted into a purple-quality treehouse. This must be the uniqueness of the treehouse seeds, allowing them to perfectly utilize the soil to grow into the highest grade treehouse the soil can support. Hence, planting a treehouse seed in barren soil, white, should yield a green-quality short small treehouse, while planting it in ordinary soil, green, should result in a blue-quality small treehouse. From the description, it seems like only the tall treehouse he acquired is grown from a banyan tree. Treehouse growth complete, ready for habitation. The dense canopy completely blocked out the sunlight, not allowing a single ray to pass through. From the outside, this was just an awe-inspiring giant banyan tree, and one could not tell it was actually a treehouse. The entire banyan tree was about 20 meters tall, equivalent to the height of a 7-story building. Even the lowest part of the canopy was about 10 meters above the ground, equivalent to the height of a 4-story building's windows. How would you get up to that height? Xu Xin glanced at the banyan tree's aerial roots hanging down like willow branches. Could it be one has to climb up using these? But his body doesn't have such capabilities. Curiously, Xu Xin reached out to grab one of the aerial roots. A familiar feeling surged through his body, as if this giant banyan tree was part of his own body. This marvelous feeling excited Xu Xin, and instinctively, he manipulated the aerial roots to wrap around his waist, lifting him easily upwards. Woohoo! The ascent wasn't slow, and Xu Xin quickly left the ground, being pulled up directly into the air 10 meters high. Just as his head was about to hit the dense bottom of the canopy, a hole suddenly opened in the canopy, allowing Xu Xin to enter inside the treehouse. This is too thrilling. Standing inside the treehouse, Xu Xin still felt a bit shaken, thinking he was about to crash headfirst into that dense canopy just moments ago. After calming down a bit, Xu Xin began to survey his surroundings. The interior of the treehouse was completely different from what he had envisioned. He had expected the inside to be a space covered by dense banyan leaves, yet it was not. The floors and walls were made of wooden planks with ring patterns, with an area similar to the canopy's coverage, over 100 square meters. The entire treehouse interior was empty. Xu Xin was standing in the center of the space, his foot on a round pattern, which seemed to be the entrance of the treehouse. Thanks to a few open windows, the space was bright. Out of curiosity, Xu Xin walked to a window and noticed that although the exterior was enveloped by dense banyan leaves, he seemed to have some kind of X-ray vision, allowing him to see outside. Reflecting on the scene before he came up, this was likely a case of being able to see outside from inside, but not being able to see inside from outside. This floor was about 3 meters high, and Xu Xin also noticed a staircase on one side. It seemed like this treehouse had more than one level. Xu Xin climbed up the stairs. The whole treehouse had 3 levels. The second level was just like the first, completely empty except for a few windows. On one wall, there was the same disc pattern as on the ground floor. Is it an entrance or exit? Xu Xin didn't go inside, and instead continued up to the 3rd level. The 3rd level was completely different. Upon stepping onto it, Xu Xion's attention was immediately caught by a massive screen embedded in the treehouse wall. How come it's suddenly so high-tech? Looking at the screen, which must have been at least 100 inches, Xu Xian felt somewhat bewildered. A high-end treehouse equipped with a TV? Would there even be any signal out here in the wilderness? Of course, this world can't be understood through common logic. Xu Xian was only stunned for a moment before stepping forward to explore the gigantic screen. The screen wasn't hung on the wall. It was directly embedded within the wooden wall, blending into the entire surface. It's fair to say this screen's frame was the same wooden wall bearing the imprint of tree rings. Xu Xian reached out and touched the screen. Its silky texture wasn't much different from that of a regular TV screen. However, he couldn't find a switch anywhere despite searching thoroughly. On the floor beside the screen, there was a cardboard box. Xu Xian opened it to find inside 5 bottles of water and 5 packs of bread, seemingly starter benefits for newcomers. These items shouldn't be casually used. After all, they last a long time and can be considered reserve food. Suddenly, the screen lit up. Treehouse host initiated. Currently available functions: basic resource crafting, region channel. Numerous options appeared on the screen, but only these two were lit up. The other options were covered in gray, like a supermarket receipt with the "Thank you for shopping" section that hasn't been scratched off yet. Xu Xin tapped on basic resource crafting. As expected, he could use the treehouse to craft some simple tools and supplies: stone axe, stone pickaxe, stone shovel, and a series of stone tools. Simple furniture like wooden beds, tables, and chairs. Stone axe. White can chop down trees of green grade and below. Durability 200. Requires tree branches, white, or wood, white. *5. Stone, white. *5. Stone pickaxe. White can mine stone or ore of green grade and below. Durability 200. Requires tree branches, white, or wood, white. *5. Stone, white. *5. Stone shovel. White can dig soil-like materials of green grade and below, with a slight chance of yielding seeds from the plants growing on that soil. Durability 200. Requires tree branches, white, or wood, white. *5. Stone, white. *5. Additionally, there's an item that makes Xu Xin feel the game is finally starting. Crafting table. Green can make more advanced tools. Requires wood, green. *50. Cobblestone, green, or stone, green. *50. Good stuff. It requires green-grade wood and cobblestone. These might have been troublesome to find before discovering this lake, but now there are green-grade woods all around, and cobblestones can be found in the stream. This basic crafting table is easy for him to assemble, yet he needs to gather some tree branches and stones first to make stone tools. Xu Xin was not in a hurry to go down, but rather exited basic resource crafting and entered region channel. He was a bit anxious, as this name should represent. Just entering region channel and being greeted with the introduction brought a joyful smile to his face. This channel allows interaction and trade of resources with survivors in the same region. Current region: Jungle Zone 188. Current region population: 9,998 people. Function starts on the last day of the rookie protection period, facilitating survivors to exchange resources. But remember, do not abandon the treehouse or bear the consequences. The last day of the rookie protection period is tomorrow, right? Xu Xin has been exploring this deserted jungle alone for the past couple of days, almost losing his sanity. Now, seeing a platform for interaction and trade, he's ecstatic. Who would refuse to banter in a group full of survivors? Don't think about it anymore. Xu Xin shook his head. Let's make these stone tools first. Without tools in hand, he's unable to chop trees or mine stones. However, the materials for stone tools, tree branches, white, and stones, white, can be picked up directly from the ground. So how to go down? Xu Xin glanced around and soon found the same disc pattern on a wall as those on the first and second levels. He walked over, pressed the pattern with his hand. Once again a familiar sensation, he instinctively stepped toward the disc pattern. The wall began to ripple like clay, and he directly moved into the tree crown while a root secured his waist, gradually lowering him to the ground below the treehouse. This is amazing. The root around his waist loosened, hanging naturally beside him. Xu Xin grabbed the root once more, and the image of 3 levels flashed in his mind. Second level. Xu Xin murmured in his heart. The root once again encircled his waist, taking him to the second level. It turns out you can directly reach the second and third levels. After descending a second time, he had basically mastered the method of entering and exiting the treehouse, very smooth and silky, and even stimulating like an amusement park ride, making him want to continue playing. But it's better to focus on business. There's only a 3-day window for the rookie protection period, and he needs to gather as many resources as possible before the trade platform opens tomorrow, perhaps to exchange for something not available here. Let's get to work. Xu Xin promptly started picking up items. Thanks to his ability to identify items, quality objects on the ground all emitted a glow. Not all items possess a quality though, like the tree branches he currently needs. Only those that are slightly thicker and have freshly fallen possess a white quality, while small twigs are nothing. Stones were the same. Yet he now faced a big problem. He had no backpack. No backpack, nor any innate inventory slots. He had to carry items completely with his hands, which was very inconvenient. Still, there was no choice. Xu Xin surely searched basic resource crafting for a while, but found no backpack. Perhaps more advanced resources could be crafted using the crafting table. With no other option, Xu Xin had to use his pants pockets to store stones and his arms to hold branches, managing to gather 15 tree branches, white, and 15 stones, white, grabbing hold of the root to return to the treehouse's third level. Arriving at the screen, he tapped into basic resource crafting, touching the stone axe option, and instantly the required materials sprang forth from the pile of stones and branches, merging to form a glowing ball. Xu Xin had seen this glowing ball before when the treehouse seed was issued, so he unhesitatingly reached for it, and a simple stone axe appeared in his hand. It looked incredibly basic. Even the edge of the axe seemed incredibly blunt, making him question whether this tool could actually chop down trees. Using the same method, Xu Xin crafted a stone pickaxe and a stone shovel. During the process of crafting tools, Xu Xin noticed a special workbench in the crafting list. Basic identification bench. White, place materials on it, and after 10 seconds, it will emit light of a color matching its level, useful for identifying the grade of acquired items. Requires wood, white, *20, stone, white, *20. It seems that even without his identification abilities, other survivors can still use this identification bench to determine the grade of materials. But this identification bench is as large as a dining table, making it nearly impossible to carry around, so other survivors have to bring the materials back to their treehouse for identification, unlike him who can tell at a glance and even choose which materials to gather. This efficiency difference is quite significant, and for some hidden resources like mushrooms, Xu Xin can see the blue glow from afar, while it's uncertain if other survivors can even find them. It seems like this creator's privilege is truly something good. Of course, it's not difficult to rule out the chance that everyone else has abilities like his, but the probability is low. If such a bug did exist, it wouldn't be a survival game, but a happy co-traveling adventure. With a crafted stone axe in hand, Xu Xin left the treehouse once again, aiming to gather 20 pieces of wood, green, first. Green trees are fairly common around here, and at a glance, there are plenty of green poplar trees. Xu Xin decided to start clearing the area under his own treehouse. Since the treehouse canopy covers over 100 square meters, the plants underneath are enveloped in the shade, appearing oddly swollen and conspicuous, and sunlight no longer reaches them. It would be better to chop them down directly. Wielding his stone axe, Xu Xin started clearing the area. Surprisingly, the seemingly blunt axe chopped cleanly into the trees. White poplar trees can be felled with 5 swings, and green poplar trees require 10. Once a tree is chopped down, it automatically breaks into several segments, mostly 4 or 5. To collect 50 pieces of wood, green, at least 10 green poplar trees need to be chopped down. For others, it might require a considerable amount of time, but for Xu Xin, it's too easy. The green glow encompassing his view almost makes him want to laugh. However, without items like a backpack, carrying them becomes a major issue. Each piece of wood is large, and Xu Xin could only slowly carry them upstairs. After quite a bit of effort, he finally managed to gather 50 pieces of wood, green. By this time, the skies had already turned sunset red, and he had been working for the entire afternoon. I'm exhausted. This efficiency is too low. Xu Xin slumped onto the 3rd floor of the treehouse. Besides the wood, green, Xu Xin also hauled up plenty of wood, white, as he was clearing the space under the treehouse, chopping the white quality ones as well. Most importantly, he plans to use this wood, white, to craft some furniture like tables, chairs, beds, because the treehouse feels too empty. Choosing to craft tables, chairs, and beds from wood, white, Xu Xion's treehouse soon acquired its first batch of furniture. Wooden table, white, a crude table that can barely hold things, but don't put anything heavy on it, as it might break. Wooden chair, white, a crude chair. If you weigh over 90 kilograms, use it as firewood. Wooden bed, white, a crude bed. The only difference from sleeping on the ground is the creaking noise that would hamper sleep. Xu Xion. He sat on the wooden bed, which unsurprisingly made a squeaky sound that set his teeth on edge. This batch of furniture is incredibly crude. Xu Xion shook his head helplessly but had to make do. He wasn't used to sleeping on the floor, and he felt a lack of safety, always fearing something might crawl onto him and disturb his rest. Unlike before in the Black Bear Cave, now he'd sleep on a bed. Sitting on the chair, Xu Xion munched on a freshly picked apple for dinner. Although there were fish and shrimp in the lake, He hadn't figured out how to catch them yet, nor had the means to make a fire. As for fires starting by friction, it was practically impossible for him. He would rather save some energy for other tasks. As for the water and bread the treehouse provided, he planned to save them, since they were sealed with long shelf life. The crafting table should be able to make a campfire or fireplace. Xu Xin thought about it and decided it was best to focus on completing the crafting table. With the beginner protection period still ongoing, there were no dangerous animals in the jungle, so there was no need for cautious defense, making it a prime time for collecting materials. Looking at the now darkened sky outside, Xu Xin grabbed a large red berry. Large red berry, blue, a fruit that can be consumed directly, with a sweet and sour taste, offering vision-enhancing effects, providing 2 hours of night vision upon consumption. Perfect timing. After eating a large red berry, Xu Xin felt a refreshing sensation around his eyes and looked out the window. What was once pitch black was now completely visible, as clear as during the day. Though the trees beneath the treehouse hadn't all been cleared yet, Xu Xin decided not to finish clearing them, and instead headed to the lakeside stream to find some pebbles, green, or stones, green, to craft the synthesis table. Cautiously walking along the stream, Xu Xin collected pebbles, since he hadn't seen any large green stones yet. The stone pickaxe he brought wasn't much use. Soon enough, his pockets were full, and like before, he took off his short-sleeved shirt to use it as a pack for the pebbles. Surprisingly, these clothes were newcomer-issued items, but their quality was genuinely good. Before long, Xu Xin reached the area near the Black Bear Cave where he stayed the night before. Last night was too dark, and during the day he moved too quickly to notice much. This time, he intended to go inside for a look. Black Bear Cave, green habitat of black bears, once occupied by fierce bears, but a mysterious force recently made the bears disappear. Walking up to the Black Bear Cave, Xu Xin placed the pebbles down and peered inside. The cave didn't look very big, but last night, while sleeping, Xu Xin often heard the faint sound of the wind, suggesting there might be hidden passages or something inside. Surveying the surroundings, he didn't find anything noteworthy, which left Xu Xin slightly disappointed. How could this green-quality Black Bear Cave have nothing inside? Could it be? Xu Xin touched the cave wall. To verify his suspicion, he struck a protruding rock inside the cave with his stone pickaxe. Bang! There's a feeling of collecting. Xu Xin was delighted. After 10 swings with the stone pickaxe, the entire protruding rock shattered and scattered into stones on the ground. Stone, green rocks from inside the cave, harder than ordinary rocks. Great, now there's a source for green-quality stones. However, the place is quite far from the treehouse, and once the beginner protection period ends, the black bears will return. During the process of crafting tools, Xu Xin noticed a special workbench in the crafting list. Basic identification bench. White, place materials on it, and after 10 seconds, it will emit light of a color matching its level, useful for identifying the grade of acquired items. Requires wood, white, *20, stone, white, *20. It seems that even without his identification abilities, other survivors can still use this identification bench to determine the grade of materials. But this identification bench is as large as a dining table, making it nearly impossible to carry around. So other survivors have to bring the materials back to their treehouse for identification, unlike him who can tell at a glance and even choose which materials to gather. This efficiency difference is quite significant, and for some hidden resources like mushrooms, Xu Xin can see the blue glow from afar, while it's uncertain if other survivors can even find them. It seems like this creator's privilege is truly something good. Of course, it's not difficult to rule out the chance that everyone else has abilities like his, but the probability is low. If such a bug did exist, it wouldn't be a survival game, but a happy co-traveling adventure. With a crafted stone axe in hand, Xu Xin left the treehouse once again, aiming to gather 20 pieces of wood, green, first. Green trees are fairly common around here, and at a glance, there are plenty of green poplar trees. Xu Xin decided to start clearing the area under his own treehouse. Since the treehouse canopy covers over 100 square meters, the plants underneath are enveloped in the shade, appearing oddly swollen and conspicuous, and sunlight no longer reaches them. It would be better to chop them down directly. Wielding his stone axe, Xu Xin started clearing the area. Surprisingly, the seemingly blunt axe chopped cleanly into the trees. White poplar trees can be felled with 5 swings, and green poplar trees require 10. Once a tree is chopped down, It automatically breaks into several segments, mostly 4 or 5. To collect 50 pieces of wood, green, at least 10 green poplar trees need to be chopped down. For others, it might require a considerable amount of time, but for Xu Xin, it's too easy. The green glow encompassing his view almost makes him want to laugh. However, without items like a backpack, carrying them becomes a major issue. Each piece of wood is large, and Xu Xin could only slowly carry them upstairs. After quite a bit of effort, he finally managed to gather 50 pieces of wood, green. By this time, the skies had already turned sunset red, and he had been working for the entire afternoon. I'm exhausted. This efficiency is too low. Xu Xin slumped onto the 3rd floor of the treehouse. Besides the wood, green, Xu Xin also hauled up plenty of wood, white, as he was clearing the space under the treehouse, chopping the white quality ones as well. Most importantly, he plans to use this wood, white, to craft some furniture like tables, chairs, beds, because the treehouse feels too empty. Choosing to craft tables, chairs, and beds from wood, white, Xu Xion's treehouse soon acquired its first batch of furniture. Wooden table, white, a crude table that can barely hold things, but don't put anything heavy on it, as it might break. Wooden chair, white, a crude chair. If you weigh over 90 kilograms, use it as firewood. Wooden bed, white, a crude bed. The only difference from sleeping on the ground is the creaking noise that would hamper sleep. Xu Xian. He sat on the wooden bed, which unsurprisingly made a squeaky sound that set his teeth on edge. This batch of furniture is incredibly crude. Xu Xian shook his head helplessly but had to make do. He wasn't used to sleeping on the floor, and he felt a lack of safety, always fearing something might crawl onto him and disturb his rest. Unlike before in the Black Bear Cave, now he'd sleep on a bed. Sitting on the chair, Xu Xian munched on a freshly picked apple for dinner. Although there were fish and shrimp in the lake, he hadn't figured out how to catch them yet, nor had the means to make a fire. As for fires starting by friction, it was practically impossible for him. He would rather save some energy for other tasks. As for the water and bread the treehouse provided, he planned to save them, since they were sealed with long shelf life. The crafting table should be able to make a campfire or fireplace. Xu Xian thought about it and decided it was best to focus on completing the crafting table. With the beginner protection period still ongoing, there were no dangerous animals in the jungle, so there was no need for cautious defense, making it a prime time for collecting materials. Looking at the now darkened sky outside, Xu Xian grabbed a large red berry. Large red berry, blue, a fruit that can be consumed directly, with a sweet and sour taste, offering vision-enhancing effects, providing 2 hours of night vision upon consumption. Perfect timing. After eating a large red berry, Xu Xian felt a refreshing sensation around his eyes and looked out the window. What was once pitch black was now completely visible, as clear as during the day. Though the trees beneath the treehouse hadn't all been cleared yet, Xu Xian decided not to finish clearing them, and instead headed to the lakeside stream to find some pebbles, green, or stones, green, to craft the synthesis table. Cautiously walking along the stream, Xu Xian collected pebbles, since he hadn't seen any large green stones yet. The stone pickaxe he brought wasn't much use. Soon enough, his pockets were full, and like before, he took off his short-sleeved shirt to use it as a pack for the pebbles. Surprisingly, these clothes were newcomer-issued items, but their quality was genuinely good. Before long, Xu Xian reached the area near the Black Bear Cave where he stayed the night before. Last night was too dark, and during the day he moved too quickly to notice much. This time, he intended to go inside for a look. Black Bear Cave, green habitat of black bears, once occupied by fierce bears, but a mysterious force recently made the bears disappear. Walking up to the Black Bear Cave, Xu Xian placed the pebbles down and peered inside. The cave didn't look very big, but last night, while sleeping, Xu Xian often heard the faint sound of the wind, suggesting there might be hidden passages or something inside. Surveying the surroundings, he didn't find anything noteworthy, which left Xu Xian slightly disappointed. How could this green-quality Black Bear Cave have nothing inside? Could it be? Xu Xian touched the cave wall. To verify his suspicion, he struck a protruding rock inside the cave with his stone pickaxe. Bang! There's a feeling of collecting. Xu Xian was delighted. After 10 swings with the stone pickaxe, the entire protruding rock shattered and scattered into stones on the ground. Stone, green rocks from inside the cave, harder than ordinary rocks. Great, now there's a source for green quality stones. However, the place is quite far from the treehouse, and once the beginner protection period ends, the black bears will return. Xu Xin wandered around the cave again, but didn't find the source of the wind noise, so he decided to ignore it for now. The urgent task at hand was to take these stones back and make the crafting table. After gathering 50 stones, Xu Xin headed in the direction of his treehouse. He needed to quickly make a backpack. Although 50 pebble-sized stones weren't heavy, carrying them was too troublesome. Upon returning to the treehouse, Xu Xin immediately accessed the screen, entered basic material crafting, and clicked on the primary crafting table option. Primary crafting table creation complete. Please select where to place the crafting table. An image of a crafting table appeared before him, approximately the size of a dining table. After a moment of thought, Xu Xin decided to place the crafting table temporarily in the far corner of the third floor. Since there weren't many items yet, he didn't plan extensively. Xu Xin's idea was to use the first floor as a warehouse and the second floor as a workshop, while the third floor would be his living area. However, that would mean being too far from the screen, which wasn't convenient now, so for the moment, he put it on the third floor. Anyway, the area of the first floor was a full 100 square meters. With a loud bang, the crafting table appeared right in front of Xu Xin. It was a simple tool table made of stone and wood, looking quite professional, and a virtual small screen was positioned at the back of the crafting table, displaying various options. Why is this so high-tech? Xu Xin couldn't help but complain. Looking at the virtual small screen, the content on it pleasantly surprised Xu Xin. Backpack, green, a backpack with 10 slots, each able to accommodate various quantities of materials based on their type, reducing the weight of materials to 20% of the original. Requires animal skin, green, *1, rope, white, *3. This backpack sure is a good thing. Although in Xu Xin's expectations, the materials in the backpack should ideally be weightless, reducing the weight to 20% wasn't bad either. It reduced a full 80% of the weight, meaning he could carry 5 times his usual load capacity worth of materials, and this was just a green-grade backpack. But what is this animal skin? And what about the rope? Xu Xin thought for a moment and figured it out. He was still within the 3-day newcomer protection period, with no beasts around. So far, the only animals he had seen were non-aggressive fish, shrimp, and insects, not even a rabbit. These land animals should appear only after the newcomer protection period ends, right? As for the rope, Xu Xin thought of the reeds by the lake. Maybe he should go check it out later. Continue looking. Torch. White, a simple torch that allows you to venture out at night, with a narrow field of vision. Be cautious though, setting the wilderness on fire could land you in prison. Requires wood, white, *1, charcoal, white, or coal, green, *1. Grill, green, a simple barbecue grill where wood can be placed for automatic burning. You can grill anything. Requires iron block, green, *3. Primary furnace, green, the lowest grade furnace allowing wood to burn automatically. Try smelting some materials for unexpected surprises. Requires pebble, green, or stone, green, *100. Fireplace, green, can be placed on the treehouse wall. With wood burning automatically, it absorbs smoke and harmful gases. Without it, beware of freezing in winter. Requires pebble, green, or stone, green, *100. Looking at these fire-related items, Xu Xin rubbed his chin in contemplation. He had over 30 large red berries, and there was a plant with large red berries in the jungle. The night vision effect was much better than a torch. But the torch is a movable light source, providing deterrence to beasts, so it's necessary to keep some. Based on his gaming experience, charcoal should be able to be produced using a furnace, and considering its white quality, whitewood should suffice. As for coal, it might not be something he needs to consider at this stage. The grill is a good thing, but he didn't have any iron blocks. However, he wasn't worried since soon the regional channel would open, and with a trading platform, someone's treehouse might be near iron mines, enabling him to purchase some from others. The fireplace wasn't urgently needed now. In the middle of summer, wearing a short-sleeve shirt or even being shirtless worked up a sweat, and the nights were still hot. Currently, this item was unnecessary. Thinking about it, most survivors wouldn't manufacture a crafting table so early since green-grade materials were hard to find. If winter came early, a large number would freeze. Xu Xin glanced at the screen's time. It was already past 11 o'clock at night, meaning the 3rd day of the newcomer period was about to begin. He opened the regional channel, which showed a countdown for the opening time. 6 hours 53 minutes until the channel opens. It seemed that the regional channel would open at 6 the next morning. Xu Xin lay on the creaky wooden bed, quickly falling asleep after a day of exhaustion. Xu Xin was awakened by a notification sound. Regional channel open. Current area, Jungle District 188. Current population, 9,997 people. From today, you are no longer alone. Final warning. Do not abandon the small treehouse that belongs to you alone. Now, survive together with other survivors. Initially grumpy from being woken up, Xu Xin immediately sprang up upon hearing this sound. Xu Xin had placed the bed next to the screen, so he reached out and clicked on the regional channel option. The channel included 2 subchannels, namely the chat lobby and trading platform, just as Xu Xin had imagined. Eagerly clicking on the chat lobby, he found it completely quiet with no one speaking. Suddenly, a line of text appeared in the previously silent chat lobby. Is anyone there? Instantly, the lobby came alive. There are really people. Holy crap. Finally. 2 days, 2 days. Do you know how I've lived these 2 days? What's the situation now? The chat lobby was quickly flooded with various responses. Are you guys in your tree houses now? Yeah. Everyone starts with a treehouse seed. Is it the same for everyone else? Same here. Me too. I must say, this display screen is quite high-tech. Does anyone know how to go back? I haven't saved my game. I fell asleep on the desk and ended up here. Seeing the non-stop discussion in the chat channel, Xu Xin couldn't help but smile. Some of the conversations were accompanied by names, while others displayed as anonymous. Xu Xin clicked the chat box and discovered it had a voice input-like function. Please choose whether to be anonymous. Xu Xin chose yes. He'd wait and see for now. He tried calling out the names of some acquaintances, including family and friends, but nobody responded. However, it sparked a fervent search for relatives and friends. Zhang San. Is Zhang San here? Is Zhang San in this district? Li Si. Your dad is calling you home for dinner. Wang Wu. It's your girlfriend. Please contact me if you see this. Yet, the calls hardly received any responses. Only a few replies came due to shared names. Xu Xin pondered for a moment and asked, Friends, how old are all of you? After asking once, it was quickly swept away in the chat, so Xu Xin had to ask several more times. What's up? I just graduated from college and started working. I'm 18, a freshman in college. I'm also in college, a junior. You all are so young. I'm already 29, heading towards 30. Bro, high five. I'm 28, single since birth. Any ladies here? What time is it that you're talking about, ladies? SP. What's wrong with SP? Ladies are a necessity. Xu Xin looked at these people's ages. The youngest was 18, the oldest not more than 30. It seemed like this was the age range. He himself had just graduated from college less than a year ago. He got a second choice after the graduate school entrance exam in the 4th year. Didn't go, studied for another year, and just got into his desired school, waiting at home to start in September. Looks like everyone is between 18 to 30 years old. Xu Xin muttered to himself. He hadn't turned off the voice input, so the sentence was sent to the chat room. Really is. Damn, I just turned 18. Is this compensation for being restricted from gaming before 18? So that I can only play games for the rest of my life. Yesterday was my 31st birthday. If I'd been born just a bit earlier, I wouldn't have to be here. Why wasn't I born 2 days earlier? After observing for a while, Xu Xin gradually understood what kind of people were the survivors who came to this world. First, they were aged between 18 to 30, came from all over the country, were relatively healthy, and based on some words of those around 30, either unmarried or married without children. It seems this game is selective for survivors. Like these groups of people, even if they vanished from the world, it wouldn't overly affect others' lives. Their parents weren't that old, and they didn't have very young children who couldn't live independently. To be honest, Xu Xin was relieved. He had been quite worried about his relatives being dragged into this survival game, but it didn't seem very likely as of now. Of course, this is just his guess. No one knows the real reason, but he prefers to believe in something advantageous to himself. Folks, what should we do now? Yeah, I've been cooped up in the treehouse for 2 days, afraid to go out, and my bread and water are running out. Everyone has bread and water? I thought I was just lucky to get those. At this moment, the frequency of chatting in the lobby gradually decreased, probably because many had already ventured out of their treehouses to work. Xu Xin wasn't in a hurry to work. He was quite efficient. He took a bite of an apple and asked, Where did you all plant your treehouse seeds? Where else could I plant? I walked for half a day and saw nothing but trees. so I just planted randomly. I found a little stream and planted alongside it. For real? Then you must have a lot of water resources. Good friend, please spare some water. I'm about to run out of my 5 bottles. Xu Xin ate his fruit breakfast while watching their reactions, noticing that at least those speaking now had only found a stream, not a resource zone like he had. Are all of your tree houses low and small? Someone asked. What else? Are there different types of tree houses? It's just the beginner stage. Getting a low small tree house is quite good. Mine is low too, really small, less than 20 square meters, about the size of our dorm room. Others, although without Xu Xin's identification ability to see item-grade color, could still see item names. Like before he had this ability, he could see the Treehouse Seed's introduction, though it was very brief. Suddenly, a person's message caught his attention. What low small treehouse? Isn't it just a small treehouse? Xu Xin noticed this person was not anonymous, but used their real name in the message. Liwensi. It seemed like a woman's name. Though her message wasn't outstanding amidst a bunch of others, it quickly got buried. It seems there are indeed lucky people, but someone like him finding a fertile soil patch, there shouldn't be another among these nearly 10,000 people. If this could be found by luck, that would be more than lucky, more like destiny's favorite. Unless they had the same ability as him. Exiting the chat hall, Xu Xin clicked into the trading platform, which was already brimming with trades. Wood, white, *20 for bottled water, green, *1, or other water resources. Stone, white, *10 for any food. These trades weren't worth a look. White quality wood and stones were easily available to everyone, and trying to sell those to exchange for food and water, no one would agree. Xu Xin shook his head, just about to close the trading platform and prepare to go out, when he suddenly noticed a trade information. Iron ore, green, in exchange for any blue quality material, specific numbers to be discussed privately. Oh, Xu Xin's eyes lit up. Iron ore, he remembered the raw material for the barbecue grill included iron blocks, green, which should be smelted from this iron ore. And the exchange was for blue quality material, meaning this person must have used an identification platform to identify blue quality material. Otherwise, they wouldn't know that a higher level is blue quality. Recalling the identification platform, beginner identification platform, white place material on it. After 10 seconds, it will emit light matching the level color, can be used to identify obtained item levels. Requires wood, white, *20, stone, white, *20. This was useless to him, but for other survivors, it was a basic necessary tool. Seeing it the trader, Xu Xin was stunned. Liwensi, the woman who had planted a small treehouse earlier, seemed to be this name? Really lucky. Not only did she plant a small treehouse, but also found blue quality material and iron ore. Could this woman also be on a resource zone similar to his? Xu Xin quickly initiated a private chat with her. Hi, do you have iron ore? The other side quickly replied. Yes, in exchange for blue quality material. Do you also have blue quality material in hand? Xu Xin asked again. The other side hesitated for a while before replying. Yes. This girl is a bit cool. I can offer red berries with a 2-hour night vision function. Do you want them? Xu Xin was straightforward. Yes. The reply came quickly. How much iron ore do you want to exchange? I want to make a long-term trade with you. But before that, I want to know the function of the blue material you discovered. The other party didn't waste words, probably because they trusted he knew about the special effect of blue material. So they directly replied. Stone, blue when crafting stone tools. Using just one significantly increases tool efficiency. Holy crap, Xu Xin exclaimed. This is good stuff. He currently needed 10 chops with a stone axe to cut down a green tree, and this could improve efficiency. Knowing a stone tool's durability is only 200, cutting less not only improves efficiency, but also allows an axe to cut more trees. Moreover, the current stone pickaxe couldn't mine blue quality stones, making these stones even more precious. Due to voice input, Xu Xin's words were sent directly, which made him a bit embarrassed. The other side sent a string of ellipses. Without a word, he immediately fashioned a stone, blue, into a stone pickaxe. He planned to gather more stones, green, today. After all, that's the Black Bear mine, and once the newbie protection period is over, he won't be able to go there until he can defeat the Black Bears. At this moment, Liwensi sent him a message. How did you collect everything so quickly? Are you surrounded by green trees? Xu Xin looked out the window. At least the whole area circling the lake was covered in lush green. The trees he'd chopped down over the past 2 days probably didn't even amount to a fraction. So he replied, "That's right, I'm not short on timber. Do you have a lot of food too?" The other side continued asking, "What is it you want to know?" Xu Xin didn't rush to answer and instead asked back. The other side suddenly initiated a voice chat, which startled Xu Xin. There's actually voice chat? After thinking about it, he decided to answer. A pleasant girl's voice came through the screen. "Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?" The girl's lively voice invigorated Xu Xin, and he replied, "I can hear you. You probably want to cooperate with me. Wow, your voice is really nice." The compliment from the girl made Xu Xin chuckle a bit. He remembered that when he first interacted with Li Wenxi, she was quite aloof. "Exactly, I want to cooperate with you. So, do you have a lot of food there?" Li Wenxi continued to ask. "Enough for me to eat." Xu Xin didn't tell her that there are many wild fruit trees in this forest, and besides, he lived by the lake, which was abundant with fish and shrimp. There were also many apple trees in the forest, so food was never an issue, and he could even feed a group of people. "That's good. To be honest, I have a lot of green level and above stones and minerals, but all my trees are white. Judging by your situation, you don't have much stone and minerals either. How about we exchange resources? I'll trade my stones for your timber." The girl's voice sounded quite excited. "Then what were you asking about my food for?" "I just wanted to make sure you didn't squeeze me for food because you were running low. I barely have enough for myself and I can't support you." The girl showed no hesitation in revealing her thoughts. "So what do you say? Are we partnering up?" This girl, Xu Xin, recalled how she had directly gifted him a piece of blue stone earlier and couldn't help but shake his head, saying, "You're really not afraid I'll swindle you?" "There's nothing to cheat. I've got the stuff right here, and with the trading platform, you can't trick me. Worst case scenario, I'll find someone else to trade with." She made a fair point, though it sounded a bit blunt. Still, Xu Xin didn't mind. He quite liked Li Wenxi's forthrightness and straightforwardness, so he said, "I have no problem with this. I'm just worried you might not have enough stones." "Are you kidding? I'm right by the mine. You're trying to get information out of me. Even if I know you're next to the mine, I can't exactly fly over there." Xu Xin shook his head. This girl was quite amusing. However, knowing she's by the mine eased his worries. "You're right." Li Wenxi scratched her head, her pretty face showing a hint of embarrassment. Suddenly, she remembered something. "Oh dear, I still don't know your name." Xu Xin then revealed his name to her. "Xu Xin, nice name. How old are you?" "Just graduated from college." "Oh wow, I'm only a sophomore, so you're older than me." Xu Xin, do you have timber right now? I still need some." Li Wenxi seemed rather familiar. "I just gave it all to you and you." "Oh wait." Li Wenxi suddenly interrupted Xu Xin, ending the call. Xu Xin was puzzled about what she was up to when a system notification sounded. "Li Wenxi has initiated a video call with you. Do you accept?" "There's video calling too?" This girl really is bold, starting a video call with someone she just chatted with a few times. But he understood. Discussing collaboration face-to-face feels more substantial, and all he could do was look. Accept. The screen suddenly displayed the girl's image, with her delicate features, almond-shaped eyes, thin lips, and short hair reaching her chin, making her appear energetic. The other party's eyes lit up upon seeing him and said, "You're quite handsome." "Of course." Xu Xin smiled. "You're not bad yourself. Even without makeup, I look great." "Okay." The little beauty puffed out her chest, looking quite cute. Her chest, well, it's slightly bigger than Xu Xin's. "Impressive, impressive. Hee hee. I just wanted to show you. Why is your treehouse so big?" Li Wenxi's almond-shaped eyes widened in shock, looking at the spacious and wide-open area behind Xu Xin. Seeing her expression, Xu Xin showed a hint of amusement, stating, "I don't know either. It grew this big naturally. But your place seems a bit small." Li Wenxi instantly deflated. She started the video wanting to show Xu Xin her treehouse, so he'd recognize her capabilities and the transaction would proceed smoothly. The intelligence gathered in the chat hall showed everyone had only low and cramped treehouses of about 20 square meters. My treehouse does have 2 levels." Li Wenxi didn't seem convinced and continued to argue. "Yes, very nice indeed. Hee right. But mine has 3 levels. Huh?" Seeing Li Wenxi's reaction, Xu Xin couldn't help but laugh, and watching the video, her face gradually turned reddish. He managed to hold in his laughter and asked, "By the way, What did you want to show me earlier? I. Even without him asking, Li Wenxi's expression showed slight panic. She glanced around and grabbed a stone beside her to show him. I want to show you this. Although through the screen, Xu Xin could still see the blue glow emitted from the stone. Iron ore, blue when smelting iron ore, one block is enough to produce a blue iron ingot, affordable and functional. You even have blue iron ore. Xu Xin's eyes also lit up. Given the blue stone's function, he could pretty much deduce the utility of blue iron ingots, which were indeed rare and valuable. Yes, I told you, there's no need to worry about the stones. Wait, why is your treehouse so big? Li Wenxi couldn't hold it back any longer, staring enviously at the incredibly broad room Xu Xin had. No harm in sharing a bit. It's a purple quality treehouse, Xu Xin laughed. Purple quality? So purple is above blue. Li Wenxi muttered. Then she looked at him, her eyes showing a hint of envy. You're too lucky. I thought my luck was good enough, but it can't compare to yours. She hadn't thought in any other direction nor realized the treehouse's growth was due to soil fertility. After all, aside from the Treehouse Seed.No reading, remember to find fertile soil, she hadn't understood anything else, nor could she discern which soil was more fertile. Seeing that she looked quite pleasing to the eye, Xu Xin decided to give her a little tip. You should try digging around the treehouse and place the soil on the identification table to see its grade. The soil here also has grades, but we can't see or tell its level ourselves. Is soil a resource too? Li Wenxi sprang up from the bed, facing the screen head-on, then sat back down impatiently asking, What have you discovered? Xu Xin explained to Li Wenxi the patterns he discovered about soil and plants. The more she listened, the more her expression became animated, and she started looking at him with admiration, seeing him as a pro. Xu Xin, no, I mean master, you're so strong. Take me with you. Li Wenxi gave him a salute. Xu Xin looked at the little beauty playing serious as she saluted him and couldn't help but laugh, saying, You believe everything I say? Don't you want to verify it yourself? Verify what? Li Wenxi carelessly sat back on the bed. I don't see any blue plants around me. And besides, you have no reason to lie to me, right? I feel like you would still count money for someone who sold you. Xu Xin couldn't help but tease. How can you talk like that? Just now he was the master. Now he's this guy. Li Wenxi stared at him with wide apricot eyes. Are you really tricking me? What good would it do me to trick you? Xu Xin rolled his eyes at her, realizing she's just a naive girl, probably overly protected by a wealthy family, thinking everyone around is good. Fortunately, she's trading with Xu Xin, someone rich in resources with special abilities, who doesn't need to con others to survive. Otherwise, she really might get conned. All right, let's stop chatting. Time to work. Xu Xin stood up, putting the stone pick down first. He now wanted to make an upgraded stone spade, since the tree was chopped down but the stump was still there, and it needed clearing. And he remembered the stone spade has a chance to obtain seeds. I don't want to work. Moved rocks all day yesterday. My whole body is sore. Li Wenxi pouted, getting hooked on the conversation. For her, these past couple of days felt like being caught in a limbo where her future seemed foggy, and her life was out of her control, not knowing what to do besides mining. Now she found someone to chat with, and most importantly, it's a handsome guy. This made her not really want to close the video. Today's the last day of the newbie protection period. Who knows what kind of monsters will come tomorrow? Better haul back as much stone as you can today. Xu Xin immediately persuaded her. Such a last day couldn't be wasted. Fine. Though her limbs were aching, Xu Xin had a point, and after chatting for a while, the pressure accumulated over the past 2 days had mostly been released. Now, since there was something to do, she couldn't stop. As a girl who can stick to fitness, her self-control is stronger than most people. Then, let's exchange information again tonight. Li Wenxi said somewhat reluctantly. All right, let's chat tonight, said Xu Xin, ending the video call. He picked up a stone, blue, and directly made a stone spade. Improved stone spade, green, able to dig blue grade and below soil type materials, with a 50% chance to obtain seeds of plants on the soil, durability 200. The probability went from negligible to 50%, impressive. Xu Xin took the stone axe and stone spade and came down from the treehouse to continue working. The improved stone spade could shovel the stump out of the soil in one go. Obtained common soil, green, *1, wood green, *1, aspen seed *1. The stump directly turned into a piece of wood, And he also got a seed. Xu Xin dug out the seed from the soil. Aspen seed can be planted in soil, takes only 10 days to grow into a harvestable aspen tree. Speaking of which, aren't aspen seeds supposed to be catkins? Forget it, never mind that now. Xu Xin examined the seed in his hand. Like the treehouse seed, it also had no level, and his identification ability couldn't see the seed's color. He pondered, perhaps the growth quality of the aspen tree depends solely on the richness of the soil. The dug-up land became a pit, so Xu Xin filled it back in with soil and continued digging. Before long, Xu Xin harvested over 20 aspen seeds and more than 40 pieces of wood. However, he didn't plant the seeds back in the original spot, but transformed the area under the treehouse into a flat open space. After all, having to find a treeless spot to get onto the treehouse every time was a hassle, and later on, the open space could accommodate some facilities or low crops. Xu Xin first placed the wood he collected upstairs, then spent half a day chopping trees in other areas and planted seeds in those empty spots left by the chopped trees, ensuring sustainable development. Soon, the sun hung overhead. It was midday on the third day. Xu Xin looked at the first layer covered with wood and nodded in satisfaction. Wiping away his sweat, he decided to have lunch first and explore some unvisited areas in the afternoon. The last half of the protection period must be fully utilized. Before that, he wanted to take a bath in the lake because he couldn't stand the sticky feeling on his body any longer. After bathing, he also washed his clothes. It was high summer, and the noonday sun was fierce, so he hung his clothes by the window, and they could dry within 10 minutes. Despite the dense banyan tree leaves outside the window, the sunlight could easily pierce through and fill the room, as if the leaves were transparent. Eating some fruit, Xu Xin opened a pack of bread. Planning to explore in the afternoon, he needed to replenish his energy. As he ate, he checked the chat hall. Does anyone have water? I'm dying of thirst. This cursed place has nothing but trees. Isn't there a stream around? Why don't you take a walk? How would I know where the stream is? If I wander too far, I won't even know where the treehouse is. Can't get back home. Why did I choose to plant my treehouse here in the first place? Any pros by the stream? Share some water? It's not like it's worth anything. While Xu Xin and Li Wenxi discussed blue-quality resources, a bunch of people couldn't even secure the most basic water resources. But Xu Xin didn't plan on helping them. Providing them water meant carrying it up, using containers. He didn't even want to do the first step of carrying it up. That would waste too much time, and he couldn't afford to waste the last half day of the newbie protection period on such chores. Containers could be made. There were wooden barrels, basins, and bowls in the crafting list, which didn't need a crafting table and could be made with white-grade wood. Once the newbie protection period was over, and if he made a backpack to freely carry water resources, maybe he could casually share some then. Now as to being a delivery man, no way, let those saints handle it. If he did, wouldn't he be stealing their thunder? Water resources might seem scarce, but to survivors who have found water resources, their water is essentially inexhaustible, so water doesn't really exchange for good stuff, just white-quality items at best. Those who can't find water resources likely only have white-tier items, expending effort fetching water only to exchange it for white-tier items. Only fools would do it. Li Wenxi is initiating a video call with you. Do you accept? This cute girl is sending a video call at noon. Didn't we say we'd talk in the evening? Xu Xin wasn't even wearing any underwear right now, so he naturally couldn't accept and directly declined. Why did you hang up on me? Li Wenxi replied in the chat window. My clothes are being washed, Xu Xin replied. Oh, Li Wenxi is initiating a voice call with you. Do you accept? Accept. Why are you doing laundry at noon? Li Wenxi's voice rang out as soon as the call connected. It dries faster at noon, and I can do it after lunch, so it doesn't interfere with the afternoon stuff. Makes sense. I always go for a shower in the evening. Is it appropriate to talk about showering with someone you just met? Huh? Oh, it doesn't matter. You can't see me anyway. So, did you have something you wanted to talk about on this call? Oh, I just wanted to ask how you did this morning. How many trees did you cut down? Enough to trade with you. What about you? You didn't slack off, did you? How could I slack off? My treehouse's first floor is filled with stone. I'm not working this afternoon. I need a good rest. I'm exhausted. On the other end, Li Wenxi's voice even sounded lazy. You can explore a bit this afternoon. Head in a direction you haven't gone before. Don't waste the last safe afternoon. You're like an evil capitalist. How am I a capitalist? You're not even working for me. Well, Alright, alright, I'll go wandering this afternoon. Maybe I'll discover something good. Don't forget to look for things too. We'll exchange supplies when we get back in the evening. Li Wenxi was clearly not very enthusiastic, but she still took his suggestion. Okay. After ending the call, his clothes were dry. He put them on and rested for another half an hour, then climbed down from his treehouse, heading in the opposite direction of where he came. But he hadn't gone far before he stopped in his tracks. Other survivors might not be able to see it, but with his discerning ability, he could tell there was a very obvious boundary line here. Within the boundary, where he was standing now, it was lush and green, with at least half of it being green resources. Outside the boundary was mostly white, with the occasional green speck shining through. He looked back to see he was about a kilometer away from the lakeside. His ability extended about a kilometer, and now he could barely see the green glow of the lake water anymore, indicating he was at the limit. Looking out at the white expanse beyond the boundary, he hesitated but decided against leaving this resource zone. The distance between resource zones was definitely not short. Even if he ventured out, it would be hard to find the next resource zone, only wasting time in a sea of low-tier resources. Better to wait for another time. Moreover, previously he had only walked around the perimeter of the lake and hadn't explored the entire resource zone. Now it seemed like the time to explore it thoroughly. Xu Xin spent the entire afternoon exploring throughout the resource zone. The resource zone certainly lived up to its name. There were plenty of good things. He found another orange tree of blue quality. Orange, blue, a fruit that can be eaten directly. It has a sweet and sour taste and revitalizing effects, with no side effects. 1 hour after consumption, you will feel energized. Energized? What's the use of that? Xu Xin was a bit disappointed. Like adrenaline? Well, maybe in a dangerous moment, eating one could cause a burst of energy? Regardless, it's a blue quality item. Xu Xin thought about it and decided to pick all the oranges. After all, this place was a bit far from his treehouse, and he wasn't sure if animals would eat the oranges once the newbie protection period ended, so it was better to pick them first. And based on his observations, the large red berries he picked previously had not changed much in 2 days despite the hot weather, but the ordinary red berries had already softened and started to taste off. It seemed blue-quality foods had a longer shelf life. This orange tree had over 100 oranges, but he couldn't carry them all back, and he was worried about them spoiling if he picked too many. So he used his clothes to carry 30 oranges, just like before, and started eating one on the spot. While eating, he didn't feel any particular effects, just that this orange was tastier than any he had eaten before. After finishing the last segment, a refreshing sensation surged through his brain, making him shiver, and the mental fatigue seemed to vanish instantly. Although the physical tiredness remained, he felt like it didn't matter. He could keep going. This is simply an artifact for working overtime and staying up all night. Riding this wave of energy, Xu Xin hurriedly brought the rest of the oranges back to the treehouse. It was less than a kilometer away, taking only a few minutes to return. He placed the oranges on the table on the 3rd floor, then continued downstairs to search for resources. The efficiency of this hour was incredibly high. Even though he hadn't explored the entire resource zone, his gains were substantial. Sour date, green edible fruit with a sour taste, can be eaten as a snack. Yangmei, green edible fruit with a sour taste, not very pleasant to eat, but can be used for making wine. King oyster mushroom, green, a wild mushroom with thick flesh, crisp texture, and high nutritional value, recommended to be eaten cooked. Black fungus, green, a wild fungus that is slippery and delicious with high nutritional value, recommended to be eaten cooked. He didn't find anything too special, but came across plenty of edible ingredients. Considering it's still the protection period, with no land animals around, the harvest from plants was already quite abundant. This period was essentially for survivors to pick suitable treehouse locations, and expecting to find a lot of advanced resources was indeed wishful thinking. At this moment, Xu Xin felt his high spirits gradually subsiding and his energy waning. He realized that 1 hour had passed. Feeling the changes in his body, he was amazed because he actually felt more energized than before eating the orange, like waking up from a nap. Does this mean the no side effects mentioned for the orange, blue, also includes acting like the hour was spent sleeping, boosting recovery speed for the mind? This is simply a godsend for working overtime, going through all-nighters, every capitalist's dream. Suddenly, Xu Xin didn't feel like this item was useless at all. Who knows how long it would take for these things to grow back after being picked? But seeing the young tree seed's description, It could grow into a tree in 10 days, so these shouldn't take too long either. After exploring for a while, Xu Xin got a general idea of the resource zone's boundaries, roughly a square area with each side being about 1 kilometer. Although it was just 1 square kilometer, in terms of square meters, it was 1 million square meters, 1,500 mu of land. The resources here would be more than enough for just him. However, he felt both disappointed and relieved that there seemed to be no other survivors' tree houses nearby. Through the layers of tree shadows, Xu Xin saw a blue glow flickering faintly. He hurried over in that direction. Advanced white poplar, blue, a higher-grade poplar tree that can be cut down for premium timber. He discovered another advanced white poplar tree. Wait a minute. Xu Xin looked at the ground beneath the poplar tree, which was emitting a blue glow. It's fertile soil. Xu Xin was instantly excited. After all this time, this is only the second time he's seen fertile soil, blue, apart from the soil he used for planting his treehouse initially. With this soil, he can cultivate blue-quality plants himself. Picking up his axe, he first chopped down this high-grade poplar tree, obtaining 5 units of lumber, blue. Lumber, blue when crafting tools requiring wood. Using one piece can greatly increase the tool's durability. Using one piece during furniture crafting improves the furniture's grade. Blue-grade lumber is surprisingly good for enhancing tool durability and upgrading furniture. No wonder he couldn't find high-grade furniture. Only white-grade furniture crafting recipes. It turns out high-grade materials are needed. Xu Xin looked at the improved stone axe, green, in his hand, now with half its durability remaining, and felt a bit heartache for the blue stones he'd used. Shaking his head and putting these thoughts aside, he picked up the improved stone shovel and began digging into the soil. Obtained fertile soil, blue, *1, lumber, blue, *1, poplar seeds, *1. The blue stump still yielded ordinary seeds, further confirming Xu Xin's previous suspicions. After several trips, he transported all the ingredients, lumber, and soil back. Around the treehouse, he found a patch of barren soil, dug it out, and filled it with fertile soil. Looking at the fertile soil on the ground, Xu Xin nodded in satisfaction. This was today's greatest gain. With this soil, he could continuously produce blue-quality lumber or ingredients. What should I plant first? Xu Xin remembered there was another high-grade poplar tree earlier, and he quickly went to chop it down and dug out the stump, giving him 12 units of lumber, blue. If I plant an apple tree, harvest apples, and then chop the tree down, can I get both blue-quality ingredients and lumber? Xu Xin calculated. He didn't have apple tree seeds in hand, but there were plenty of apple trees, green. In this resource area, he could dig for seeds. Moreover, he hadn't seen blue-quality apples yet, which would definitely be food with new functions. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. So Xu Xin first tried chopping down an apple tree. Sure enough, he obtained lumber, green, *5, and dug out the apple tree stump. This time, Lady Luck didn't favor him, and he didn't get apple tree seeds. No matter, he could only chop another apple tree. Apple tree seeds can be planted in soil and grow into an apple tree in 5 days, bearing fruit in another 5 days. Xu Xin had also tried obtaining seeds from apples he'd eaten before. Though he got seeds, there was no system prompt, meaning the seeds obtained from fruit were ordinary seeds. They might be plantable, but how long would it take for a regular apple tree to grow and bear fruit? Xu Xin didn't have the leisure for cultivating an ordinary apple tree. These dug-out seeds, with system enhancements, only take 10 days to bear fruit. Xu Xin planted this apple tree seed in the fertile soil, blue, and the seed slowly sprouted at a visibly observable speed. Apple tree sapling, blue, will grow into an apple tree in 5 days. Prior to maturity, it's extremely fragile. Stepping on it is a big no-no. It's done. Let it grow slowly. Xu Xin returned to the treehouse with materials, placing lumber resources on the first floor and food resources on the desk on the 3rd floor. He then tried listing the dugout barren soil on the trading platform, but the platform indicated that soil was a privately bound resource and couldn't be traded. A bit regrettable, Xu Xin had whimsically thought about whether he could dig out green soil to sell, considering it's abundant all around him, but it turns out he couldn't. Forget it. Let's see what blue materials are available now. Large red berry, blue, the ingredient granting 2 hours of night vision capability. It's something Xu Xin had experienced before. Unlike illumination tools, the night vision ability allows his nighttime vision to be as good as daytime. Superior mushroom, blue, something that slightly increases intellect permanently after consumption. Mushrooms can't be eaten raw. Once he crafts a grill, Xu Xin plans to roast these over 20 mushrooms first, as increasing permanent attributes is always beneficial. Orange, blue, an excellent item for invigorating the mind without side effects, keeping the mind highly energized for an hour and refreshing afterwards as if having had a deep sleep. Stone, blue, an excellent item that greatly enhances tool efficiency. Lumber, blue, an excellent item that greatly enhances tool durability and also upgrades furniture grades. Iron, or blue, although Xu Xin doesn't have any. He's seen it from Li Wenci, an excellent item for smelting iron blocks, blue. Currently, food items provide temporary or permanent boosts, while material items significantly enhance the functionality of crafted tools. No time to lose. Let's craft those items that can be made on the synthesis table first. Xu Xin tapped the screen to initiate a video call with Li Wenci. The call connected within seconds, and the video showed Li Wenci looking much cleaner than before. Xu Xin even saw the fireplace behind her on the wall. Are you done with your work? The beautiful girl sat on the bed with a delighted face. You've crafted a fireplace? Xu Xin was a bit surprised, thinking its priority shouldn't be high. More than just the fireplace. I've also crafted the furnace grill. There was so much material that it was annoying to look at, so I used some. Did you keep my share? How could I forget you? I've got tons of stones and only used a small portion. And if there's not enough, I can just dig more. The beautiful girl, seeing Xu Xin doubting her, got a bit displeased, planted her hands on her hips, and said, well, she's quite the little rich woman. Look at this. Xu Xin held the lumber, blue, up before him so Li Wenci could see. What's this? The beautiful girl was puzzled. This time, Xu Xin realized that without an appraisal, she couldn't see the item's grade, so he sent her the description of the lumber, blue. This is the blue material for upgrading furniture. Li Wenci's eyes widened, and her body jolted forward, accompanied by squeaking sounds from the bed beneath her. Exactly. I still have a lot of green lumber. You have plenty of stones, right? Let's trade. I need to hurry and craft those things. Oh, okay. Xu Xin exchanged 200 pieces of lumber, green, with Li Wenci for 200 pieces of stone, green, first crafting the basic furnace and placing it on the second floor of the treehouse. During crafting, Xu Xin tried to see if he could add one stone, blue, to enhance the furnace efficiency. Unfortunately, it didn't work, which makes sense. It's a bit far-fetched to expect adding one stone, blue, to enhance the efficiency of a furnace requiring a total of 100 stones. The furnace is taller than Xu Xin, at least 2.5 meters high. The stone furnace looks quite industrial. Xu Xin added a piece of white wood into the furnace. The wood didn't ignite, but he got a prompt. Remaining burn time, 5 minutes. A piece of white wood can only burn for 5 minutes. So what about green? Xu Xin added another piece of wood, green, into the furnace. Remaining burn time, 2 hours and 35 minutes. Oh, so much. 2 hours and 35 minutes, which is 155 minutes. Subtracting the 5 minutes from the white wood, it's a total of 150 minutes, 30 times the burn time of white wood. Xu Xin tossed 20 of the 60 green iron ores he had traded into the upper layer. Instantly, the fire blazed up, a wave of heat rushing out, quickly turning the entire furnace red hot. Smelting iron block time, 2 hours. Letting the furnace burn on its own, Xu Xin returned to the third level. The video call was still ongoing, and Li Wenci was still sitting on the bed in a daze. When she saw Xu Xin return, she immediately smiled and said, "Did you finish the furnace?" "Yes." Xu Xin nodded. "Let me tell you, it takes 5 iron ores to make 1 iron block, and it actually takes half an hour to burn one. This furnace's efficiency is too low." So, does that mean those 20 iron ores can produce 4 iron blocks? That's acceptable. Didn't you go out this afternoon? Xu Xin asked. I took a walk, but didn't go far. There aren't many trees around, but there are quite a few rocks. I can't tell which ones are high grade, so I just took a few random ones and came back. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything good, Li Wenci said with a shrug, and then she looked at Xu Xin with anticipation. Hey, Xu Xin, Brother Xin, are you selling your blue wood? Share some with me. This bed is really terrible. Saying that, Li Wenci patted the bed under her, and it creaked. Xu Xin had shown her the blue wood earlier, intending to sell it to her. After all, It's essential to secure resources when you're dealing with a wealthy family. Sure. How many do you want? Li Wenxi's eyes lit up. Do you have a lot? Not much, Xu Xin shrugged. I can give you up to 3 pieces. All right. Still the same price. I'll trade you 60 pieces of green resources for 3 pieces of blue wood. Based on the burn time of the wood just now, the burn time of green quality wood is 30 times that of white quality wood. In addition, green quality resources have functions that white quality doesn't have. Trading 1 piece of green wood for 40 to 50 pieces of white wood wouldn't be a problem. A blue resource is definitely worth more than 20 green resources. Trading with Li Wenxi didn't matter much, as he had previously exchanged using a 20-to-1 ratio for blue stones. But if he were to list it on the trading platform, he'd definitely set an appropriate price. However, he wasn't lacking green resources at the moment, so he said, "How many blue iron ores do you have left? I want to trade or at a 1-to-1 ratio. Oh, and I'd like a bit more blue stone." Li Wenxi was very decisive and directly initiated a trade. The other party initiated a trade with you, exchanging iron ore, blue, *3, stone block, blue, *2 for wood, blue, *5. After Xu Xin agreed, the two exchanged a few more words and then ended the video call. On the other side, she was probably eager to update her furniture, as sleeping on this bed was indeed uncomfortable. Xu Xin didn't idle either. He immediately dismantled the old broken bed and used a piece of blue wood to make a new bed. To his surprise, the original wooden bed was made with white wood, but this time, the default materials were green wood plus 1 piece of blue wood. Do you want to use green wood *9 and blue wood *1 to make a wooden bed? 9 pieces of green wood. Xu Xin chose yes. A bed that looked much more advanced than the original appeared before him. Wooden bed, blue, a bed crafted from high-grade wood, emitting a unique fragrance of high-grade wood, can improve sleep and accelerate the recovery of mental and physical energy, but it may cause one to sleep in due to its comfort. It was still a hard wooden bed without sheets or quilts, but Xu Xin was startled by the blue quality. He immediately checked the synthesis list, which still had no crafting method, only the original wood bed recipe requiring 10 pieces of white wood to make a wooden bed. Could it be that these recipes are basic, and using higher-grade materials can produce more advanced tools? Xu Xin originally had 12 pieces of blue wood, traded 5 to Li Wenxi, used 1, so he still had 6 pieces left, which was plenty. Plus, he now had a fertile soil that could continuously produce blue-grade plant resources, so he wasn't being frugal either. Reclining chair, blue, a chair crafted from high-grade wood, conforms to the human body's curves. Sitting on it slowly restores stamina and spirit and increases crafting success rate. Dining table, blue, a dining table crafted from high-grade wood. Eating near the dining table makes the food more delicious and enhances the effects of the food. The effects of the reclining chair and dining table made Xu Xin smile. This reclining chair can increase crafting success rate. Although there are currently no crafting methods with failure probabilities in his crafting list, these are just the most basic crafting methods provided by the Treehouse and Synthesis table. Based on his experience with games, there must be things that require crafting blueprints that can have a chance of failure, and by then, this blue quality chair will come in handy. As for the dining table, it's even more delightful. Xu Xin immediately took out a blue-grade red berry, which provides 2 hours of night vision. Now, it's gradually getting darker outside, with not much time left before the newbie protection period ends. Xu Xin wants to do some things in this last bit of safe time, even if it's just chopping wood. Xu Xin sat on the reclining chair by the dining table and ate a regular apple and 2 regular oranges as dinner, then ate the large red berry, blue. After eating it, Xu Xion's vision brightened, and the view outside, which had dimmed, appeared clearly in his sight again. 3 hours, huh? Xu Xion received the information from his body, realizing that the effect of the large red berry increased from the original 2 hours to 3 hours. A full 50% increase in effect. Moreover, Xu Xion faintly felt a sense of fullness. Just an apple and 2 oranges, which usually only stopped him from being hungry because he had a problem of feeling sleepy when too full, so he generally wouldn't eat too much when there were important matters, but this time, he actually felt full. This dining table not only enhances the special effects of blue food, but also amplifies the basic effect of food, providing energy. This indirectly means his food has increased by half. This dining table is truly a good thing. After eating the large red berry, Xu Xin immediately grabbed his tools and descended from the treehouse to avoid wasting more time. Standing at the base of the treehouse, his eyes immediately fell upon the apple tree that had already grown into a small sapling. That was really fast. Should I take some protective measures? What if, once the new player protection phase is over, a few wild animals come and trample this sapling? Xu Xin thought for a moment, then went back up to find a simple fence from the crafting list. He made a few and placed them around the apple tree in a circle as a form of protection. Next, he started collecting wood everywhere, chopping until the durability of the improved stone axe in his hand was exhausted and it shattered into pieces in his hand. Next up was the transportation. This is really too much hassle. For future planning, Xu Xin first cleared a small path around the treehouse by chopping wood. He had been chopping for so long that he was quite a distance from the treehouse, and bringing everything back was no simple task. Actually, he could leave the wood where it was and move it once the backpack was made, but he was somewhat worried that these scattered pieces might disappear if not collected promptly, like in some games. Animals should appear tomorrow. The backpack must be prioritized. Xu Xin thought silently as he transported the wood. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from one direction in the jungle, startling Xu Xin, who had only heard wind against leaves and insect chirps in the jungle these past days, as he quickly turned his head to look. Under the night vision capability of the large red berry, the once dark forest was clearly visible, and Xu Xin saw a clump of low shrubs shaking, evidently not due to the wind. Xu Xin stopped moving, slowly putting down the wood he was holding, picking up just one that could barely be used as a weapon. It was not yet the second day according to the darkened sky. Even in the summer, it was at most 8 or 9 in the evening, so there shouldn't be any land animals. Could it be that other survivors had found their way here? Who's there? Xu Xin didn't approach but stood his ground, staring at the rustling shrubbery. As soon as Xu Xin said this, the shaking of the shrubbery stopped immediately, making Xu Xin even more tense because this was definitely something alive. "Brother, come out. I can see you," Xu Xin said cautiously. The shrubs began to shake again, and suddenly a small brown head emerged, with white markings on its face, and its white ears swayed back and forth, its face still covered with leaves. Xu Xin looked at the small animal, only showing a cute little head gazing at him, in surprise and a bit confused. Is this a red panda or a raccoon? This small animal wasn't afraid of humans, struggling a bit to emerge from the shrubs, shaking off the leaves on its body, and slowly walked to Xu Xin's feet, scratching at the hem of his shorts with its paw, emitting a soft whimper. Xu Xin, who had been quite tense, almost kicked it away when he saw the little animal doing this. But seeing the creature didn't intend him any harm and was very cute, his mood gradually relaxed. It's still the new player protection phase. Why is there a small animal appearing? Xu Xin tried to stroke the little animal's head. The creature made a comfortable murmuring sound, but didn't release its paws. This is a red panda, isn't it? Upon closer inspection, Xu Xin finally recognized the species of the small animal. Red pandas are typically brown and cute, whereas raccoons have a black and white color scheme and generally give off a cheeky vibe. The small animal clawing at his pants was clearly a red panda. Xu Xin seemed to understand the panda's intent, and he took out the large red berry he had stashed in his pocket earlier. "Do you want to eat this?" The brown little creature whimpered sharply upon seeing the red fruit in Xu Xin's hand, but didn't grab it, instead looking pitifully at Xu Xin, its small eyes filled with longing. Where exactly did this little one come from? Or has the new player protection ended early? It shouldn't be. This was the only animal he'd seen in 3 days, and after deliberating for a while, Xu Xin decided to place the berry beside the creature's mouth, but it caught it with its paws and immediately stuffed it into its mouth. The little creature squinted its eyes, showing a comfortable expression on its furry face, then murmuring once to Xu Xin, turned and dashed back into the jungle, disappearing. This little red panda must be something special. Even the bear in the cave was restricted by world rules to vanish, yet it can still move. Xu Xin felt this little creature was extraordinary, but since it had gone, he went back to transporting the wood without wasting more time. At this point, the iron blocks in the furnace were already smelted, stacked at the outlet of the furnace. Xu Xin cautiously tested the temperature. It surprisingly was cool. This furnace is quite considerate. Xu Xin took out the iron blocks and put in 4 green iron ores and 1 blue iron ore. 5 green iron ores can produce 1 green iron block, while 1 blue iron ore makes the iron block of blue quality. By placing iron ores in a 4-to-1 ratio, blue quality iron blocks can be produced. Holding the green iron block he had just made, Xu Xin hesitated for a moment but didn't rush to fabricate a grill. He wanted to wait for the blue iron ore to come out and use the high-quality blue iron ore to make an advanced grill. Based on past experience, the advanced grill of blue quality should have some efficacy, and since he had the materials, he chose to directly make a higher-level grill. While waiting for the ores to smelt, Xu Xin went to the third-floor screen and opened the region channel. The remaining number of people in the region channel was still 9997, as it was the previous day. He recalled the first time he checked it was 9,998 people, indicating the channel should have a total of 10,000 people, but 3 had died during the initial new player protection phase. I wonder how they died. During the new player protection phase, did they trip and hit their heads on rocks and die? Xu Xin shook his head. The region channel remained lively. Friends, only a few hours left in the new player protection phase. How are you all doing? Haha, I found an apple tree. It's not far from my treehouse. This treehouse is too small. I can't bring up the wood I chopped, so I just piled it at the base of the treehouse. Brothers, the ID station can be set up outside the treehouse. The treehouse is so small, there's no need to put these things inside. What? Damn, you should have said earlier. My treehouse is already full. Does anyone have food? I'll trade with green quality wood. How come there are still people who haven't found food? This is the jungle, not a desert. I directly built my treehouse at the spawn point. There's nothing but poplars around. Xu Xin looked at the discussion on the regional channel. A person named Ji Chaiyang was very active and would share some practical guides with everyone, making him quite popular in the entire channel. The newbie protection period is about to end, but this tree house can't be used to make weapons. Could it be that you need to craft a workbench to make weapons? Probably, right? Is there any pro who has already made a workbench? Please sell us some weapons. Ji Chaiyang. I've made a workbench, but there's no weapon crafting inside. Only some advanced tool stations and household items. Oh, Xu Xin raised an eyebrow. It seemed that besides him, there were other lucky people who had managed to craft a workbench requiring 100 pieces of green materials during the newbie protection period. After all, these 3 days were essentially for newbies to set up tree houses, and the surrounding resources were quite limited. Obtaining 100 pieces of green material was extremely difficult. Even for someone like him with a discerning ability, he needed to cooperate with others to gather 2 types of green materials. He had searched through the crafting blueprints on the workbench, and indeed, there were no weapons. The one item that most resembled a weapon could be made without a workbench, the stone axe. But he wasn't sure how effective a stone axe would be against the dangers that lay ahead. Thinking about how his stone axe had already broken, he immediately used a piece of blue stone and a piece of blue wood, combined with green materials, to craft his second stone axe. Fine stone axe. Blue can chop trees of purple grade and below. Enriched with more advanced stone and wood, it's tougher and sharper. Durability 1000. The blue stone axe with a 1000 durability could even chop down purple trees. Xu Xin nodded with satisfaction, knowing this would last a long time. He wondered if the axe could cut down his own tree house, as it was technically made from purple grade wood. Resisting the impulse to test it with a chop, Xu Xin continued to look at the regional channel. The survivor, named Ji Chaiyang, had begun revealing the contents of the workbench amidst people's clamoring. Furnace, fireplace, torch, grill, and backpack. All of these can be crafted. The pro must have a lot of materials. Please help us. Yes, we need to unite. Help each other to overcome the current difficulties. Shouldn't the resources be distributed equally? Xu Xin stopped reading further and shook his head with a cold smile. He knew that in such an environment, moral blackmail was omnipresent. With the newbie protection period yet to end and dangers still unknown, he did not want to get involved in such situations. It seemed Ji Chaiyang had stopped speaking too, apparently not wanting to engage with the group anymore. Quickly, half an hour passed. Going down to the second level, he took out freshly smelted iron blocks, blue, from the furnace and threw in the remaining iron, or impulsively. Iron block, blue iron block with most impurities removed. Using one during the crafting of iron tools can enhance the tool's level. Just as Xu Xin had expected, the uses of iron block, blue, were similar to wood, blue, and stone, blue. Crafting a grill required 3 iron blocks. He immediately crafted the grill he had been wanting for a long time using 2 iron blocks, green, and 1 iron block, blue. Grill, blue, a high-grade grill, which can cook food to perfection, making it more delicious while slightly enhancing the efficacy of the raw materials. Without hesitation, he placed a few pieces of wood, white, on the grill and started grilling the blue mushrooms, king oyster mushrooms, and wood ears he had acquired earlier. The unique fragrance of mushrooms permeated the air, and soon they were cooked. The flame beneath the grill automatically extinguished after the mushrooms were cooked, which made Xu Xin raise an eyebrow. This feature was convenient for someone like him who typically ended up with either undercooked or smoky overcooked barbecue. Finding bowls and chopsticks on the list, Xu Xin crafted them using the lowest grade white wood. He still had blue wood, but using it for simple tableware seemed too extravagant, so he decided to use the lowest grade utensils for now. With the blue grill enhancing the grilled mushrooms, the aroma of the mushrooms was fully released. Accompanied by king oyster mushrooms and wood ears, despite lacking any salt or seasoning to sprinkle, Xu Xin enjoyed the meal thoroughly, having eaten only apples, oranges, and berries for the past 2 days and missing a hot meal. He quickly finished eating over 20 mushrooms and licked his lips with relish. He recalled that the mushroom's function seemed to provide a permanent slight increase in intelligence. With the grill and dining table enhancing the mushroom's efficacy, it should have been amplified, but he didn't feel any different. Perhaps the increase in intelligence would manifest elsewhere? Or was the increment so minimal he couldn't sense it? Shaking his head, Xu Xin stopped pondering. Without a panel showing his intelligence, stamina, and strength stats, he couldn't identify how much it had increased, but it didn't matter. As long as the food was tasty. Having consumed the mushrooms, Xu Xin planned to venture out again. With 2 hours left until midnight, he could go to the lakeside and gather some reeds and lotus roots, considering the lake might become dangerous once the novice period was over. He also thought about catching some fish to roast. The mushrooms had left him wanting more. With some remaining time on the 3-hour night vision buff, Xu Xin quickly descended from the treehouse and stealthily made his way to the lakeside. Under the moonlight, the lake water was exceptionally clear, and the fish within were not only visible, but also emitted a faint green glow, allowing Xu Xin to easily spot their positions. However, catching fish without tools was no easy task. After working for quite a while, Xu Xin returned with lotus roots he had pulled from a shallow bank and a bunch of reeds. Catching fish is really a skillful task. Soaking wet, Xu Xin sent a message to Li Wenxi. "Do you have any greenstones left? I'd like to trade for some." The reply came instantaneously. "Sure." They initiated the transaction, exchanging wood, green, *100 for stones, green, *100. After the other party agreed to the trade, a video call request came in. Looking at his current drenched, disheveled appearance with hair sticking to his forehead, Xu Xin rejected Li Wenxi's call. "Wait a moment." Then he swiftly crafted a fireplace and placed it beside the giant screen as if he were showing off his wealth. Earlier, when he hadn't gone out, he hadn't really noticed it. After returning, the house was permeated with the smoky aroma of the barbecue, and the fireplace had a feature that automatically absorbed smoke and toxic gases. Given he was still soaking wet, he urgently needed a fireplace to dry off. With the fireplace made, Xu Xin tossed in a piece of wood, white. Remaining combustion time, 15 minutes. A piece of wood, white, could burn 3 times longer than in a furnace. Heat radiated around the furnace, raising the temperature within the treehouse. Originally, the temperature was quite suitable, but now it became rather stuffy. Within 10 minutes, his clothes had dried, and the odors had dissipated. Xu Xin returned the video call. This was his 4th time communicating with the cute girl he had just met today. Who would have thought the girl favored video calls so much? The video was quickly answered, and through the video, Xu Xin could clearly see that all the furniture behind Li Wenxi had been replaced with new ones, identical to his furniture. "You really made this furniture too." Before he could speak, the pretty girl across had already spoken first, looking at the furniture behind him and saying, "Did you even make an advanced grill? How can you tell?" Xu Xin was a bit puzzled. Could it be that she also has some special ability? "It looks more advanced than my grill, doesn't it?" Li Wenxi pointed to the grill behind her, which did indeed look much more rudimentary than his. "Why didn't you make an advanced one?" "I forgot and just made it on the go." Li Wenxi answered indifferently, then said, "Oh right, I went out again at night and brought back a heap of ores, At least there won't be a shortage of stone ores for now. It's just so boring. The newcomer protection period should end quickly. I can't do anything but mine, and I'm not allowed to go too far from the treehouse. I even got a warning when I went far. Warned you? Xu Xin was taken aback and quickly asked, warned you about what? It said not to go too far from the treehouse or bad things would happen. The voice didn't say what would happen, but the tone was quite stern. How far did you go? How would I know? I walked for a long time. Took almost 2 hours round trip. A one-way trip would be about an hour. At a normal walking speed, that's about 4 or 5 kilometers per hour, but in the woods, it's not that fast. 3 kilometers is already quite far. So, their activity range is limited to the area around the treehouse, and they can't go too far? Xu Xin had also gone quite far, but at most only about 2 kilometers and not further, because his ability could see beyond 2 kilometers, which was no longer a resource area, and there were no high-level resources. Xu Xin thought of those who planted their tree houses at the spawn point and pitted them. There's really nothing around the spawn point, and restricting the activity range further reduces the resources they can acquire. You better be careful tomorrow. Xu Xin recalled the black bear cave he had encountered and reminded, are you mining in a cave? There might be fierce beasts living in caves, and they'll be back once the newbie protection period ends tomorrow. That's exactly why I went down and mined a bunch more. Li Wenxi raised the ores in her hands. Even through the screen, Xu Xin could see the blue glow emanating from the ores. I've already crafted basically everything I can, and I've stored a whole layer of stones. Even if I do nothing, just selling these stones would keep me going for a while. Seeing her say this, Xu Xin felt relieved. After all, this pretty girl was currently his only source of blue ore. Though he also found a cave, it had a black bear. Who knows when he could deal with that black bear? The two exchanged some information before ending the video, apparently looking like partners now. Xu Xin moved his chair to the bedside. The night jungle gained a slight chill compared to the day, and while the dense banyan leaves couldn't block his view, they did block the wind. The dense banyan canopy swayed with the wind, creating a rustling sound. Listening to the natural sound of the wind, sleepiness overwhelmed Xu Xin, and his consciousness began to blur. Congratulations to all survivors on passing the newbie protection phase and owning your own treehouse. From now on, the world will no longer protect the survivors. Please strive to survive. The first phase begins, unlocking the function, weapon, and armor crafting. On this pitch-dark and terrifying night, the beasts that were suppressed for 3 whole days have begun to stir. Strive to survive, survivors, as only by surviving the beast tide's rampage tonight can you truly be reborn. The sudden voice in his ear instantly woke Xu Xin up. The mechanical words caused his heart to tighten. The beasts are stirring? Survive tonight? Indeed, just after the novice protection stage ended, the cruel challenge arrived. He quickly looked out the window, and a 2-meter wingspan owl suddenly swooped past the edge of the canopy, letting out a hoarse and shrill screech that almost made Xu Xin scream. How is this owl so large? It's even bigger than the largest owls on Earth. Xu Xin thought to himself, startled. The jungle was no longer quiet, with various birdsong and beast roars echoing one after another. It was like giant beasts, starved for days, finally being released into a coliseum, venting their rage and bloodthirsty desires. A wolf howl came from afar, causing Xu Xin to swallow his saliva. Fortunately, his treehouse was high enough. Even at the lowest level, it was 10 meters above the ground. Plus, the thick banyan canopy obscured his windows, making it so no one outside could see in. His small treehouse was hidden in all directions, basically posing no danger. Relaxing with this thought, just as he was about to check the reactions of others on the screen, a tremendous water sound came from the direction of the lake, as if something was emerging from the lake. He quickly looked toward the lake, and the scene made his eyes widen. A gigantic anaconda head rose from the center of the lake, its head's pattern resembling the cracks of rocks, its pitch-black eyes like an abyss. Its scales shimmered pale under the moonlight, the entire body of the anaconda having a diameter of up to 2 meters, with just the head above the water being 6 or 7 meters long. The gigantic form was like a dragon's body. The immense pressure caused the beasts by the lake to quickly flee back into the jungle. The giant anaconda's gaze shifted from the lakeside, seeming to gaze in the direction of Xu Xin's treehouse. A crimson forked tongue flickered from its tightly closed mouth, seemingly eyeing a delicious meal. Xu Xin's pupils shrank as he withdrew into the treehouse, consuming a large red berry. Gaining night vision, he cautiously peeked out the window again. The scene in the forest was beyond chaotic, with the most dangerous nocturnal birds of prey circling overhead, occasional wolf howls from within the forest, and a terrifying giant beast in the lake. Countless beasts locked up by the world for 3 days were frenziedly fighting each other, like a brutal and bloody battlefield. This night, it probably wouldn't be as easy as Xu Xin imagined. He suddenly recalled the unlocked weapon and armor crafting from the earlier prompt and rushed to the screen, opening basic material crafting, finding several new crafting blueprints. Wooden stick, quite a simple, blunt tool. Though it doesn't seem very useful, with enough strength, it can be your best partner. Durability 200. Requires wood, white, *10. Wooden hammer, quite a simple, blunt tool. Though it looks heavy, the wooden hammerhead isn't as heavy as it seems, making it easy for an average person to wield, albeit less powerful. Durability 200. Requires wood, white, *10. Boning knife, quite a basic small knife, good for initially processing animal carcasses to obtain basic materials. Requires stone, white, *5. Map abilities. Xu Xin had a thought, and a map appeared in his mind. Some areas were illuminated, but most places were still dark. Upon closer inspection, the illuminated areas were places he had been before, from the starting point, following a curve to the riverside, walking along the river, and finally reaching the lake area, which was lit up. The map showed all the places he had been. It was very clear, displaying the Black Bear Cave, the lake, and the location of his treehouse. The entire resource area emitted a faint, hazy green light. Meanwhile, the map showed unevenly distributed red dots moving around, both in illuminated and dark areas. Are these red dots wild animals outside? Xu Xin looked at the 5 red dots near his treehouse. One slightly larger red that was surrounded by 4 smaller red dots. He looked outside, and, sure enough, a black bear was surrounded by 4 wolves. He then looked at the center of the lake, where a red dot, like the sun, emitted dazzling light, surrounded by countless small red dots. This must be the giant serpent. Xu Xin looked up at the serpent, and the sight made his pupils contract. The serpent was still gazing in the direction of Xu Xin's treehouse, flicking its tongue, its pitch-black eyes seemingly meeting Xu Xin's gaze, with cold moonlight flashing within, sending chills down his spine. He wondered if the giant serpent had really spotted him, meaning he might not survive at all. Before he could finish lamenting, Xu Xin saw the serpent emerging from the water start to move. The massive serpent's body rose from the water, creating a waterfall-like curtain that washed away the bloodstains on the shore. Having eaten red berries, Xu Xin could clearly see countless fish flying into the air and falling back into the water. The giant serpent opened its mouth towards Xu Xin's direction, flicking its tongue, hissing, with its abyss-like crimson mouth seeming capable of swallowing the entire treehouse in one bite. Just as Xu Xin held his breath and his heart nearly leapt from his chest, the serpent suddenly turned its head and dove into the water, creating an arch on the surface like a rapidly spinning giant wheel. Finally, its tail appeared and then vanished into the water, leaving only ripples on the surface. In Xu Xin's mind, the map showed the radiant red dot fading away and disappearing, leaving the small red dots in the lake center moving erratically. Invisible when submerged? That can't be right. The other small red dots are still there. Does the lake bottom connect to other places, and the giant serpent has gone elsewhere now? Upon first seeing this lake, Xu Xin thought the center looked very deep. Now it seems likely it's connecting to another location. Otherwise, how could such a massive creature remain hidden and survive in a lake the size of a reservoir? No matter what, at least the giant serpent is no longer eyeing his treehouse, allowing Xu Xin to relax slightly. The ability acquired this time is really strong, marking enemy positions on the map like X-ray vision. Xu Xin realized that not only could he see red dots on the illuminated parts of the map, but also on the unexplored dark parts. This is a very strong ability, ensuring he won't be ambushed by wild animals while exploring new areas. Returning his focus, the red dots next to his treehouse had reduced by 1. Xu Xin's eyes lit up as he thought of something, and immediately looked downward. At that moment, a wolf had been slain by the bear's paw, while the other 3 wolves, despite being severely wounded, continued to growl quietly around the bear. The hungry black bear, having killed a wolf, was also in a disheveled state, covered in claw marks with even one eye being scratched blind, becoming a literal blind bear. The standoff lasted for nearly 5 minutes, perhaps because both parties realized they couldn't gain anything advantageous from each other, only mutual destruction. After one wolf howled, the remaining 3 wolves slowly retreated and then turned and ran away. Xu Xin checked the map, and probably due to the combat between the bear and wolves, his treehouse was now only surrounded by the injured bear, exposing its back to him while enjoying this hard-won meal. Xu Xin admitted he felt tempted. This black bear was likely the one residing in the black bear cave. Bears are solitary animals. Only a mother bear with cubs would live together, and even then, the cubs would leave to live independently once they grew up. Thus, a cave usually only holds one adult black bear. If this black bear indeed came from the black bear cave, killing it here would eliminate a hidden threat. He gripped the stone spear firmly, ready to take a gamble. The bear was right beneath the canopy, meaning Xu Xin could use the treehouse ability to descend from above and directly stab the bear. No time for hesitation. Xu Xin held the stone spear tightly. To maintain his best mental state, he ate a blue-quality orange that invigorated the spirit. Instantly, his mental fatigue vanished, as did any lingering drowsiness. Xu Xin took a deep breath and reached his left hand towards the round plaque symbolizing the door, gripping the stone spear tightly. Passing through the pulsating door, his waist wrapped with banyan roots, Xu Xin descended with spear tip aimed at the bear's brain below, silently counting down. 3, 2, 1. With Xu Xion's maneuver, he felt the banyan roots around his waist loosen, and he plummeted towards the bear at nearly freefall speed. The sensation of weightlessness reminded Xu Xian of the thrill of bungee jumping in the original world, but he had no time to savor such experiences, instead fixing his gaze on the bear below, gripping the spear tightly. Unaware of Xu Xian's rapid descent, the bear was enjoying the wolf meat when thud, accompanied a scream and whimper from the bear. The stone spear pierced the bear's brain, and bear blood splattered. The bear showed no resistance and collapsed immediately. Xu Xian's first hunt was a success. Hunting a black bear, the stone spear passed through the bear's brain and into the wolf's corpse, instantly killing the bear, while Xu Xian tightened the banyan roots just before hitting the ground, preventing any injury other than a nauseating tightness. Breathing heavily, Xu Xian's eyes showed an unwilling yet somewhat excited gleam. Growing up in the city, it was the first time he had personally killed anything larger than mosquitoes, naturally bringing discomfort, yet the thrilling action had his adrenaline soaring, filling him with unparalleled excitement. "Sorry, Black Bear, I really need the materials from your body." Xu Xian wiped the blood off his face, murmuring quietly as he controlled the banyan roots to move the bear's body and the half-eaten wolf carcass to the first floor. He certainly didn't want to bring these bloodied items to the third floor where he slept. The first floor was filled with his chopped wood, but there was enough space for the 2 animal carcasses. After all, it's a full 100 square meters, not easy to fill. The black bear was heavy, over 200 kilograms. Although it couldn't compare to its larger relatives, polar bears and brown bears, it was definitely overweight among black bears. However, animal sizes in this world can't follow original world standards. Maybe 200 kilograms for a black bear isn't much in this world. Looking at the wolf beside it revealed even more. This gray wolf's weight was nearly 100 kilograms, still one of the smaller ones among the 4. In the original world, the largest canine, the North American gray wolf, only had an average male weight of about 70 kilograms. This gray wolf was noticeably larger than those in the original world. Seems beasts in this world are more dangerous than those in the original world. Perhaps that's why the voice repeatedly warned not to abandon the small treehouse. Without its protection, survival in this dangerous environment would be impossible for most. Xu Xian muttered to himself. First, he went to the synthesis station to make a boning knife. The original boning knife, white, required 5 stone pieces, white. Based on experience, Xu Xian used 4 stone pieces, green, and 1 stone piece, blue, successfully crafting a boning knife, blue. Boning knife, blue, a refined small knife capable of quickly dissecting beast carcasses, with a chance to obtain blue-grade or lower materials. Durability 1000. Quality tools make tasks easier. Indeed, sharpening the axe doesn't delay chopping wood. Holding the bone knife, Xu Xian got busy. Although he had never decomposed animal corpses before, this bone knife was user-friendly. As he grasped the knife, his mind automatically envisioned where to cut. Plus, the knife was incredibly sharp, requiring little effort. Quickly, Xu Xin managed to decompose the bear and the wolf. Obtained: complete bear skin, green, *1, broken wolf skin, white, *1, bear meat, green, 200 kilograms, wolf meat, green, 80 kilograms, bear paw, green, *1, bear paw, blue, *1, bear bone, green, *2, wolf bone, green, *2. The decomposition material acquisition notice came belatedly. A blue-grade material made Xu Xin's eyes light up. Blue-grade bear paw. Looking at the bear paw, Xu Xin had an introduction appear in his mind. Bear paw, blue premium ingredient, can be cooked into extraordinary delicacy with proper preparation, can slightly and permanently enhance the consumer's strength. It's here, a food ingredient to boost strength attributes. Xu Xin was delighted. He had been insecure about his strength for some time, and in a place like this, he couldn't afford to use massive energy and effort on fitness. This ingredient was his best choice. Looking at the remaining materials, a lot skins, bones, meat most appeared to be ordinary ingredients. Yet, unfortunately, the bone knife didn't preserve the viscera. Those scraps seemed to disappear on their own. Xu Xin quite liked eating offal like hearts, livers, kidneys, and intestines. Both hot pot and stir-fry were delicacies. But now, without chili, these things taste too strong without spices. Without it, so be it. By the way, why isn't there any beast tendon? Could it be that these materials are acquired by chance, and he was unlucky this time? This feels too bad. Forget it. The urgent matter now is to make the backpack, as he already possesses bear skin and wolf skin. The backpack's making requires 1 beast skin, green, and 3 ropes, white. Ropes can be made at the synthesis station. The raw materials are reeds from the lakeside, and Xu Xin possessed a complete bear skin, green, allowing him to make the backpack. He first twisted the reeds collected from the lakeside into ropes and directly made the backpack. Backpack, green, a backpack with 10 slots. Each slot's quantity of materials is determined by material type and can reduce the material's weight to 20% of its original weight. A small backpack appeared before him, looking very compact, strapped on the back without hindering movement. Xu Xin tried placing 100 pieces of wood inside, occupying only 1 slot, and the weight indeed reduced to 20% of the original. 1 piece of wood had a weight of about 1 pound. 100 pieces would be 50 kilograms. Putting it into the backpack, it only felt like 10 kilograms, very light. Carrying a girlfriend still weighs 100 pounds. This really feels good. Having acquired the backpack, Xu Xin suddenly felt a renewed desire to explore all over. The beasts perished outside in this chaotic battle, certainly in plenty. If he goes down now to collect some corpses, wouldn't he be scoring big? That black bear weighed 200 kilograms. In the backpack, it would only be 40 kilograms, still within his carrying capacity. Looking towards the map, the red dots scattered more on the map compared with the stage of chaotic battle, probably indicating those who died, the injured, and the fled, while the small sun in the lake didn't reappear. He observed the surroundings from the window. Since he only cleared the trees under the treehouse canopy, leaving the surrounding trees untouched to prevent his banyan tree from standing out, he could only look below through the gaps of the surrounding poplar leaves. Considering how the poplar tree canopy wasn't as dense as his banyans, he could sporadically see the destroyed beast corpses on the ground, most of which had been consumed. Each corpse had several living beasts savoring a feast alongside. Indeed, how could these ravenous beasts let go of a feast already at their doorstep? So if he collected corpses now, they'd only be half-eaten, like the wolf corpse he pulled up. Even if decomposed, it would only yield white-quality broken skin and a heap of chewed meat. The chance for items like the bear paw earlier was slim. He didn't intend to eat the gnawed meat. He couldn't finish 200 kilograms of bear meat by himself, and now had no means of preservation. He could only hang the meat on the trading platform to sell. But the forest wasn't lacking food. Regular meat at most attracted the hungry for a taste. Without a food shortage crisis, naturally, no one would trade critical materials for meat. As for those barely finding enough to eat, Xu Xin didn't think anything they could trade would interest him. So collecting corpses now would only render bones as resources, but he could wait for this wave to pass and pick them up later. These beasts likely wouldn't gnaw on bones, would they? Furthermore, these corpse locations were beyond the treehouse root's control, even though he currently had higher attack power. Without armor, he was too vulnerable. He wasn't adept with guns, couldn't wield them like a dragon, uncertain if he'd fare well or end up pinned down. Forget it. If the beast tendons had appeared, allowing him to craft a bow and arrow, Xu Xin might be able to retreat to the distance temporarily. But with the current equipment, the return doesn't justify the risk. Xu Xin looked at the materials he had just procured. Was the broken wolf skin useless now? Beast skin nonetheless, even being of white grade. Wait a minute. Using materials of higher grade than the blueprint can manufacture superior items. Can lower grade materials create low grade items? The backpack requires 1 beast skin, green, 3 ropes, white. Could it be made using broken beast skin, white? Xu Xin approached the synthesis station, attempting to use the broken wolf skin. A luminous orb flickered as Xu Xin's surprised gaze beheld a backpack produced. Repaired backpack. White, a backpack made using low-grade beast skin, possessing 5 slots. Each slot's material quantity determined by material type, reducing material's weight to 50% of its original weight. Goodness, waste utilization. Although he wouldn't personally use it, he could certainly sell it. Cutting weight in half was pretty decent overall, effectively doubling the burden capacity. At present, few should possess synthesis stations and the ability to slay ferocious beasts amidst beast hordes, right? Or simply trade advanced stone and iron ore from Li Wangzi would suffice. Looking at the regional channel, the channel's population at this moment unexpectedly dropped to 8,156. Right as he observed, it jumped to 8,155. Indeed, once the novice protection period ended, reality grew harsh, and barely hours had passed, with nearly 2,000 already dead. Living in the tall tree house, with a 10-meter distance from the ground, as long as he wasn't reckless, he remained safe. Aside from the big snake, he hadn't felt threatened. But upon seeing the remaining numbers, his mood grew heavy. With the beast tide gradually retreating, the regional channel regained vitality. I survived. So many died. First day, and so many already perished. Can we really survive? Above, still over 20 hours left of the first day. It's only the beginning. Shut up, won't you? Thanks to Ji Chuyoung's strategy, I made it through. Thanks to Ji Chuyoung +1. Thanks +2. Ji Chuyoung. Seeing this repeatedly appeared name, he grew interested. Xu Xin scrolled up the regional channel to find the words Ji Chuyoung had posted earlier. His message had been repeated by a bunch of other people on the regional channel, so it was easy to find. Everyone, don't panic. According to my findings, the treehouse has a scent blocking function. As long as you don't make any noise, you won't be discovered by wild animals, so don't scream or shout. Also, don't let curiosity get the better of you by looking out the window. The windows of short tree houses are too close to the ground and lack cover, so a silhouette moving in the window will attract the attention of predators and birds of prey. It's best to hide in a place where you can't be seen from the window. The treehouse has a scent-blocking function? How does he know that? Xu Xin rubbed his chin. This guy named Ji Chuyoung is really something. I ought to get to know him if I have the chance. He probably has a lot of high-level resources in his possession. So far, Xu Xin hadn't seen any resources above blue grade on the trading platform. After all, without his abilities, others could only guess and still have to bring resources back to the treehouse to know the grade. Unless you are someone like Wensi, whose resources are concentrated in one mine, who essentially owns a mine, and can bring back blue-grade treasures after casually mining, it's almost impossible for others to acquire blue-grade resources. Even it took him 2 days from his starting point to find his first blue-grade resource. As for the window, it's not a problem for him. After all, his treehouse is densely canopied, making it impossible to see inside from the outside. The short treehouses are only about 3 meters high, which is just for show in front of felines since they can easily jump up. The animals in this world are so strong that if their treehouse is discovered by wild beasts, they have no chance to escape. No wonder so many people have died. Xu Xin looked at the channel numbers. The remaining number of people stabilized at 8140. The beast tide had already subsided at this point. As long as no one went down to court death, the few remaining beasts wouldn't pose a threat to everyone. A few hours after the novice protection period was over, nearly 2,000 people had left this world forever. Beast ride ends. Congratulations to the survivors. You endured the initial beast tide riot night and have become true treehouse adventurers. Keep it up. The death rate for this event is 32.76%. A portion of the survivors have left us forever. Let us bid farewell to their souls and wished them a world free of beasts after death. Don't let down your guard. The beasts have only temporarily retreated and might riot again at any moment. Arm yourselves and hope you survive the next riot. To reward the survivors of this event, the jungle exploration activity will officially start at 9 o'clock today. Please look forward to it. 32.76%. That high? Judging by the number of people in their Jungle 188 regional channel, the death rate was not even 20%. Are the death tolls in other regions that high? And what does this jungle exploration activity mean? They just give a name and explain the rules at 9 o'clock? If it's a reward activity, does it mean there's no danger? However, Xu Xin couldn't shake the feeling that this mysterious voice wasn't being so kind. Xu Xin looked at the regional channel. Finally, it's over. Mom, I'm still alive. Awesome. The death rate in our district is so low thanks to you. Jungle 188 is number 1. I'm so sleepy, both exhausted and sleepy. Time to sleep. Sleep now and rest up. There's another event tomorrow morning, and reward activities are sure to have good stuff. Despite having eaten an orange, blue, even though its effects had worn off, Xu Xin, thanks to the enhancement at the dining table, felt as if he had slept for an hour and a half and was still brimming with energy, not sleepy at all. He glanced at the map again. The red dots surrounding his treehouse had completely disappeared. Most of the red dots were now concentrated northwest of the treehouse, a pitch-black area that had yet to be explored. It's clearly a beast-gathering area, a very dangerous place. If there's no need, Xu Xin absolutely wouldn't venture there. He sent the attributes of the repaired backpack to Li Wenxi. White-grade backpack, want it? There was no reply from the other side, but Xu Xin wasn't too worried about her. After all, she wasn't stuck with the lowest-grade treehouse. Just like himself, as long as she didn't court death, things shouldn't go wrong. Seeing that she hadn't responded, Xu Xin ate another orange and a large red berry, preparing to go outside and pick up some trash. Others may not dare to go out for fear of remaining beasts, but with his map, Xu Xin wasn't afraid. He knew there were no beasts around his vicinity now. Carried to the base of the treehouse by the banyan roots, he immediately saw the apple tree, blue, he had planted alongside his treehouse. In just a day, the apple tree had grown to the thickness of 2 fingers. The fence had served its purpose well before meeting its end, either slanted or broken. Fortunately, the apple tree hadn't suffered any damage. The area was a scene of devastation, with beast battle remnants in the form of blood stains and fur on the ground, and feathers from birds of prey, exuding a faint green hue. Xu Xin approached and picked up a feather. Owl feather, green, a feather lost by an owl in its struggle, still faintly stained with blood. This is one of the ingredients for stone arrows, and Xu Xin casually put the feather into his backpack. Making bows and arrows requires animal tendons, but dismantling bears and wolves hadn't yielded this material. Is it that these animals can't provide it, that it can only be obtained from specific animals, or that only a certain probability exists? Did he just have bad luck and didn't get it, or was his method flawed, causing the tendons to snap before he could acquire them? Lacking a means for long-range attack, Xu Xin felt something missing. However, what surprised him was that there were no animal corpses in the forest, not even gnawed bones remained. Only the disarray in the bushes and bloodstains on the ground bore witness to what kind of chaotic battle had taken place here. Indeed, there's no way the world would let survivors exploit such loopholes. Gifting them a beast corpse starter package isn't the style here. After searching for a while, Xu Xin only found 4 owl feathers on the ground. Suddenly, rustling noises came from a nearby bush. Immediately tense, Xu Xin aimed his stone spear in the direction of the sound, as the map appeared in his mind. But to his surprise, there were no red dots around him on the map. What's going on? Is there something wrong with my map? Xu Xin became suddenly nervous again. If the map can't mark all the animals, its effectiveness at preventing animal threats would greatly diminish, especially since some predators, particularly apex-level felines, hunt by surprising their prey with sudden bursts of speed. Just as Xu Xin was on high alert, a brown little head poked out from the bushes, the white ears twitching slightly. This scene seemed familiar. It's you. Seeing that little face, Xu Xin felt relieved for the moment. It was the little panda he had seen earlier. This little creature was special. It could freely move around even when the rookie protection period wasn't over yet, so its absence from the map was understandable. It seemed to hold no malice towards him, so he didn't need to be overly wary. Even though the possibility exists that aggressive animals with similar abilities to this little panda might be around, if they did encounter such a seemingly overpowered beast, Xu Xin could only accept his misfortune. The little panda emerged from the disordered bushes again, repeating the same action as before, clutching at Xu Xin's short pants while making purring sounds, its fluffy tail sweeping across the fallen leaves on the ground. Xu Xin understood its meaning and took a large red berry out of his backpack. "Want to eat this?" The little panda immediately nodded with purring sounds. "You can understand what I'm saying?" Xu Xin was immediately taken aback. "Eek!" The little panda tilted its head. "Then I won't give you any to eat." "Eek!" The little guy immediately got anxious, clinging to Xu Xin's leg and not letting go, with eyes full of flattery, its large brown and white tail swishing behind it. Indeed, it still understands what he's saying. Xu Xin handed the large red berry over to the little guy, who took it with both paws, licked it twice, and stuffed it into its mouth, letting out a comfortable sound. It seems that these high-grade fruits not only have special functions for survivors, but are also loved by animals. On the other side of the lake, there is actually another large red berry bush. Xu Xin discovered it while exploring 2 days ago, but didn't pick it because he was worried it might spoil. However, this little guy seems unaware and comes to him every day to beg for it. After observing for the past 2 days, Xu Xin found that fruit of the blue quality, when picked, doesn't spoil like ordinary fruit. In the current jungle, especially at noon, the temperature can reach 35 degrees, but even so, the large red berry, blue, he picked 2 days ago still hasn't changed in taste, even retaining a cool mouthfeel. "Let's go harvest that bush later." The little panda, after eating the red berry, stood upright like a human and licked its paws. Just as it was about to turn and run off as it did the previous day, Xu Xin swiftly grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, lifting it to eye level with him. "Eek!" The little panda wasn't hurt, just tilted its head, seeming to wonder why the two-legged creature in front of it was picking it up. It didn't struggle, perhaps because Xu Xin's feeding efforts earned its favor. "How about you stick with me from now on? I'll give you one of those every day," Xu Xin said as the little panda didn't resist. He then cradled it in his arms, stroking the soft black fur on its belly. This little guy is definitely not an ordinary panda. From a rabbit to a black bear, all terrestrial creatures, except some harmless fish and insects used as environmental elements, have been locked away by the world, yet it can move freely. Additionally, it seems highly intelligent, capable of understanding Xu Xin's words, and cannot be detected by Xu Xin's creator authority abilities. This little guy is so special, it might be related to the secrets of this world, perhaps influencing whether Xu Xin can return to his original world. The little guy snuggled into Xu Xin's arms, apparently finding it very comfortable there with no intention to leave, and held up 2 fingers. "Is it trying to bargain?" Xu Xin looked at the little guy in his arms, as if discovering something interesting. The little guy's tail wagged, its fluffy tail sweeping against Xu Xin's arm, tickling him, making him grab the mischievous tail and say, "Full board and lodging, 1 red berry a day. And if you can help me, I have other fruits of the same level." Eek! Hearing about other fruits of the same level, the little guy's ears perked up, its pink tongue licking its lips, before climbing up to Xu Xin's shoulder, perching its large tail over his other shoulder. Xu Xin knew it had temporarily agreed, smiling as he reached out to stroke the little guy's head. It nuzzled against Xu Xin's palm, lying on his shoulder with eyes closed resting. This outing turned out quite fruitful, gaining a little panda that seemingly ignores the world's rules. Even if it can't ignore the world's rules, just having a cute little panda as a companion is rewarding. Who could resist having a small panda that understands human speech in a place where you hardly see people all day? Thinking it over, Xu Xin decided first to go pick the red berries he had seen earlier. 1 red berry bush could bear at least 30 berries at a time, enough for a month's supply for this little guy. He just wondered if picking so many in front of it might cause a rebellion. Xu Xin remembered the location of the red berry bush clearly and quickly arrived before it. However, to his surprise, the little panda on his shoulder seemed completely uninterested in the berries on the bush, just glancing up before closing its eyes again. Xu Xin couldn't help but ask, "This is your favorite blue-grade red berry. How come there's no reaction?" Eek! The little guy gave Xu Xin a puzzled glance, looked at the red berry bush, scratched its head with a human-like motion, then jumped off Xu Xin's shoulder to pick one and put it in its mouth, shaking its head. Eek! Xu Xin scratched his head in confusion too. What's going on? Is this large red berry different? But the original bush had been knocked down by his treehouse. Looking at the little guy that climbed back on his shoulder, Xu Xin felt a headache. Nonetheless, he proceeded to pick the red berries from the bush since, if not for the little guy, then at least he could eat them. After all, they're blue-grade fruit. As soon as Xu Xin picked the first red berry, the little panda on his shoulder suddenly opened its eyes, excitedly making a soft sound. Eek, eek, eek. Xu Xin was baffled. Didn't it just refuse to eat? Why does it want to eat now that it's been picked? Could it be? To confirm his suspicion, he handed the berry he had just picked to the little guy's mouth. It ate it in one bite, letting out a comfortable sound and squinting its eyes in delight. Xu Xin took the little guy from his shoulder and brought it in front of the bush, asking, "Will you eat the berries on the bush?" The little guy shook its little head. He picked another berry from the bush and asked, "How about now?" Eek! The little guy immediately nodded, reaching for the red berry in Xu Xion's hand with both paws, but the paws were too short, falling short of reach, leaving it to flail in urgency. Xu Xion casually put the red berry in his backpack, placing the little guy back on his shoulder. "We agreed on one a day. You've already had two today, that's it." Seeing Xu Xion put the berry in his backpack, the little guy tried to open the backpack but failed, so it could only lick Xu Xion's cheek in an attempt to win favor. Yet, Xu Xion didn't relent. If he indulged it like that, it would surely eat him out of house and home. He came to a conjecture. He had been suspicious from the start as to why these high-grade plants looked no different from the low-grade ones. Now, it appears that these plants may hold no difference for the indigenous creatures of this world and were only granted new attributes by this so-called survival game. Only when survivors brought into this world by mysterious forces harvest or chop down these attribute-assigned plants can the attributes manifest. Otherwise, they are just ordinary red berries. This mechanism might be maintaining balance. If blue resources were so scarce yet highly attractive to beasts, birds alone could devour these berries, leaving nothing for the survivors. As he thought of this, Xu Xion suddenly felt that the truth of this world was far from as straightforward as he had imagined. The voice that appeared in his mind might also be an outsider to this world, and they, along with this world, might be just a group of guinea pigs and a test field. Xu Xion shook his head and stopped thinking about it. This was not something he needed to consider at this stage. For now, he had to ensure his survival. During the foraging process, the little creature on Xu Xion's shoulder had been looking at him with a resentful gaze, as if to say, "You have so much, and you only give me one a day, you miser." The entire bush yielded 32 red berries, with the little creature just having eaten 2. This time, Xu Xion harvested a total of 30 large red berries. He packed all the red berries into his backpack, filling one slot. After finishing all this, Xu Xion decided to head back. It should be around 4 or 5 in the morning by now. The sky was even starting to show hints of dawn, and it would soon be daytime. But the activity mentioned earlier wouldn't start until 9. Even though Xu Xin had eaten oranges and wasn't mentally affected at all, he could clearly feel his physical exhaustion. It's time to go back and rest for a while. Quickly returning to the treehouse, under the curious gaze of the little creature, Xu Xion wrapped a root around his waist and returned inside the treehouse. The little creature that had entered Xu Xion's treehouse jumped down from his shoulder, running around and looking everywhere, full of curiosity about the whole treehouse, chirping softly. It usually slept in tree hollows, but it was his first time seeing such a large tree hollow. "Don't touch anything," Xu Xion warned it, while packing all the blue-grade food in the house into his backpack to prevent the little creature from secretly eating it when he wasn't paying attention. After a busy night, Xu Xion was hungry. He touched his flat stomach, remembering the bear meat he hunted and the blue-grade bear paw, swallowing his saliva. It's been 3 days, and Xu Xion hadn't had a bite of meat. This vegetarian diet was making him feel unlike himself. Using a boning knife, he cut 2 kilograms of meat from the bear meat and picked up the blue-colored bear paw, setting up the grill in front of the fireplace. Although the best cooking method for bear paw is long boiling over several phases, roasting it also offers a unique flavor. As mentioned in Xiao Zhi's Mingdu Pian, delicate cuts of carp cooked into shrimp soup, stir-frying turtle, and then roasting bear paw. Being a foodie, this was the one sentence Xu Xion remembered from the Mingdu Pian. He had been longing for bear paw for a long time, but in his country, bears are protected animals, which caused this long-standing culinary tradition to fade away. As a seasoned foodie, he even considered a trip to the northern country to legally enjoy it. He didn't expect to fulfill it in this world, which was quite a fortunate event for him. Right now, Xu Xin didn't have a pot. He searched through the crafting list, but couldn't find the methods for making an iron pot and stove. By reasoning, the materials for these two items should have been complete, yet couldn't be made. Grills could be crafted, but not pots or stoves. Could it be that more advanced kitchen tools blueprints need unlocking? Xu Xin used the boning knife to cut a few slits on the meat and bear paw, then placed both ingredients onto the grill for roasting. Unfortunately, without any seasoning, he would have to enjoy the natural flavor for now. In the coming days, he must keep an eye on these things. Without salt, food doesn't taste good, and a prolonged lack of salt could cause body issues. Although animal blood contains salt, he couldn't exactly feast like a brute, right? The tired little creature returned to the third floor, curled up on Xu Xin's leg. It didn't seem interested in the roasted bear meat on the grill, so Xu Xin stuffed an apple into its arms, and the little creature quickly began gnawing on it. I ought to give you a name, Xu Xin muttered to the little creature happily chewing on the apple upon his leg. Upon hearing Xu Xin's words, the little creature raised its head, tilted it to look at him. You're so furry. Why not call you Hairball then? After hearing this, the little creature shook its head immediately and took a fierce bite of the apple, expressing its disapproval. Well, with your brown fur, should I call you Coffee? Chocolate? Kiki? The little creature tilted its head at him, unaware of what these three words meant. Seeing the little creature not object, Xu Xin instantly decided, you'll be called Kiki. Squeak. The little creature wasn't happy with Xu Xin's authoritarian decision, but it didn't object to the name, continuing to munch on the apple, effectively accepting it. Soon, the bear meat on the grill started sizzling with oil, the sound making Xu Xin's mouth water. After eating vegetarian food for 3 days, he finally could enjoy some meat. This meal was delicious. Though lacking seasoning, the wild bear meat had a peculiar taste, but Xu Xin ate with relish. Especially the blue-grade bear paw. Its texture was firm, fats were abundant, and the gelatinous quality made it an exceptional delicacy. Xu Xin ate with oil dripping from his mouth, thoroughly enjoying himself. After the meal, feeling his greasy hands and mouth, Xu Xin shook his head with a wry smile, carefully heading down to the lakeside to wash up. Luckily, according to the map's sensors, the red dots in the lake were all concentrated in the deeper water area, so he washed without incident. To avoid such hassle in the future, he made a large wooden basin, filled it with water, and brought it back to the treehouse. Xu Xin laid on the bed. Unlike when he ate mushrooms, this time the bear paw brought him an increase in strength he could distinctly feel. While eating, he felt a warm current flowing from the abdomen to all parts of his body. And just now, when carrying water, the large basin of water that was originally heavy for him didn't feel that heavy. He deliberately didn't put the water-filled basin into his backpack, but brought it back without panting. With the table and grill boosting effects, the benefits from the bear paw were maximized. With increased strength plus the backpack effect, I can carry more stuff now. Xu Xin was very satisfied with the bear paw's benefits. Lying on the bed, Xu Xin gradually fell asleep. Xu Xin was awakened by bird chirps. He glanced at the screen's time. It was 8:30, leaving 30 minutes until 9. Coco was still curled up in a ball on his bed, her big tail wrapped around her body, still sleeping. After washing up briefly, Xu Xin came to the screen. The local channel was already lively. Just 20 minutes until it starts. What's it called? Jungle Exploration Activity. Just hearing about it gets me excited. Will there be any treasures? Don't get excited too early. Did you forget last night's nightmare? Speaking of which, is everyone nearby? Could we form teams to explore? Exploring alone seems too dangerous. He also saw Li Wenxi had replied to him. How do you have a backpack? After last night's beast surge ended, I went down and wandered around for a long time, but didn't find any animal carcasses. Could it be you who killed one? By the way, why is this backpack white-grayed? Isn't it supposed to be green according to the list? The message was sent at 7 in the morning. This little lady slept quite late last night, yet woke rather early, probably knowing Xu Xin hadn't gotten up yet. The little lady who liked to call and send videos just sent a reply. Well, what a brave soul she is. Xu Xin dared to go down because the map provided beast location hints. Without this ability, he certainly wouldn't have gone down right after the beast surge retreated. Managed to kill one while it was feeding. The backpack is made from the shredded skin of the animal being eaten. Want to trade? How about some blue-grade stones and iron ore? The other side almost instantly initiated a video call with him. Why does she love video calls so much? Luckily, Xu Xin had already freshened up after getting up, so he accepted the call directly. Did you really kill a beast? That's so strong. Did you really dare to go out in last night's situation? It was that energetic voice again, the screen showing Li Wenxi dressed in a novice's two-piece outfit. Her curvy figure and long, white legs made Xu Xin's eyebrows twitch a bit. Goodness, so unguarded early in the morning, showing a full-body shot directly. The novice's two-piece actually looked pretty good. I got lucky. They fought each other, and I reaped the benefits, Xu Xin replied casually. So do you want it? Trade it for blue materials. You want my blue materials in exchange for your white backpack? Li Wenxi put her hands on her hips, looking displeased. Now the novice protection period is over, beasts are out, and there are ways to obtain beast skins. Do you think it's worth it at such a high price? It seemed she was indeed interested in the backpack, but she felt the price was too steep. Don't forget today's event called Jungle Exploration, which will definitely have resources that weren't available in the past 3 days. You wouldn't want to carry things with your hands like before, would you? Xu Xin spoke knowingly, aware of how convenient the backpack was. It wasn't just about reducing weight. Being able to put large items into this small backpack and free up your hands was the most important aspect. The little beauty furrowed her brows. She still felt it was too expensive, even though she had quite a few blue-quality stones and ores. But she just peeked into the mine without going very deep and heard more than just some animal snoring inside. At least until she could chase away or kill the beasts in the cave, these blue resources would be used up one by one. You're taking advantage of the situation. This white backpack will definitely be plenty once today is over. People can't beat lions and tigers, but surely can deal with rabbits and such. Li Wenxi tried to argue. You wouldn't want to encounter resources during the exploration and have to give them up because you can't carry them, right? How about this? 2 pieces of blue stone, 2 pieces of blue iron ore, and I'll give you the backpack along with a red berry and 2 kilograms of bear meat. Xu Xin coaxed her. You actually killed a bear. After last night's beast tide, some strong individuals managed to obtain some things. Even without a crafting table, they could make wooden sticks and hammers, which, although were basic blunt instruments, had damage potential comparable to Xu Xin's stone spear when wielded by powerful hands. At this point, the trading platform was no longer as monotonous as it was before the novice protection period ended. Meat products had been listed, and Xu Xin also put up wolf meat that was gnawed by a bear, with a note asking for green or blue resources in exchange. Even so, the trading platform didn't yet offer backpacks and beast skins for sale. It was easy to understand even if someone did obtain broken beast skins, those with a crafting table would prioritize making backpacks for themselves. Those without a crafting table wouldn't sell materials that only appear for the first time. Those who could seize benefits during the beast tide obviously wouldn't be so foolish. However, Xu Xin saw a call out from someone named Ji Chaoyang in the regional channel, saying he had a crafting table. If anyone had beast skins but no crafting table, they could message him privately for help in crafting backpacks. It's uncertain if anyone believed him, as outsourcing requires the buyer to hand over the raw materials first, and without trust, no one would agree to that. Upon seeing the added bonus, Li Wenxi was instantly tempted. She had already witnessed the effect of the red berry last night, which was extraordinarily good, making night and day almost indistinguishable. Torches attracted Beast's attention, while the red berry completely eliminated this concern. Given her situation, offering just 2 of each was acceptable. How much do you think I can sell the backpack for on the trading platform? Xu Xin added more pressure. Deal. Li Wenxi made the decision and sent the trade offer directly. The other party initiated a trade with you, exchanging blue stones *2 and blue iron ores *2 for a repaired white backpack *1, large red berry, blue, *1, and green bear meat 5 kilograms. Hey, 2 kilograms of bear meat. Why are you asking for 5 kilograms? Xu Xin looked somewhat speechlessly at the little beauty on the screen, whose face flushed as she turned her head and whistled. Xu Xin shook his head helplessly and clicked agree. After all, he did have a bit of an opportunistic approach. Though he could indeed sell the backpack on the trading platform, others weren't as wealthy as this little rich lady. It was essentially a case of having value, but no market. Giving her a little advantage was no big deal. He had plenty of bear meat anyway. The little beauty on the other side looked a bit displeased at the patched up and ugly backpack she held. Humph, if I don't find some good resources today, I'll curse you tonight. Xu Xin laughed lightly, but before he could say anything, she suddenly screamed. Wow, what's that? It's so cute. On the screen, Li Wenxi's eyes widened, her whole body practically leaning on the screen. Xu Xin looked down and saw that Kiki had climbed onto his lap, rubbing its eyes with its small paws, not fully awake yet. Hearing Li Wenxi's scream startled it, and it whimpered, staring blankly at the screen ahead. You actually have a little raccoon. Li Wenxi was envious. Even Xu Xin's enormous treehouse had only made her slightly envious, thinking it was impressive, but now she was truly envious enough to go crazy. It's a red panda, Xu Xin corrected, lifting Kiki up and waving its little arm. Come on, Kiki, say goodbye to sister. With that, he was about to end the video call. Wait you. The video call was cut off. It was almost 9 o'clock, and Xu Xin didn't want to explain a bunch more things to the other side. On the other side, Li Wenxi looked at the screen where the video had exited, blinking her wide eyes. A surge of emotion welled up inside. She had never been hung up like this before. Moreover, that little creature was just too adorable. She was about to call back when a voice rang out. Dear survivors, the first reward event, the jungle exploration, is about to begin. Next, we will introduce the event's content. Please listen attentively, survivors. Within a 3-kilometer radius around each person's treehouse, there are 3 treasure chests: bronze, silver, and gold. Each chest contains resources exclusive to that chest, which can only be obtained inside. The bronze chest can be opened directly. The silver chest key is inside the bronze chest, and the gold chest key is inside the silver chest. The goal for survivors is to find these 3 treasure chests, obtain exclusive resources, enhance the treehouse and the survivor themselves, and increase the survival rate for the next impending danger. Friendly reminder: do not explore areas outside 3 kilometers from the treehouse, or terrifying things will occur. This reward event lasts from 9 o'clock today until 1800 hours tomorrow. Don't dawdle, as the bottom 50 survivors in terms of resource value obtained during the event in each region will permanently leave this beautiful world. Are you ready, survivors? The jungle exploration event begins now. Xu Xin listened intently to the mysterious voice, more seriously than when playing in a championship match. When it comes to one's own life, who wouldn't take it seriously? Hearing that the last 50 people would be eliminated, Xu Xin's eye twitched. The brutal elimination at the end, he knew this mysterious voice wouldn't be so kind. Even if it's a reward event, 50 people in each region will die, and who knows how many will face danger during exploration. Though 50 people among more than 8,000 in their region don't seem much, only accounting for 0.6%, this is the first event after the novice protection period. Who knows how many so-called events await them in the future? Xu Xin began analyzing the rules given by the mysterious voice. Because of the position of the keys, the treasure chests must be opened in sequence: bronze, silver, gold. Only then can all 3 be opened. Can their positions be moved? If so, putting the found chest in the backpack would make the task easier. Will there be beasts guarding around the chests? The worst possibility is beasts he cannot possibly defeat. Are there any striking signs around the chest? Xu Xin felt there should be. A radius of 3 kilometers is definitely not a small area, comparable to the urban district of a small city. Within 2 days, even with night vision and no need to sleep at night, it's impossible to search such a large area by just walking. If it's solely based on luck, it would be so uninteresting. Thinking it over, Li Wenxi contacted him via video call, and Xu Xin answered. The little lady's expression was quite serious, and she said directly, I want to trade green wood with you. I'm running low on green wood here, still haven't made many tools. Xu Xin also lacked stones, green, so he naturally agreed, and they quickly completed the trade. Li Wenxi suddenly smiled and said, If I survive this, you'd better let me see your little panda. Xu Xin patted the little guy's head, thinking he should help this newly acquainted young lady. Before he finds an iron ore, she's his source of minerals. Besides, he is comfortable being around her. He put 2 oranges on the trading platform. These 2 are for you. Check the situation tonight. Don't go out if it's dangerous. If it's safe, you can use them. The blue-grade fruits are far less precious than blue-grade mineral rocks and wood resources. A single tree can bear hundreds of fruits, and their effects last for only a few hours at most. They can't compare with mineral wood resources that directly enhance tool functions and efficiency, akin to the difference between potions and equipment of the same level. Giving her the 2 oranges was like an investment for Xu Xin. The little lady was about to refuse, but seeing the effect of the oranges, she closed her already open mouth that intended to reject Xu Xin and obediently clicked the trade agreement button. I'll pay you back after this event. Li Wenxi knew she was taking advantage. The fruit's function perfectly matched with red berries, basically turning night into day. If she could better utilize the night, her chances of not being in the last 50 greatly increased. Oh, also, you can gather some resources before searching for the chest. The voice mentioned survivors based on resource value, not just chest or limited resources. So even obtaining a blue-grade resource means you won't be among the last 50, because not everyone will get blue-grade resources. Xu Xin shared his thoughts with Li Wenxi. Upon hearing Xu Xin's words, Li Wenxi's eyes gradually widened, and she began pondering. What you said seems reasonable. Did that voice really say that? I didn't remember clearly. This elimination worried Li Wenxi, fearing she couldn't find the chest and become one of the last, but hearing Xu Xin, if true, she seemed relieved. At least she won't be the last eliminated. That's what it said, but just as a safeguard. It's possible that the bronze chest is easy to find with resources valued more than blue grade. Finding the chest should be the priority. Of course, this possibility is very low. Some people don't even have green resources. If a bronze chest's value exceeds blue grade, then gold and silver chests would be unstoppable. So what he told Li Wenxi was what he intended to do. The orange tree still had 70 or 80 oranges left. If he picked them all, he probably wouldn't face elimination. The little lady nodded, feeling she had found a valuable ally. I'll follow your lead. Come back at 7 tonight if you can, so we can exchange information. Haha. Sure, you just don't forget. Xu Xin's method reassured the little lady, bringing a smile back to her face. After hanging up, Xu Xin checked the region channel again, and it was clearly chaotic. Oh my god, the last 50 will die. Isn't this a reward event? Why are people dying? I need to find the chest quickly. Good luck, everyone. Why? So many people died last night. Is today starting again? Can the chest be traded? Whoever gets it, trade with me. I'll give you all my belongings when I return. My dad is XXX. Someone please help me. There will be great rewards in the future. A group of people, no older than 30, were completely panicking, filling the region channel with meaningless chatter, no useful clues at all. No one mentioned his method in the region channel, and even the prominent Ji Chaoyang, who often helped there, was silent. If this method was exposed, it would lose its effectiveness as everyone would do it, rendering it useless. There will always be a last 50, but nobody wants to be one. When the last 50 are eliminated, perhaps the weaker ones feel not sympathy, but relief. Luckily, it's not me. This is the cruelty of the elimination for the weak. Xu Xin gathered his tools, stone axe, stone pickaxe, stone spear, slung his backpack, and set off. The first task was what he had mentioned earlier, picking those oranges no matter their use. It gave him peace of mind. Picking the oranges, Xu Xin handed one to Kiki on his shoulder, who peeled the orange like a human and ate delightfully, small face in a blissful expression. After gathering the oranges, Xu Xin opened the map to check for red dots nearby. If beasts guard around the chest, red dots should be near the chest. However, to his disappointment, besides many red dots swimming in the lake's center, there wasn't a single red in his resource area, more concentrated in that area to the northwest. That area is hilly terrain, visible from his treehouse. But it's far and certainly beyond 3 kilometers, so the chest won't be there. So where could it be? Xu Xin pondered. No more thinking, let's act. Maybe my item identification skill will spot it directly. Xu Xin wasn't too anxious now. The orange tree was about 1 kilometer from his treehouse, and he planned to start by exploring the outer perimeter of that 3-kilometer radius. The entire resource area has a diameter of 2 kilometers, with an approximate 1 kilometer small radius, and Xu Xin's treehouse is at the very edge, meaning the exploration area includes the whole resource region plus a large ordinary area. Let's check places I haven't visited first. Because he has a map, Xu Xin won't lose his way or walk in circles like most people in the jungle, so he doesn't need to leave any marks and can walk straight in a single direction. As he walked on for who knows how long, that mysterious voice once again echoed in his mind. Reminder, Do not stray more than 3 kilometers from the small treehouse, or you'll face something you do not wish to see. It seems like he's now at the farthest edge of the 3-kilometer limit. Xu Xin paused to observe his surroundings. He had already stepped out of the resource zone, and from his perspective, the surrounding plants mostly emitted a white glow, with only a few spots of green light. Xu Xin checked those green lights and regrettably found that they were all ordinary green-grade resources, which were abundant in his resource zone. Meow. The little panda Kiki on his shoulder suddenly made a sound and jumped down from Xu Xin's shoulder. What's wrong, Kiki? Did you find something? Xu Xin asked quickly when he saw this. Kiki tugged at Xu Xin's pants leg, signaling for Xu Xin to follow it. The treehouse was at the very center of the circular range, while Xu Xin was currently at the easternmost part of this circle, and Kiki was now leading him towards the southwest. This little one must have found something. Xu Xin was delighted in his heart. This little creature truly was his lucky star. The direction Kiki was leading him was one Xu Xin had never ventured into before. The small stream flowed from west to east, and he traveled east along the stream to reach the western side of the entire resource zone, where he'd planted the treehouse, and journeyed east through the whole resource zone to his current location. But the direction Kiki was taking him was towards the south of the resource zone, a place he had never visited, and even the map was blacked out. Fortunately, there were no red dots within the darkness, which reassured Xu Xin. Following Kiki, Xu Xin gradually noticed differences. The surroundings resembled the places Xu Xin had traversed before, consisting of white poplar wood since it was summer, with grass and shrubs growing densely on the ground. However, Xu Xin faintly felt that the grass and shrubs on the ground seemed to have slight differences from what he had previously seen. Something felt amiss, yet he couldn't immediately pinpoint it, leading Xu Xin into deep thought. Kiki, walking ahead, frequently turned back to check, fearing Xu Xin would fall behind and get lost. Seeing him slow his pace due to his contemplation, Kiki quickly came over to tug his pants leg. Kiki, why are you heading this direction? Xu Xin felt he was about to discern something. Meow. Kiki tilted its head. It seemed asking was in vain. This little guy was probably just following its instincts. Xu Xin shook his head helplessly, continuing to scrutinize the shrubs and weeds. Xu Xin seemed to notice something, looking at the weeds and shrubs ahead, tilting his head to the left, then the right, suddenly revealing an enlightened expression, clapping his hands. I know it. Meow. Kiki was startled, leaping up and doing a somersault in midair. Xu Xin finally understood why he felt there were subtle differences between the weeds and shrubs here and those he had seen before. Grass and shrubs growing naturally in any place are chaotic and grow wildly. All the places he passed before were like this, overgrown with weeds like neglected fields, very chaotic. But here, the weeds and shrubs were different. If observed carefully, they were slightly inclined towards one direction, a degree so minimal yet distinguishable from chaos to order by Xu Xin. There was no wind in the jungle at this time, so it wasn't wind causing this, and if it were the wind, these weeds and shrubs should be swaying, but they weren't. Xu Xin raised his head to look at the surrounding poplar trees, astonished to find that while the trunks and branches of the poplar trees showed no orientation, every leaf seemed slightly directed towards one direction, aligning with the ground's grass and shrub orientation. Something in that direction must be attracting these plants. With his inner thoughts confirmed, Xu Xin felt joyous, taking out a large red berry from his backpack, smiling as he said, "Come, Kiki, here's your reward. Without you, I wouldn't have discovered this pattern so swiftly." Seeing the red berry in Xu Xin's hand, Kiki instantly meowed, standing on its hind legs and grasping onto Xu Xin's pants leg again. After Xu Xin fed the red berry to Kiki, its steps became lighter, hopping around joyfully as it meowed repeatedly. Watching the little creature before him, Xu Xin relaxed, smiling as he shook his head. The further he walked, the more Xu Xin felt the inclination of grass and shrubs on the ground, and by now he could sense that the surrounding grass and shrubs were no longer directed towards just one direction, but converging on one point. He knew it was almost there. Yet, there was no red dot on his map, no higher-tier colors within his view, only vast fields of white with scattered green. Walking ahead, Kiki's pace slowed. It seemed to hesitate whether to proceed, as if sensing danger up ahead. "Kiki, come back." Xu Xin didn't want Kiki to lead anymore, unsure of what lay ahead. He didn't want anything happening to his treasure of a little panda. Kiki jumped back onto Xu Xion's shoulder upon hearing him, laying obediently with its big tail wrapped around the back of his neck, resting on his other shoulder, its eyes intently fixed forward. The direction pointed by the grass and shrubs on the ground became increasingly apparent, and Xu Xion couldn't help but feel excitement. This is a treasure chest. Who could resist a treasure chest? Xu Xion quickened his pace forward. Suddenly a pang of danger surged in his heart, causing the muscles around his eyes to twitch. In his consciousness, a red dot was gradually lighting up on his map at his location. Not good. Xu Xion immediately pushed against the trees beside him, forcibly changing his direction, quickly lunging to the side. Just as Xu Xion lunged sideways, the ground beneath him and the path ahead suddenly cracked open, with countless sharp vines thrusting straight up from within. Each vine was as thick as an arm, with red threads vaguely flowing amidst the dark green, appearing incredibly eerie. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Kiki, having been thrown to the ground due to Xu Xion's quick movements, was about to grumble, but saw the vines emerging suddenly, widening its panda eyes in amazement. The bizarre vines emerged from the ground, entwining into a massive drill-like shape, spinning swiftly towards Xu Xion's position. Damn! Xu Xion couldn't help but curse, rolling once more to narrowly escape the second attack from the emerging vines. A loud bang echoed as the drill-like vines struck the ground fiercely beside him, scattering countless rocks, which hit Xu Xion's arm and cheek, causing sharp pains. Fortunately, after they struck the ground, it seemed the vines had exhausted all their strength and ceased moving. At this moment, Xu Xion's heart was still pounding. On the fourth day in this world, Xu Xion finally experienced for the first time what it felt like to brush past Death God. It was not a pleasant feeling. He sprang up from the ground at the fastest speed possible, grabbed the stunned Kiki sitting on the ground, and quickly moved 10 meters away, hiding behind a tree while watching the vine ahead, which now formed an N shape. He took out a stone spear from his backpack, staying highly alert while checking the map. He was afraid there wasn't just this one vine, fearing that other plants might attack him again. After waiting for 10 minutes, the vine that had entwined and attacked him remained motionless. Kiki whimpered weakly in his arms. Xu Xion swallowed and tightly gripped the stone spear in his hand. Initially, because there were no red dots around, Xu Xion thought he wouldn't need the stone spear. It was too long and cumbersome in hand, so he put it in his backpack. He never expected such an incident to occur. He approached slowly, and the vine still didn't move. Xu Xion kept his eyes on the map and reached out with the stone spear to stab at the vine. Crack! To Xu Xion's surprise, the previously tough and strong vine seemed to have dried out, pierced straight through with one stab. Cracks began to spread from the pierced point, and a small portion of the vine fractured and fell to the ground. What's going on? Xu Xion was puzzled as to why the vine, which had appeared incredibly tough, suddenly turned into onion rings. That's when he noticed the place where the vine emerged from, essentially the root of the vine. Since the part that emerged was very long, it seemed to have brought a swollen root out with it. Could it be? Xu Xion jabbed the root, which resembled a sweet potato, with the stone spear in his hand. The exterior of the vine's root cracked open, revealing a hint of bronze color to Xu Xion's eyes. Calcium oxide. The location of this treasure chest is hellish. Xu Xion couldn't help but utter some profanity. Indeed, stuffed inside the root of the vine was the bronze treasure chest Xu Xion had been searching for. At this time, part of the bronze treasure chest peeked out from the fallen root of the dry vine. The coppery metallic texture emerging from within the vine created a strong sense of discord for Xu Xion. Mustered up his courage, he jabbed once more at the vine, which had now become as fragile as an egg roll. Seeing no further reaction, he began to frantically attack, turning the entire vine into debris on the ground. The complete bronze treasure chest was finally revealed. As the mysterious voice had mentioned before, the bronze treasure chest had no keyhole and should be able to open directly. But Xu Xion became cautious. After the ambush by the vine, he was now quite on edge. He seriously suspected that something dangerous might be inside the chest, ready to attack him once he opened it. On the map, the red representing the vine had disappeared, and there were no other red dots around. Yet Xu Xion still felt uneasy. After all, before the vine appeared, there had been no red dots either, and it wasn't until the vine was about to emerge from the ground that the red dot slowly appeared. Why would the red dot representing the vine slowly appear? Could it be that this vine had drilled all the way up from deep underground? Xu Xin suddenly remembered the giant anaconda in the lake beside his treehouse, which also caused its red dot to gradually fade and disappear once it dove into the lake. What secret lay hidden underground? Why were all these bizarre creatures, defying common logic, emerging from underground? Xu Xin suddenly felt uneasy about being on the ground. He was inclined to return to his treehouse. Being 10 meters high in the air, and particularly with his third level being some 16 or 17 meters high, provided him with a sense of security. Wait, on the first day of entering this world, that mysterious voice had warned them. Remember, never abandon your treehouse. It's your only refuge, emphasizing it multiple times afterward. Now Xu Xin had sensed the danger lurking underground. Xu Xin felt he had discovered something, but not completely. Forget it, time to focus on the treasure chest. Like a startled bird, Xu Xin circled around to the back of the treasure chest. He suspected something might spring out of the chest, giving him time to react by opening it from the back. But he was overthinking it. There was nothing extra inside the treasure chest. After opening the treasure chest and seeing that nothing jumped out, Xu Xin finally looked inside. The topmost item inside the chest was a bag of something. From the looks of it, is it fertilizer? Natural organic fertilizer, green fertilizer that can transform barren land, white, into ordinary land, green, and accelerate plant growth on green land, with 50 portions remaining. A fertilizer that can alter the fertility of the soil. The survivors who planted their tree houses in barren areas could finally have some hope. Xu Xin had previously noticed that soil could not be traded, so this fertilizer should be their only means to improve soil fertility at present. It can accelerate the growth of plants on ordinary soil. It doesn't seem too useful for him, though. Casually placing this bag of natural organic fertilizer into his backpack, the contents beneath in the treasure chest appeared. Birch seeds? Pine seeds. Xu Xin picked up 2 bags of seeds. Birch seed can grow into a birch tree in just 10 days, and felling the tree yields fine wood. Pine seed can grow into a pine tree in just 10 days, and felling the tree yields logs. New tree species, new types of wood, new resources. Xu Xin felt a bit lucky to have found this treasure chest. The mysterious voice had indicated that the resources in this chest were limited resources. If he missed them, he might lose the chance to obtain such resources and perhaps could only buy from others. Using them together with the fertilizer, he could quickly gain new materials. This chest proved to be considerate, with compatible resources provided. Kiki clambered at the edge of the chest, its short little paws pointing inside the chest. Underneath the 2 bags of seeds lay a silver compass and a silver key. The key should be for the silver treasure chest, but what about this compass? Xu Xin picked up the compass. Silver chest compass. Green spin the needle to determine the general direction of the silver chest, with a 2-hour use interval. Whoa, this is a great item. Picking up the compass, Xu Xin was about to use it when he suddenly thought, if it's about determining the general direction, wouldn't it be better to use it back at his treehouse? The treehouse was located in the center of the entire area, which would allow him to maximize the narrowing of the search range. Kiki, let's go back to the treehouse. Returning to the treehouse, it was already high noon. Xu Xin had left the treehouse around 9 in the morning, and now it was already 1 in the afternoon. It had only taken 4 hours to find the first treasure chest, and Xu Xin was quite satisfied with his speed. He brought the bronze treasure chest back with him. After all, it was a bronze tool, and perhaps, in the future, he might be able to disassemble it into materials. Sitting down on the chair, Xu Xin immediately took out the silver compass and placed it on the table, then spun the needle. The needle felt heavy as he spun it. The spun needle did not gradually slow down. Instead, it spun faster and faster, finally letting out a crisp ding before it slowly began to slow. Ultimately, the needle's direction stopped at the west of the treehouse. Isn't that the direction I came from? The west, precisely in the direction of the stream. The direction the pointer points to is exactly the direction the stream flows from, which suggests the silver treasure chest might be along the path he walked. Could it be the Black Bear Cave? Xu Xin gazed at the compass, lost in thought. When he came from the starting point, he actually carefully observed his surroundings, and besides the Black Bear Cave along the way, there didn't seem to be anything special. Of course, the location of the treasure chest cannot be thought of with common sense. After all, Who could have known the location of the copper treasure chest was within the root of the vine? This position is extremely sinister. If it weren't for his ability, he might have already fallen for it, injured if not dead. This time, the location of the silver treasure chest is certainly not ordinary, so he could only be cautious at every step. Let's check out the Black Bear Cave first. I wonder if there are still bears in the Black Bear Cave now. The skin of the black bear that Xu Xin killed has now become the backpack on his back. He opened the map and looked at the Black Bear Cave marked on it, and there were no red dots in the cave currently. This black bear might really be the one from the Black Bear Cave. Xu Xin felt a bit delighted. If that's true, then it's perfect. Last time, he only managed to kill a heavily wounded and undefended black bear with the help of the treehouse. Facing a black bear with cold weapons directly would only turn him into bear dung. If the black bear hadn't died, he could only rely on wit. At this moment, Kiki was lying on the table, using his little paws to move the compass needle. The compass had already entered the cooling phase and couldn't be used within the next 2 hours, so under Kiki's touch, the needle feebly swung like a slipping clock. Xu Xin checked the regional channel, and now the number had dropped below 8,000, leaving only 7,987 people. He remembered glancing at it when he left in the morning, and the regional channel had 8,140 people at that time. So 150 people died so quickly? Xu Xin was a little shocked. These people might have been ambushed by monsters carrying treasure chests, and moreover, some might have encountered gold and silver treasure chests for the first time rather than copper chests, and the monsters guarding those might be even stronger. Now it seemed that the so-called end elimination only forced survivors out of the treehouse. The real danger was the monsters guarding the treasure chests. Xu Xin became more vigilant. He didn't want to die from a monster ambush. As a cautious person, without this map capability that could predict danger in advance, he who already obtained a copper treasure chest might have stayed in the treehouse without venturing out. And now someone in the regional channel was saying the same thing. Is anyone there? Has someone returned? I'm back. I got the copper treasure chest. Damn, not far after stepping out, a snake as thick as a bowl emerged from the ground and wrapped around me, almost strangling me. Huh? You encountered a snake? How did you survive? Haha. I was lucky. The stick in my hand happened to jam its mouth, and the snake was strange. It shattered by itself after a few seconds. Had it endured a few more seconds, I might have been strangled to death. Luckily, there was a copper chest in the hole it emerged from. I wasn't strangled in vain. Anyway, I'm not going out again. It's too dangerous. A copper chest is enough. That was really dangerous. What about you? Did you get the copper chest? Me? I haven't even left yet. Aren't you afraid of death? I got my leg bitten off by a wild beast, just waiting to die now. Anyway, going out means dying too. Maybe not many people will find the chest. The bottom 50 places might be randomly chosen from all the empty-handed. You have quite the mindset. Friend, stay strong. Let's wait to die together. A few words popped up from others in the regional channel sporadically. Doesn't having a bad mindset mean you don't have to die? Die happily. By the way, old brother, what's in your copper treasure chest? Can you tell me? Not much. A bag of fertilizer, 2 packs of seeds. Xu Xin silently watched their conversation. It seemed though some people did not die in the beast wave, they suffered serious injuries, basically unable to move. Otherwise, they wouldn't stay in place, leaving fate to chance. This also served as a wake-up call to Xu Xin. Suffering serious injuries means elimination in the next activity. And judging by the words of the guy who got the box, it seems the dangers everyone encounters are different, but the contents of the copper treasure boxes are seemingly the same. He wondered if his seeds were the same as the others. Originally, Xu Xin wanted to get some information from the channel, but since the treasure box locations and dangers each survivor encountered differed greatly, there wasn't much reference value. To ensure he didn't miss anything in the afternoon due to sleepiness, Xu Xin ate an orange and kept a few of those he picked in the morning in his backpack, leaving the rest in the treehouse, and tossed one to Kiki. The little guy enjoyed eating it heartily. Don't drip orange juice on my shoulder. Squeak. Following the stream, Xu Xin headed upstream. It was a path he had walked many times, first before the treehouse planting, then for pebbles, green, in the stream, also acquiring stones, green, in the Black Bear Cave, a round trip. On these few trips, Xu Xin actually hadn't noticed anything unusual about the path beside the stream. The silver treasure chest, like the copper one, was likely to suddenly appear. Moreover, along this stream might generate special situations similar to previous weeds and shrubs as hints for the treasure chest location. So Xu Xin kept an eye on subtle changes as he walked. Seeing the black bear cave up close, Xu Xin realized he had concentrated intensely for a long time and had already reached the cave. There were no red dots on the map, at least currently. There was no black bear in the cave. Black bears can roam day and night, so Xu Xin couldn't know if the bear hadn't returned to the cave or if it had already been turned into a backpack. But being careful never hurts. Xu Xin's focus remained on the map, his eyes fixed on the cave's interior, slowly and stealthily stepping inside. The strange wind sound again rang in Xu Xin's ears. Below this cave, there should be a large cavern-like space. The air flowing inside produces this sound. Perhaps exploring here could reveal a glimpse of the underground world. The idea was appealing, but after thoroughly exploring the cave, Xu Xin didn't find even a small opening to another space. The strange wind sound could be heard everywhere in the cave, but due to the echo inside, Xu Xin couldn't pinpoint its source. Perhaps there really isn't a rock cave visible to the eye. Should he use a tool to break open a cave entrance? But is there really a silver treasure chest buried here? This wind sound had been present since his first day, but based on the inference from the copper treasure chest location, Xu Xin thought the silver chest should represent a new environmental change rather than this long-standing wind sound. Moreover, the treasure bear cub Kiki on his shoulder showed no reaction, even already snoozing on his shoulder. This little guy, such a sleepyhead. Xu Xin helplessly shook his head. First, take the wind sound as a supplementary thought. Explore along the river, and if unable to find anything, wait for the compass to cool down to confirm the direction once more. Xu Xin walked out of the Black Bear cave and returned to the riverside, continuing upstream. Quickly, he triggered a prompt. Reminder, do not leave the treehouse for more than 3 kilometers, otherwise things you don't want to see will occur. He reached the boundary again. Even though he had reached the boundary, Xu Xin was not in a hurry to return. Of course, he wouldn't foolishly walk out of the 3-kilometer boundary, but he was still curious. Why couldn't he go beyond the 3-kilometer range? Was it because the treehouse could only protect them within this 3-kilometer radius? On the map, within the 3-kilometer range around the treehouse, there were no more beasts except for the red dot at the center of the lake. Was this also thanks to the treehouse? Or was it deliberately caused by that mysterious voice? At this moment, he had a guess in his heart, but it was immature. He cast a profound look at the ground outside the boundary, the direction he had come from. He had previously walked unscathed from there, but now he could no longer return. Previously, the novice protection period was safeguarding him, and now, it was the treehouse protecting him. Stop thinking too much. Nearly 2 hours had passed by now, and Xu Xin started heading back, returning to the location of the Black Bear Cave. Standing at the entrance of the Black Bear Cave, Xu Xin used the compass for the second time. With a crisp ding sound, the needle of the compass gradually pointed in the opposite direction of the Black Bear Cave, towards the other side of the stream. It seems the treasure chest is on the other side of the stream, and Xu Xin has to cross the stream to get there. The stream was easy to cross. After all, it wasn't deep. Even though this part was already downstream and the stream was quite wide, the deepest part of the entire stream was only 30 to 40 centimeters. Just as Xu Xin was about to step across the stream, he suddenly stopped. What if the monster wasn't on the other side of the stream, but right in the stream itself? If he steps down like this, wouldn't it be courting death? Although 40 centimeters of water isn't technically deep, it significantly impairs normal movement, greatly slowing down Xu Xin. Kiki, wake up! Xu Xin roughly shook Kiki's head, who was resting on his shoulder. Ing. Kiki was very displeased to be woken up so violently and protested with a whiny tone at Xu Xin. Xu Xin took Kiki off his shoulder, held it in his arms, and let it face the stream. Feel it. Is there anything wrong in this stream? After all, last time Kiki found the treasure chest by following a scent, perhaps it's its instinct, but it was undoubtedly very useful. Kiki instinctively tilted its head. It was still in a groggy state after being woken up, yet pulled out to work. It jumped down from Xu Xion's arms, came to the water's edge, and scooped the water with its little paw, then turned around and shook its head at Xu Xian. No. Xu Xian frowned. Did he overthink it? Both Kiki and the map didn't give any warnings about danger. Maybe he really was wrong. Relaxing his furrowed brow, Xu Xian picked Kiki up back onto his shoulder, took off his shoes, and prepared to cross the stream. The stream's flow was fast and incredibly cold. Xu Xin felt a piercing chill as soon as he stepped in. Before he had walked a few steps, his whole foot was almost numbed by the cold. He couldn't understand why this mountain stream was so cold. Clearly, the temperature was over 30 degrees now. After taking 2 steps, Xu Xin stopped. For some reason, the further he went, the more anxious he felt. It was similar to the crisis instinct he had when the vines were about to burst out from the ground, just not as intense, but rather like a feeling that something dangerous was getting closer to him. There's something in the water. There really is something in the water. Xu Xin chose to trust his instincts, took big strides, and ran back. He hadn't reached the deepest part of the stream yet, so retreating back meant he could get to the bank quickly. As he turned around to run, a sudden splash of water sounded behind him, as if something emerged from the water. "Ing!" Kiki suddenly shouted on his shoulder. The sound was nothing like its usual cute voice, but instead a hoarse and sharp cry, seemingly warning whatever was behind. Xu Xin slightly turned his head and caught a glimpse of what was behind with his peripheral vision. As soon as the thing appeared in his sight, Xu Xin's pupils contracted instantly. He was startled and frantically dashed towards the bank. A crocodile had surfaced in the middle of the stream, a crocodile much larger than usual, whose size reminded Xu Xin of prehistoric creatures from the late Cretaceous period, one of the largest crocodilian species ever, the Deinosuchus. No, even Deinosuchus wasn't this large. It was a giant Deinosuchus. The nearly 20-meter-long crocodile lay at the bottom of the stream along its flow, rising now, causing the stream's water level to drop significantly. Meanwhile, the map Xu Xin had been watching intently did not even show a red dot. Damn, this map doesn't show anything, right? What a scam creator function, right? Xu Xin ran in the front, his soul chased behind. He sprinted to the bank in merely 4 or 5 strides. However, to his slight surprise, the crocodile didn't seem to have intentions to attack him. Otherwise, Xu Xin wouldn't have almost escaped. Crocodiles are extremely fast in water. It could bite him and then do a death roll, reducing him to a pile of minced meat. The crocodile merely watched him, just like the lake giant python, simply watching him quietly. Just like the lake giant python, it had a monstrous body that seemed not to belong to this era. The only difference was that the lake giant python appeared as a huge, bright red dot on the map, whereas this crocodile suspected of being a Deinosuchus did not. The last one not showing was the little red panda, Kiki, on his shoulder. He looked at Kiki on his shoulder, who was now baring its teeth at the Deinosuchus, seemingly trying to intimidate it. Yet, it was of no use. It was just too adorably cute. The Deinosuchus in the stream slowly opened its large mouth, and just as Xu Xin's face turned grim, ready to run for his life, he suddenly noticed a flash of bright silver inside its mouth. A silver treasure chest? In this crocodile's mouth. Can't we play properly anymore? Ing! The Deinosuchus jerked its head, flinging the silver chest to the bank, landing with a loud bang. The chest lay at Xu Xin's feet, while the colossal Deinosuchus closed its mouth, casting a small eye considering its size at Xu Xin before slowly sinking back into the water under his wary yet puzzled gaze. The clear water turned turbid as the sand and stones at the riverbed were churned up by the Deinosuchus. Yet Xu Xin could still see it hadn't left, instead once again lying at the bottom of the stream. It had been in the stream all along. Perhaps when Xu Xin first passed through here, a Deinosuchus was already resting here. Since this Deinosuchus is like Kiki, a special existence, if Kiki wasn't beholden to this world's constraints, perhaps this crocodile wasn't either. The more he thought about it, the more Xu Xin felt a chill. Although this massive Deinosuchus seemed not to harbor malice towards him, it was a crocodile nonetheless. Its demonic appearance and sharp teeth were daunting to say the least. Thankfully, for now, it seemed this crocodile bore him no ill will. Looking at the silver treasure chest at his feet, Xu Xin felt as though he were dreaming, inexplicably obtaining a silver treasure chest. The position of this treasure chest is too eerie. Although the terror crocodile in the stream didn't do anything to him, he still respectfully put the silver chest into his backpack and moved away from the riverbank. That terror crocodile, like Kiki, doesn't show up on the map and also doesn't attack me. Could it be that it's not displayed because it's not a hostile unit? Xu Xin patted Kiki's furry head. Kiki made a yip sound and rubbed against his palm. Perhaps the red dots on the map only show units that are hostile to me and will actively attack, while creatures like the terror crocodile and Kiki are automatically considered friendly or neutral and not displayed, similar to the birds and insects in the jungle. Understanding this, Xu Xin's impression of the big guy in the stream changed. This big creature allowed him to easily acquire a silver chest, although the fright was indeed significant. It wasn't until he was 300 or 400 meters away from the riverbank that Xu Xin took the silver chest out of his backpack. The silver chest in front of him was a bit larger than the previous copper chest, with a bright silver color. Apart from the color, there wasn't much difference in appearance, except for an extra keyhole in the middle. Xu Xin took out a silver key, aligned it with the keyhole, and gently twisted it. A mechanical sensation emanated from his hand holding the key, and a crisp click sounded from the chest, indicating the lock was opened. Xu Xin cautiously moved around to the back of the chest before opening the lid. Fortunately, what he feared didn't happen. Why are there so few items? Inside the silver chest, there was only a thin sheet of paper, a golden compass, and a golden key. Xu Xin picked up the paper. Treehouse Modification Contract. Blue. After using this contract, you unlock treehouse modification options, allowing for interior renovation and the addition of weapons and defense components on the exterior. Whoa! Xu Xin's eyes lit up. He could add weapons and defense components to the treehouse. This is about turning the treehouse into a fortress. If he could fully arm the treehouse, maybe one day he could even kill the terrifying giant anaconda in the lake. Moreover, he could finally renovate the interior. Sleeping every night in a 100 square meter empty room with no functions was a bit uncomfortable. No matter how big the treehouse was, he still had to go down for bathing and physiological needs, which was quite inconvenient. With this contract, he could renovate the bedroom and bathroom, truly turning the treehouse into a home. Without hesitation, Xu Xin directly used the contract. The contract disintegrated in his hand, merging into his palm. At that moment, he noticeably felt an uplift in his spirit, with a warm flow coursing through his body. Xu Xin even felt a slight increase in strength. Can this contract also enhance my own strength? Xu Xin clenched his fist, picking up the silver chest on the ground. Indeed, the silver chest felt much lighter than before. After enhancing his strength once again after the bear's paw, in this perilous world, personal strength is the most important thing. After all, that mysterious voice wouldn't allow their group of survivors to stay in the treehouse forever. Picking up the golden compass and golden key from the chest, Xu Xin retrieved Kiki, who had jumped into the chest out of curiosity and was scratching the inside walls, and put the empty silver chest back into his backpack. After all, as long as the technology in this world advanced enough, silver and the copper he had obtained before were essential materials for some devices and could be very useful in the future. The silver chest was heavy. Even after putting it into the backpack, the remaining 20% of its weight slightly affected Xu Xin's movements. It should be close to the 7 o'clock in the evening, he arranged with Li Wenxi. Hopefully, nothing happened to the little beauty. The compass is best used at the treehouse location. Let's head back first. Come on, Kiki. Yep. Kiki jumped on Xu Xin's shoulder. Returning to the stream, the terror crocodile had already completely hidden in the water. With the fast-flowing stream, the water had long since returned to its original clarity, and the bottom of the stream was now back to normal. Xu Xin looked into the water. The bottom was sporadically covered with some pebbles, and the skin of the terror crocodile was slightly exposed. Of course, if Xu Xin hadn't seen the terror crocodile emerge from the water, he would never have thought that the rugged black bottom of the stream was a gigantic terror crocodile that was nearly 20 meters long. Brother Crocodile, thank you. Next time I pass by, I'll bring you some tasty treats. Xu Xin clasped his fists towards the bottom of the stream. The flowing water created a slight whirlpool, as if answering his words. Oh my, it actually responded. Xu Xin's curiosity about the giant crocodile immediately outweighed his fear. He even found the big crocodile a bit cute. But now wasn't the time to waste. After clasping his fists again towards the stream, Xu Xin turned and left. Kiki on his shoulder waved a paw to bid farewell, yipping towards the path they had taken. This little guy was just baring its teeth earlier. Man and Panda resumed their journey back to the treehouse. Back at the treehouse, the first thing Xu Xin did was check his newly unlocked feature. On the screen, another option appeared, Treehouse Modification. Clicking in, the construction list was so extensive that Xu Xin couldn't browse through it all. Wooden partitions, wooden doors, wooden cabinets, wooden windows. All kinds of treehouse interior components were listed. Wooden partition. Green, a partition for the treehouse interior, providing some sound insulation. Requires log. Green, *5. Wooden door. Green, a door for the treehouse interior, providing some sound insulation. Requires log. Green, *2. Small stone stove. Green, a simple stove for cooking food, though it's not easy to control the temperature. Requires stone. Green, *10. And many other common interior facilities. These newly appearing treehouse interiors required the new materials Xu Xin obtained from the copper chest. And indeed, there was a stove for cooking food. Once this activity is over, Xu Xin can plan a new layout for the treehouse interior. He then looked at the weapons and defense components for the exterior. For now, there was only one type of weapon in the list. Automatic crossbow. Green, an automatic crossbow for the treehouse exterior, capable of automatically attacking hostile units. Requires fine wood. Green, *10. Beast tendon. Green, *2. Heavy crossbow arrow. Green, a heavy and sharp arrow, capable of piercing the body of beasts using its weight alone, but the range is not far due to its weight. Reusable. Requires fine wood. Green, *2. Stone. Green, *1. Treehouse wooden armor. Green, armor installed on the treehouse trunk, effectively reducing damage from beast attacks. Requires log. Green, *2. The weapons for the treehouse exterior also needed new materials, gained from chopping birches for fine wood and pines for logs. Looks like I need to quickly plant these two types of seeds. With weapons capable of automatic attack and stronger defense, next time a beast tide comes, the treehouse will offer a better chance of survival. It might even allow Xu Xin to kill beasts for materials from within the treehouse without risking his life, unlike the last time with the black bear. However, even this automatic crossbow requires beast tendons. While Xu Xin was checking out the items that could be crafted under the treehouse renovation section, Xu sent him a message. Xu Xin, are you back? It seemed like she hadn't encountered any trouble. Xu Xin had many things he wanted to ask her, so he initiated a video call right away. The video was answered instantly, and seeing Xu in the video made Xu Xin's eyelid twitch. In the video, Xu looked extremely disheveled, with scratches visible on her arms and thighs. Even the newbie two-piece set was a bit torn, revealing some skin. However, she didn't seem to notice this. Her expression was very excited, and as soon as the video connected, she exclaimed, "Xu Xin, I found the copper treasure chest." "Oh, hi. Hello there, little panda." Eep. Kiki, perched on Xu Xin's shoulder, greeted Xu in the video as well. "How did you get all those injuries? Were you attacked by creatures near the treasure chest?" Yeah, how did you know?" "Oh, you must have found the treasure chest too, right?" Xu realized, and nodded in agreement. "I knew you'd find it too. Did you see the regional chat? There aren't many who found the treasure chest. We're pretty amazing." Xu Xin glanced at the regional chat, and the remaining number of people was down to 7,568, with hundreds more losing their lives during the day. Probably many people encountered the treasure chest, but they were taken down by the creatures nearby. Xu Xin didn't finish, but Xu understood and nodded in agreement. "Indeed. By the way, what kind of creatures did you have over there?" "My treasure chest was actually inside the roots of a vine." She's just like me. Mine was in the roots of a vine too. That vine suddenly burst out of the ground, attacked me twice, and died. That's exactly what happened to me. The vine suddenly came out from under my feet. If I hadn't been alert, I would have died immediately. I checked the regional chat, and others who obtained the treasure chest did not encounter vines. I thought everyone faced different dangers. Xu Xin was browsing the regional chat, and a few others who found copper treasure chests were very active, including the person he saw upon returning at noon, who was attacked shortly after leaving the treehouse. Some were ambushed and entangled by snakes as thick as a bowl. Some were chased and gnawed by rats the size of small cats. Some had insects as large as southern cockroaches burrow into their bodies. Some were entangled by suddenly growing brambles. But without exception, these creatures all burst out of the ground. Was it just a coincidence for him and Xu? I'm not sure. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Xu Xin couldn't figure out the logic behind it, shook his head, and asked, "How did you find the copper treasure chest?" "I don't know either. I just walked by feeling for a day, and just when I was about to give up, the vine ambushed me." Xu explained honestly. "Goodness, a true luck king. Huh. Discovering a treasure chest in an area spanning 3 kilometers solely by chance." Did you also get fertilizer and 2 bags of seeds from your treasure chest? Yes, Li Wenxi nodded. The seeds, as they mentioned in the chat, are birch and pine tree seeds. Everyone seems to have the same. It's just unclear what these logs and timbers are for. I checked the crafting list, and there isn't anything that requires logs and timbers. Xu Xin opened his mouth but decided not to tell Li Wenxi about the silver treasure chest he obtained, especially after the episode with the giant terrapin in the river, which he himself didn't know how to explain. He simply said, perhaps it has something to do with the items in future treasure chests. Oh well, who cares? I'm taking it easy. Not going out at night. Daytime is dangerous enough, and going out at night is just too unsafe. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Li Wenxi's injured arm bumped against the table, and she quickly withdrew her hand and lightly rubbed it. Xu Xin traded over some herb he found before that could be applied externally, saying, use this, it's an herb. There should be plenty around your house, but they look almost like regular grass, so they're not easy to recognize. Really? Li Wenxi looked at the herb in her hand, and it looked exactly like the weeds downstairs, but what she saw in the description was coagulant herb, a special type of grass. Without Xu Xin's item identification ability, Li Wenxi's item descriptions were simpler, just a single sentence. You can even discover this. Typical items need to be held or touched to see the description. It sounds simple, but who would be bored enough to fiddle around with weeds? Plus, you'd have to pick the coagulant herb precisely to discover it. So far, this herb with healing properties hasn't appeared on the trading platform. Discovered it by chance. Xu Xin naturally wouldn't reveal his ability. All right, if you're not going out then get some rest. I won't stay in the treehouse tonight. Oh okay. Hey, you gave me so many things, I should return them to you. Li Wenxi seemed a bit embarrassed by her own laid-back approach. No need, keep them. Just don't forget me if you find something good later. After hanging up the video call, Xu Xin took out the golden compass. Only the final golden treasure chest was left. Who knows what kind of resources would be in it? The copper treasure chest was in the root of the killer vine, the silver treasure chest in the mouth of the giant terrapin. So where would the golden treasure chest be? Golden treasure chest compass. Spin the pointer to determine the general direction of the golden treasure chest, with a usage interval of 5 hours. The interval time for using this compass was much longer than for the silver treasure chest compass, undoubtedly making it harder to find the golden treasure chest. He spun the compass, and the pointer finally stopped at the northwest direction. So it's over there. The area full of red dots in the hilly region was in the northwest direction. Fortunately, that area was beyond 3 kilometers, so the golden treasure chest was certainly not within that dangerous range. Xu Xin didn't rush out, but instead roasted a few pounds of bear meat, paired it with mushrooms he had collected earlier, and enjoyed a hearty dinner. Searching for the golden treasure chest might likely end in a fierce battle, so how could he not eat well and fill up? Placing the silver treasure chest from his backpack beside the copper treasure chest, Xu Xin was about to rise and leave when his gaze froze, and he began to scrutinize the 2 treasure chests side by side. Xu Xin initially thought the styles of the 2 treasure chests should be exactly the same, but upon placing them together, he noticed differences. Previously, it was hard to see anything when looking at them separately, but now, with the 2 treasure chests side by side, the patterns on the silver and copper chests seemed to form a single design, an incomplete design. It was an outline of an animal seen from the side, with the pattern on the left copper chest being part of the animal's tail and hind legs, the right silver chest holding the middle body and front legs, while the head was missing. Considering this, the head's pattern should be on the body of the golden treasure chest. Judging by the body alone, the pattern somewhat resembled that of the mythical beast Xu Xin, a body like a musk deer, a tail like a dragon, and scales covering its body. Xu Xin had already encountered 2 beasts in this world that defied logic. The giant anaconda in the lake and the massive terrapin in the stream bottom, each surpassing his imagination, so encountering a Xu Xin here wouldn't surprise him much. Who knows what the pattern on the treasure chest represents? Oh well, no need to think too much about it. Once I find the golden treasure chest, whatever the pattern signifies will naturally become clear. Looking at the time, it was already 8 in the evening. And today just so happened to be a moonless night, the starry sky exceptionally clear and bright, with a magnificent galaxy hanging across it, a sight Xu Xin, who had grown up in the city, had never seen before. I remember the moonlight was very bright last night. Wasn't it a full moon? It's new moon today already. This world is really strange. Xu Xin sighed, but didn't pay much attention to it. After all, It's another world, not to be measured by Earth standards. He geared up once more, heading towards the northwest direction of the treehouse. The lake was just to the northwest of the treehouse, and Xu Xin wanted to go over there, but first he had to circle around the lake. Of course, he had also considered that the treasure chest might be in this lake. But if it was really in the lake, he currently had no means to retrieve it. This lake is very dangerous. Although the lake giant python is gone, the lake is still the only place with a red dot within 3 kilometers of his treehouse. The red dots concentrated in the lake's center aren't very bright, much dimmer than those wolves killed by the black bear earlier, but there are many, densely packed moving around, probably piranhas or something similar. Given his current abilities, trying to snatch a treasure chest from piranhas in the water is as good as meeting the black and white impermanents. Xu Xin swung his arm, throwing a stone towards the lake center. Eep! Kiki on his shoulder, affected by Xu Xin's action, almost got thrown off and clung onto his clothes with all limbs to climb back onto his shoulder. The stone hit the lake center, causing a massive splash, and the lake water began boiling instantly. Because the water was clear, with a deep lake center that wouldn't stir up silt, Xu Xin could vaguely see scores of fish wildly swimming below the surface, with a few even leaping out of the water. They were entirely blood-red fish, seemingly only slightly larger than his palm, but their sharp teeth looked like saws, making Xu Xin shudder. Sure enough, they were piranhas. These piranhas seemed to only roam around the lake center and wouldn't come to the edge, so the fish and shrimp in the shallow waters were not affected. At that moment, due to Xu Xin's stone, a large startled grass carp mistakenly entered the lake center area. In an instant, the lake water erupted once more, the splashing water far surpassing that caused by the stone thrown by Xu Xin. The grass carp's original spot seeped a faint blood color that soon got diluted into obscurity by the lake water. Oh dear, better not provoke it, better look for other places first. Walking along the lake edge, it didn't take long for Xu Xin to reach the other side of the lake. Xu Xin wasn't very familiar with this northwest direction. He only casually glanced at it during initial explorations, and, finding no blue resources, hadn't been back. Therefore, the map of this area was blank. Xu Xin continued straight toward the direction indicated by the compass from earlier. With a map, he wasn't at risk of winding in circles in the jungle like others might, so the compass in his hand could naturally be most effective. The resource area extended eastward from the lake, so heading northwest, he soon stepped out of the resource area, once again entering a sea of white light around him. However, Xu Xin didn't find it strange. The bronze and silver treasure chest locations weren't inside the resource area either. They were both relatively far from the treehouse, with no high-level resources around. By this logic, the gold treasure chest might not be inside the resource area too. Xu Xin continued forward without a clue, occasionally patting Kiki on his shoulder, but Kiki didn't lead the way as it did when finding the bronze treasure chest, staying lethargically on Xu Xin's shoulder. Well, after following Xu Xin around all day, it was now evening, time for the little guy to want to sleep. Kiki, don't the red berries and oranges I've given you have any special effect? Xu Xin had given Kiki several oranges today. If they had some effect, it shouldn't be sleepy, right? Eep. Kiki tilted its head at him, confusion twinkling in its sleepy eyes. It seems the special effects of blue resources are of no use to them. Xu Xin shook his head, holding Kiki in his arms, stroked its fluffy tail, and said, "Have a nap. I'll wake you if anything happens. You must stay sharp then." Eep. Kiki replied, snuggling into Xu Xin's arms and nodding off. The nighttime jungle was quiet. Not even the sound of insects could be heard, only the rustle of leaves and the sound of his footsteps on the grass. Without Kiki moving around on his shoulder and brushing his neck with its tail, Xu Xin felt a bit unaccustomed. Even though there were no red dots representing hostile units on the map, Xu Xin remained on high alert, constantly sensing the surroundings and monitoring map changes. It was still the same monotonous jungle, the poplar forest. Xu Xin had walked this long without sensing even the faintest sign of anything amiss. Warning: do not leave the small treehouse area for more than 3 kilometers, or unwanted things will happen. Another step to the boundary. Standing at the boundary, Xu Xin frowned. This time he truly felt at a loss. Following the compass all the way here, he hadn't sensed even the slightest anomaly. Could the gold treasure chest really be in the lake? This is troublesome. Xu Xin raised his head, looking at the hill looming just a stone's throw away. A large formation of dense red dots lay beyond the hill less than a kilometer away. He couldn't go out, but neither did the beasts seem eager to enter his territory. For now, it's still safe. Looking at the hill before him, a sudden thought appeared in Xu Xin's mind. What will happen if I step out of this boundary? What terrifying things could occur? This thought took root in Xu Xin's heart, and a desire to go out inflated it. Growing stronger, Xu Xin fixated his gaze on the hill with a sovereignty, seemingly unable to resist taking a step forward. This time, the mysterious voice didn't warn him again. Driven by desire, Xu Xin took another step forward, now with half a foot outside the boundary. Just as he wanted to move again, Kiki in his arms stirred. Deep, seemingly uncomfortable, Kiki shifted in Xu Xin's arms. With just that, Xu Xin snapped back to reality, but his third step had already gone out. A fierce sense of crisis erupted in his heart, and Xu Xin quickly retracted the foot he had stepped out. At the instant he pulled back, a sharp vine burst through the location where his third step was about to land, stabbing 4 or 5 meters skyward. The deep green vine bore a few blood-red strands resembling blood vessels, sending chills down his spine. Xu Xin hurriedly retreated a few steps, all muscles tensed, prepared to dodge, but unlike the vine at the bronze chest, this one didn't lunge at him. Instead, it lingered in the air momentarily before slowly sinking back underground. On the map, the red representing the vine faded away, disappearing entirely within seconds. Just now, why did I do something so reckless? Xu Xin thought back to his actions in disbelief. As a cautious person, he would never do something so suicidal, yet he did. If not for Kiki's stirring, he could have at least had his foot pierced by the vine from the ground. Thinking back now, the Xu Xin, just driven by desire alone, walking out without regard for consequences, seemed unlike himself. Was I possessed or something? Xu Xin now felt very dangerous. He indeed had the thought of wanting to go out and give it a try, but it was just a thought. His prudence made it impossible for him to put this idea into practice. But the truth was that he seemed to have lost his mind, conquered by the desire inside him, and stepped out easily. There must be something around here affecting me. Xu Xin looked around warily, still seeing the usual poplar woods and low shrubs. It was then that he realized the effect of the invigorating energy from the blue-orange he ate in the tree house had worn off. Xu Xin took a blue-orange out of his backpack and ate it. His mind was revitalized once again. The fatigue vanished, and his mind became much clearer. The surroundings were very quiet. The jungle at night always gave a gloomy, cold, and dangerous feeling. Xu Xin fixed his gaze on that crack in the ground, from which the vines had just emerged. As long as I walk out of the 3-kilometer range, will vines emerge from the ground outside to attack me? Xu Xin's mind cleared up, and he began to ponder. From where I stand now, it's less than a meter from the boundary. At such a short distance, can't those vines come in? Xu Xin suddenly remembered the vines that previously guarded the copper treasure chest. They attacked him only twice and then became dry and brittle, shattering with a touch. But the vines just now didn't, and they didn't even turn to poke at him again. Instead, they gradually retracted underground. It seems that within a 3-kilometer range, he indeed was protected. To confirm his thoughts, Xu Xin tensed his mind and body, and again extended his foot outward. This time, he didn't lose his mind. It was a deliberate action after careful consideration. Sure enough, a red rapidly lit up on the map, and Xu Xin dodged his foot aside. A vine, thicker than the previous one, burst from the ground, shooting 6 or 7 meters into the air. The vine was covered with dense, blood-red thorns, causing chills to run down one's spine. At that moment, Xu Xin's foot was still outside the boundary. The vine twisted in midair, directly swinging towards Xu Xin's ankle. Xu Xin quickly retracted his foot to his side and backed away. But the vine did not enter the boundary, as if there was an invisible wall on the 3-kilometer demarcation line, stopping abruptly outside. Under Xu Xin's vigilant gaze, the vine did not attack him again. It twisted, spiraled a few times, as if giving up, and slowly retracted underground. Is that really the case? Xu Xin squintingly pondered. As long as I exit the protective range, those bizarre underground creatures will attack me. But once I return to this range, even if they've already launched an attack, they won't pursue. Is it because they would shatter like the vine that guarded the copper chest if they come in? But how does one explain the giant crocodile? Why can the giant terror crocodile with the silver chest move within the protective range? Although he couldn't figure it out, Xu Xin at least could be certain that there was something around affecting his mind, trying to lure him out of the 3-kilometer protective range so those underground vines could kill him. Could it be the monster guarding the golden chest? Xu Xin patted the little creature in his arms. Kiki twisted slightly in his arms, opening its eyes slowly. Ing? Kiki, can you feel anything unusual around us? Kiki rubbed its eyes with its paws, and then Xu Xin felt the previously soft little fur ball in his arms suddenly become tense. Ing! Kiki suddenly jumped out of his arms, standing somewhat nervously in the direction behind Xu Xin, raising its paws into a defensive gesture. Xu Xin drew out a stone spear and pointed it in that direction. Kiki tugged on Xu Xion's pant leg with its paw, signaling him to follow. Xu Xin looked at him with some concern. Be careful not to get ambushed. Ing! That direction was one Xu Xin had never been to, a dark spot on the map. After walking for a while, probably just a few hundred meters, Xu Xin seemed to detect a special scent in the air, growing stronger as they advanced. Xu Xin rubbed his nose, feeling stimulated and uncertain in his heart. Is this a floral fragrance? Continuing forward, Xu Xin noticed that the poplars around seemed to have become sparse, and the ground was no longer entirely grass and shrubs, but there were gradually more small yellow flowers, gently swaying in the wind. The floral scent was overwhelming, and Xu Xion's consciousness began to drift unknowingly, speeding up his pace. But he quickly sensed something wrong, pinching his arm hard to regain clarity. It's this floral scent. This scent was luring me out of the protective range. Perhaps because he was previously in a position where the scent was faint, it deceived his sense of smell, but now Xu Xin felt this was the same feeling that influenced his mind earlier. With this realization, Xu Xin hurriedly lifted his clothes, covering his nose and mouth, but felt it interfered with movement, so he took off his clothes and tied them around his face. Kiki, come back. Let's go together. Now aware of the danger, he naturally couldn't let Kiki lead the way. Ing! Kiki seemed unaffected by the floral scent and nimbly climbed up to Xu Xion's shoulder along his leg. This little creature truly was mysterious. Xu Xin gripped the stone spear and continued to walk forward. The poplars around became sparser, and the yellow flowers on the ground grew more abundant. Even though Xu Xin had covered his nose and mouth, the pungent floral scent still made him furrow his brows tightly. It was unclear whether it was due to his heightened alertness or the effect of the blue-orange he had eaten, but despite the pungent smell, it didn't seem to affect his mind again. What's that? Xu Xin suddenly stopped. There were no more poplars around. His feet were standing in a sea of flowers, a bright yellow sea of flowers. And right in front of him, a golden treasure chest shone brightly in the center of this sea of flowers. A golden treasure chest? Xu Xion's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to find a golden treasure chest here. Ing! Kiki on his shoulder turned its head to glance at him. Xu Xin didn't continue forward or rush to open the treasure chest. He always felt something was off. This golden chest surely couldn't be that easily obtained. Beneath this sea of flowers, a great danger must be lurking. His mental map showed no red dots, but Xu Xin kept an eye on it nonetheless. Although the map couldn't show underground monsters, it would give a warning before monsters emerged from the ground, which was enough. Gripping the stone spear tightly, slowly and cautiously, Xu Xin moved towards the golden treasure chest. According to Xu Xion's earlier speculation, this monster would amplify his inner thoughts infinitely, driving him to mindlessly fulfill them. Thus, he had to fight against his inner desires. However, Xu Xin didn't feel anything unusual at the moment. His mind was extraordinarily clear without that overwhelming urge to realize his thoughts. Without any incident, Xu Xin walked step by step to the edge of the golden treasure chest. Standing in front of the golden chest, Xu Xin felt puzzled. Just like that, did he come over? Looking down at the golden treasure chest in front of him, Xu Xin hesitated to open it. Did it really come this easily? Xu Xin cautiously surveyed his surroundings. He was in the center of a vast sea of yellow flowers, with the ground around him covered in gently swaying yellow blossoms. In a poplar grove, there was this flower sea, which just seemed out of place. He shifted his gaze towards the treasure chest. Could the problem be with the chest? The chest was entirely golden, larger than the silver treasure chest, with a keyhole on its surface. It looked simply like an enlarged version of the silver chest, apart from the color. After pondering for a moment, Xu Xin decided to take out the golden key. He couldn't just stand there doing nothing. This flower sea looked eerie, and lingering here might lead to trouble. The shoulder-perched Kiki tilted its head at him, seemingly puzzled. What's up, Kiki? Did you notice something? Xu Xin paused his action, having heard Kiki's confused sound for the second time. Is there something wrong with what I'm doing? Once again, Xu Xin looked at the treasure chest. Suddenly, Xu Xin sensed something was amiss. His expression gradually grew serious as he took a step back. He put away the golden key, stared at the treasure chest expressionlessly, and suddenly struck it forcefully with the stone spear in his grip. With a bang, the recoil from the stone spear left his palm aching. He heard the sound of two stones colliding, rather than the crisp clink of a spear hitting a metal chest. Stone chips flew everywhere. Suddenly, the golden treasure chest before him began to look illusory, as if the surrounding space was distorting. A strong sense of danger surged once more in Xu Xin's heart, and a red dot rapidly appeared on the map. Although the red dot hadn't fully brightened, it was already more prominent than a black bear or vines. This is a big guy? Thoughts raced through his mind, and Xu Xin had only one action in mind: run. He sprinted towards the nearest poplar, glancing back with his peripheral vision to see the original spot of the treasure chest. After the illusion faded, there was no golden treasure chest, only a rock as large as the chest. It's fake. The rock was violently shaking at that moment, suddenly cracking open, and amid crisp sounds, the gap widened. With a bang, the rock shattered, and from the hole left by the broken rock, a huge blood-red flower swiftly sprang out. The thick stem, covered in barbs like thorns, rapidly stretched upwards, lifting the flower to nearly 10 meters high. The petals were a bizarre blood red, peppered with dense, bulging yellow spots, and the flower core was deeply hollowed out, filled with sharp, red thorns, resembling a lamprey's mouth, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. The entire flower was opening towards Xu Xin like a gigantic, bloodthirsty maw. Another gigantic monster. Is that a cannibal flower? Because splitting the rock took some time, Xu Xin and Kiki had successfully escaped to the nearest poplar by now, where the yellow flowers on the ground grew slightly sparser than those in the heart of the flower sea. With cover, Xu Xin felt a bit relieved, and Kiki had long jumped off his shoulder, emitting hoarse and sharp howls at the monstrous blood-red flower far away. The cannibal flower's eerie flower core undulated, a viscous liquid trickled from its mouth-like opening, and a pungent floral scent hit Xu Xin, suddenly making his head feel dizzy. Fortunately, he was prepared, already aware that this flower could affect one's mind, so he pinched himself hard. While clearing his head, several branches covered in barbs swung right before him. Xu Xin immediately leaned back, barely dodging as the branch grazed his nose and face. Just then, another branch descended from above, seemingly trying to directly impale him and pin him to the ground. In danger, Xu Xin dropped the stone spear, planting his hands on the ground, and performed a side flip, narrowly evading the second branch. The ground where he had been was like soft tofu, penetrated deeply by the branch from above. Having evaded the second branch, Xu Xin barely breathed a sigh of relief when a strong sense of danger rose again behind him. Without thinking, he lunged to one side. All he heard was a crack, as the poplar in front of him was swept and snapped in half, collapsing to the ground with a massive sound. This cannibal flower's branch can even sweep a tree in half. Xu Xin rolled on the ground and swiftly got back on his feet. He felt his movements slowing as the floral scent affected him, like being weighed down by something heavy. Breath after breath. But the more he inhaled, the more floral scent surged in, making him even more dazed. Once again, Xu Xin narrowly dodged the cannibal flower's branch attack, but something suddenly clamped onto his foot. Looking down, he saw it was another branch. Damn it! Without giving him time to react, Xu Xin was lifted by his ankle and dangled upside down in midair, dragged toward the cannibal flower's flower core. Eek, eek, eek. Kiki shrieked in panic below. It wasn't targeted by the cannibal flower, which seemed uninterested in it. All branches were aimed at Xu Xin. Seeing Xu Xin dragged into the air, Kiki charged at the cannibal flower's root. All the branches sprouted from that root. Just as Xu Xin was about to be hurled into the cannibal flower's gaping maw, Kiki bit down on the base of the branch that bound Xu Xin's ankle. The branch trembled slightly, and Xu Xin quickly pulled a stone axe from his backpack, fiercely striking the bloodthirsty maw-like flower core near his head. The stone axe felt like chopping wood, and shockingly, Xu Xin heard a shrill scream from the cannibal flower, which echoed like a piercing whistle from the maw-like flower core. At the same time, the vine around Xu Xin's ankle loosened, letting him fall onto the blood-red petals. The texture of these petals felt very raw meat-like, and the yellow protrusions on the petals felt like fleshy bumps, a touch sensation that made Xu Xin's hairs stand on end, raising goosebumps on his arms. The stone axe works. Axe-like tools have an exceptional effect on plants. While thinking, Xu Xin struck the petal fiercely with the axe. The cannibal flower winced in pain, wailing once more as the enormous flower violently trembled, sprawling its petals out before swiftly closing inward. This flower's going to trap me inside. Xu Xin's face changed drastically, frantically hacking at the petals with the axe. Unexpectedly, the petals abruptly stopped closing, and the momentum of Xu Xin's continued axe swings slapped the axe onto the petals hard, with a crack sound embedding the axe head deep into the thick petals. What's going on? Xu Xin stood amidst the half-closed flower, his heart pounding fiercely while his hand holding the axe trembled slightly. With a slight exertion, he withdrew the axe from the petals, and the axe-penetrated petal gradually cracked along the axe's cut, soon shattering into pieces that scattered on the ground. Xu Xin touched the other petals, finding the previously fleshy sensation had hardened. When he applied pressure, the petals crumbled like dried thin pancakes. It's the same situation again, just like the vines around the copper chest earlier. After a few attacks, they seemed drained of moisture, becoming dry and brittle, cracking upon touch. Thankfully, when the cannibal flower's petals closed, the stalk inclined forward, leaving the flower hanging just over 3 meters from the ground. Xu Xin grabbed the brittle flower's edge, hooked himself onto it, and then released, easily jumping down. The cannibal flower, now dry and brittle like a specimen due to Xu Xin's efforts, broke apart directly, with the enormous flower dropping to the ground and shattering everywhere. Eep! Kiki leapt into Xu Xin's arms with force, burying her fluffy head into his chest. All right, it's over now. Xu Xin patted Keek's head, also feeling a sense of relief after a close escape. Recalling everything that had just happened, Xu Xin was still in a lingering fear. Even if he had made just one wrong step, he would now have already left this world. The yellow little flowers on the ground began to wither rapidly, and soon, the sea of yellow flowers became a barren wasteland. Not even weeds grew, truly barren. Xu Xin sat on the ground, placing Kiki on his lap, and put the shirt back on that he had wrapped around his face. As expected, was my mind still affected? Calming his emotions, Xu Xin pondered over everything that had just transpired. Previously, wrapping his face with the shirt did not seem to have any effect. If his mind hadn't been affected, he would never have so recklessly entered this eerie sea of flowers, even if there was the gold treasure chest he had been searching for in the middle of it. Yet, he barely hesitated and entered this dangerous realm without much thought. Upon reaching the treasure chest, if it were the usual him, he would definitely have put the gold chest into his backpack and swiftly moved away from the eerie flower sea, choosing another spot to open it, rather than naively attempting to unlock it on the spot. The most obvious sign was naturally the fake treasure chest. He actually mistook a piece of broken stone for a treasure chest. This must have been a hallucination caused by inhaling too much floral fragrance. He looked at Kiki, who still had her head buried in his arms, and smiled. If it weren't for this little guy, he would have been doomed today. He took an orange from his backpack and placed it in Kiki's arms. Eep! Kiki immediately hugged the orange joyfully and began eating. This little guy seemed unaffected by the floral scent, so Kiki's 2 puzzled cries made him suspicious. The first was when he mentioned the gold treasure chest. The second was when he took out the gold key. Those 2 puzzled cries made Xu Xin realize that he and Kiki were seeing different things, as Kiki seemingly didn't see the gold treasure chest. So when he looked at the chest again, he began to scrutinize it closely. Prior to coming here, Xu Xin had seen a bronze treasure chest and a silver treasure chest side by side in his tree house, with the patterns on the chests forming a beast-like body similar to a Qilin. So he deduced that the gold chest should have the beast's head printed on it. But the pattern on the fake gold chest was chaotic and disordered. Although he couldn't be certain of the authenticity of the chest's patterns, he chose to err on the side of caution. So he directly picked up his stone spear and jabbed at the fake chest, surprisingly breaking the hallucination. If he hadn't discovered the truth and really used the key to open the fake chest, Perhaps the process of the stone shattering would have been hidden in the hallucination of opening the chest, and Xu Xin wouldn't have had time to escape, possibly not even realizing it before being swallowed whole by the cannibal flower. In the events that followed, he did his utmost and ultimately saved his life. The danger posed by the cannibal flower this time was far greater than previous beast hordes and vines, making Xu Xin deeply feel his own insignificance. If not for Keek's assistance and a series of coincidences, he would truly have been unknowingly dragged step by step in a hell's abyss by this mind-affecting cannibal flower. These bizarre creatures were terrifying, far more so than those wild beasts. Thankfully, these things couldn't seem to operate within 3 kilometers around the treehouse for long. The previous vines only attacked him twice before ceasing, and while the cannibal flower held on a bit longer, it still ended up as dried-up specimens. After resting for a while to calm down, Xu Xin stood up, grabbed the stone spear he had thrown on the ground earlier, and began clearing away the dry and brittle remnants of the cannibal flower around him. This flower was so strange. It must be the guardian monster of the gold treasure chest. Perhaps the gold chest was hidden inside the cannibal flower's body, just like the bronze chest before. However, after poking through all the remnants of the cannibal flower, Xu Xin still didn't find what he was looking for inside. Could it be that this time the treasure chest is not inside the monster? Clearing the remnants aside, the hole formed by the splitting rocks appeared before him. The inside of the hole was pitch black, but this was not a problem for Xu Xin, as he had eaten the red berries, granting him night vision. No matter how dark the environment, it seemed like daytime to him. The hole was wide enough for someone to pass through, but inside wasn't the golden treasure chest he imagined. Rather, it was an underground cave with a height of just over 2 meters. From Xu Xion's angle, he couldn't see what was deeper in the cave. The entrance broken open by the cannibal flower exposed the vertical ground below. It was evident the gigantic cannibal flower had emerged from a deeper level underground, possibly just passing by this underground cave. What kind of place is this? Could the gold treasure chest be inside? Xu Xian pondered. Eep! Kiki pulled on Xu Xion's clothes from within his arms and pointed at the cave with her paw, then used both paws to form a rectangle shape. You mean the treasure chest is down there? Eep! Kiki nodded, her big tail brushing against Xu Xion's arm. How do you know? Xu Xian was still very curious about the magical nature of Kiki. Eep! Kiki cocked her head. Forget it. She couldn't explain anyway. But Xu Xian frowned. The space below was too narrow. The width of the cave barely allowed a person to pass through. If a danger arises, like more vines or something, in such a small space, there would be no place to hide, leaving almost no chance of escape. If the gold treasure chest was in this cave, Xu Xian was considering giving up. He had already obtained the silver chest, so he wouldn't be eliminated at the end for sure. Eep! Seeing Xu Xian's hesitation, Kiki immediately leaped down from his arms, clutching his pant leg, trying to lead him down. An idea struck Xu Xian, and he asked, Kiki, is there no danger below? Kiki nodded her little head. With Keek's affirmative response, Xu Xian's fear of the unknown cave below was greatly reduced. He glanced at the cave entrance, thought for a moment, and decided to go down to find the gold treasure chest. At least, so far, Keek's perception of danger has been very accurate. Whether it was the first time with the bronze chest or this time with the cannibal flower, Kiki had given a similar warning before the monster appeared, and there was no such alert before facing the harmless crocodile. Currently, the likelihood of correctly predicting danger was 100%. Thus, Xu Xian decided to trust her this time. After all, after going through such dangerous situations, narrowly escaping death, yet returning empty-handed would make even Xu Xian feel unwilling. But before that, Xu Xian needed to widen this opening a bit. If something happened, this small hole would be too difficult to climb out of. Pulling out his blue-grade shovel from his backpack, Xu Xian got to work. Within 10 minutes, Xu Xian widened the straight-up hole into a sloped path that could be directly walked down. Perfect, in case something happens inside. I can run straight back up. Xu Xian looked with satisfaction at his handiwork and put the shovel back into his backpack. Having prepared everything, Xu Xian entered the underground cave with a stone spear. He was a bit sensitive to the word underground now, so even though Kiki told him there was no danger below, he still remained highly alert and replenished himself with red berries and oranges. Upon first entering the cave, Xu Xian looked ahead. The cave was narrow, only slightly wider than his shoulders, and the cramped space couldn't even allow 2 people to walk side by side. The direction of the cave wasn't forward but sloping downwards, and as Xu Xin followed the path, he found himself getting farther and farther from the surface. The sides of the passage were rough earth walls, looking as if they had been dug out artificially. Xu Xin could see the end of the path at a glance. The end of the cave was only a few hundred meters away from him. Strange, a dead end? Xu Xin wondered aloud. He checked the surrounding walls as he walked, expecting to find other passages leading in different directions, but when he reached the end of the cave and touched the earth wall with his hands, he still found no other paths. The end of the cave was no longer sloping downward, but was flat ground. Xu Xin calculated that the position he was in was about 20 or 30 meters from the surface. Looking down at Kiki, he saw Kiki at his feet, digging the ground with its small paws. Xu Xin focused, noticing the color of that patch of earth was slightly different from its surroundings. If it weren't for his night vision ability that allowed him to see in the dark as if it were broad daylight, he wouldn't have noticed the difference in soil color even with a torch. This patch of earth had been loosened. The treasure chest must be buried here. All right, Kiki, leave it to me. Xu Xin moved the hard-working Kiki aside and took out a spade to start digging at the patch of differently colored soil. Yip, yip, yip. In a careless moment, Xu Xin accidentally showered Kiki with dirt, and Kiki protested, shaking the dirt off and jumping up to hug Xu Xin's leg. Haha, sorry, Kiki. Xu Xin couldn't help but chuckle, patting Kiki's head, feeling the earth particles on its little head, giving it a gentle pat. I'll give you a bath when we get back. Yep. Xu Xin continued digging, but even when the depth of the hole reached his waist, he still hadn't found anything. He looked at the soil in the pit, and as he dug, the earth began to take on a tinge of red. Although it wasn't very noticeable, Xu Xin spotted it easily. Is there really no danger? Xu Xin hesitated, as the soil seemed to be stained with blood, reminding him of the blood-red lines and thorns on the dark green vines, and the blood-red petals and stamens of the cannibal flower. He sighed and patted the small creature's head, saying, If something goes wrong here, we might both die together. Yep. Kiki had one paw holding on to Xu Xin's leg and patted its chest with the other, as if to say, trust it. If it says there's no danger, there's no danger. He decided to continue trusting Kiki. Having come this far, giving up halfway wouldn't be good. He continued digging, but instead of digging straight down, he angled his digging upwards at the entrance to the cave, creating a path to walk up again, and laid the excavated soil flat in the passage, ensuring nothing blocked his way out. Better to leave an escape route first, just in case he needed to dig very deep. It could be tricky to get back up. He continued digging until the hole's depth was almost as tall as he was when his shovel suddenly hit something hard, producing a sound different from stone, as if it were made of metal. Xu Xin's eyes lit up. Was it the treasure chest? He quickened his digging pace, swiftly clearing the earth beneath him. Underfoot was indeed metal, but to his disappointment, it wasn't gold, it was iron. Not knowing how long this iron object had been buried, its surface was covered with a layer of dark red rust. Xu Xin cleared the surrounding dirt around the exposed iron surface, discovering it wasn't just some small thing, but an underground iron door. A door leading to deeper underground. Why is it a door? Xu Xin muttered, looking at the rusty handle. A door to an underground space. This iron door gave him the same feeling as a manhole cover by the roadside, but a manhole cover is round, whereas this rusted iron door was square, with an iron handle just like the rest. He dug around, and discovered the surroundings were still completely stained red soil, unlike any red earth Xu Xin had seen before. Xu Xin grabbed a handful of soil. Polluted soil, gray soil contaminated by an unknown force, useless to survivors. Indeed, this soil was also problematic. He tossed the soil aside, staring at the iron door. There was no other way but to go down. He dug out a space big enough to stand, grabbing the handle and taking a deep breath, then forcefully pulling upwards. The iron door was very heavy, but fortunately, it wasn't locked. With his twice-enhanced strength, Xu Xin exerted all his might and finally began moving the iron door. The rusty iron door made a sharp screeching sound, opening a crack. Before Xu Xin could apply more force, a strong, unpleasant odor rushed out from the crack, catching him off guard and making its way into his nose. Ugh! Xu Xin dry-heaved, losing his grip, and with a bang, the iron door he had just cracked open slammed shut again. Even Kiki let out a sharp cry of disgust from the smell, giving a little retch. What on earth is in there? Why does it stink so much? Xu Xin had mild pharyngitis and usually gagged at unpleasant smells, but this nausea wasn't even related to his condition because the odor under the iron door was far beyond a normal person's tolerance. It was unbearably foul, like spoiled herring in a can mixed with moldy pickled bamboo shoots, a smell that was physically repulsive. With no other option, Xu Xin reused his old trick, using his clothes as a mask to cover his nose. Gripping the rust-covered handle again, Xu Xin exerted his whole body. Amidst a teeth-gritting sound, the iron door opened again to a crack. Suppressing his nausea, Xu Xin increased his strength. Up you go dash. Crash. The iron door flipped completely over, falling heavily to the other side. A red gas wafted up from below, the foul odor swiftly filling Xu Xin's nostrils. Xu Xin couldn't hold it in any longer and rushed to the passage above, tearing the clothes from his face and hurling. Too foul, just unbearably foul. Xu Xin thought that the smell from behind this door was even scarier than the cannibal flower. It was practically a biological weapon. Kiki was also clutching the cave wall with its little paws, making a series of retching sounds beside him. No way, the whole cave was filled with this smell. Xu Xin grabbed Kiki and bolted to the surface, taking huge breaths of the fresh air from the jungle. He had never found the jungle air so refreshing, even found the faint scent of the cannibal flower around him pleasant. After catching his breath, Xu Xin bit his lip. He couldn't let mere odor make him give up. Steeling himself, he prepared to truly enter this dreadfully smelly iron door this time. Just as Xu Xin was about to head back down the cave, he paused, his eye twitching as he looked at the hole he had enlarged. A faint red gas was slowly seeping from it, spreading around the entrance, drifting to Xu Xin, entering his nose. Ugh! Sitting 10 meters away from the cave entrance, Xu Xin held Kiki, quietly waiting for the red gas to disperse. It wasn't that he didn't want to go in. The smell was simply unbearable for humans. Moreover, Xu Xin was somewhat worried the smell might be toxic. Although his body was only weak from vomiting the dinner, who knows if inhaling too much would cause serious effects. It's better to be cautious. Gradually, no more red gas floated out from the cave entrance, and the surrounding red color dispersed with the wind. Xu Xin walked to the cave entrance and looked inside. There was still a faint red gas inside the cave, but it had significantly weakened compared to when it first emerged. After all, there's no ventilation inside the cave, so expecting these gases to completely dissipate isn't realistic. This was the best outcome. Xu Xin sighed and asked Kiki, "Are you coming down with me?" Kiki's body stiffened. After hesitating for a moment, it nodded its little head and jumped onto Xu Xin's shoulder. This little guy. Xu Xin patted its head, tied his clothes around his face, grit his teeth, and entered the cave. In the cavern, faint red lingered in the passage, but to Xu Xin's surprise, the red gas wasn't filling the whole corridor. It only lingered above the cave space. He tried bending down, and indeed, although the low air still carried a hint of that eerie stench, it was within his tolerable range now. It seems this strange gas is lighter than air. That's good. The foul gas inside the iron door must have already drifted out. Bending down, Xu Xin advanced through the cave, quickly reaching the open underground iron door. Looking inside, there was a narrow iron passage only allowing one person up and down. Iron ladders were fixed to the walls, and who knows how deep they went. The ladders were covered in rust. Xu Xin was a bit hesitant looking at this passage, but he still stepped onto the ladder and began climbing down. The passage was long. Xu Xin climbed step by step. The only sounds in the underground well-like passage were his footsteps and Keek's occasional whimpering on his shoulder. The little one was also scared, clutching tightly onto the clothes on his shoulder, fearing it might fall off at any moment. This passage is too long. I wouldn't end up underground, would I? The passage was too long, and Xu Xin felt his arms starting to tremble. But he couldn't help it. He was already halfway down. He couldn't climb back up and give up, continuing to climb down. Who knows how long he climbed. Just as Xu Xin felt he could barely hold onto the ladder, he finally reached a room. After climbing down another 4 or 5 meters, Xu Xin set foot on the ground. Finally climbed down. Xu Xin stood on the ground, rubbing his arm muscles. Such a long iron passage consumed so much iron. Mumbling to himself, he turned around and began inspecting his surroundings. His gaze shifted, and his pupils shrank abruptly as he gasped. The room was empty. 3 walls were standard iron plates, not even a window, with only one wall having a very heavy and solid door. The door was round, much like a vault door. And the first thing he saw was a human skeleton, dressed in tattered clothes, leaning against the wall. Someone has been here before. Xu Xin was shocked. Beneath the wild depths, there was a vault-like underground room. And here was a skeleton. Who was he? Perhaps a survivalist from before? Or a native of this world? Examining his attire, despite the clothes being inexplicably tattered, he could still tell it was standard wilderness survival gear. Walking forward, Xu Xin saw a dirty bundle beside the skeleton. Made from animal skin, it had lain underground so long the outer skin had mostly peeled off, looking extremely shabby. "Sorry, brother," Xu Xin silently mumbled, opening the bundle. A moldy smell emanated from the animal skin bundle. The contents were rather mixed. Xu Xin dumped them out, counting what was inside. An entirely rusty, collapsed multi-purpose knife, an empty lighter, and a small flashlight. These are earth tools. This person must have been a wilderness survivalist. The tools were complete. Xu Xin murmured. But the question is, why would anyone bring earth tools to this world? Kiki hopped down from his shoulder, pawing through the items. There was even a wrapper of eaten compressed biscuits. He picked up the lighter and flashlight. Although the writing was a bit blurry and the flashlight's exterior cracked, Xu Xin could still see the product names and logos, written in unknown language. Xu Xin had some exposure to European languages. These letters should be Greek. He picked up the compressed biscuit packaging. Although he couldn't understand the text, he could see the fuzzy production date April 1980. Ordinary compressed biscuits have a shelf life of about 3 years. If this person didn't eat expired biscuits, it means he's been dead for nearly 40 years. 40 years ago, someone had already arrived in this world. The moon here changes from full to new within a day, and it's noticeably larger than in his original world. Xu Xin knew this wasn't his original world, even though he saw Earth merchandise here, which didn't change his view. His back felt cold, wondering what secrets this world concealed. Were people sent here 40 years ago? How could he bring things from there? Examining the room again, Xu Xin increasingly felt it resembled a prison. But even prisons have toilets and beds. This room was empty except for the ragged clothed skeleton, a heavy iron door, and an openable passage overhead resembling a ventilator. Inside the bundle wasn't any diary for Xu Xin's reference. He looked at the skeleton again. Besides the tattered clothes, there was nothing valuable. He felt somewhat disappointed. It figures, who writes diaries seriously? Ing! Kiki suddenly cried, staring at the iron wall behind the skeleton. What? Xu Xin followed Kiki's gaze. On the iron wall behind the skeleton seemed to be some writing, partially obscured by the skeleton, with only a small part of the inscription visible. Xu Xin gently moved the skeleton. Unexpectedly, with a slight push, the skeleton tilted sideways, fell to the ground, bones scattered everywhere, startling Xu Xin, who jumped back. The skull rolled around on the iron ground, finally stopping in front of Xu Xin, face up, seemingly staring with its hollow eyes. Hiss! Xu Xin gasped. He previously didn't believe in ghosts or spirits, nor feared skeletons, but his worldview started to crumble since arriving here. Science couldn't explain why he woke up in this world, why plants grew so rapidly, or why eating fruit granted special abilities. In this world, anything was possible, including this skeleton suddenly coming to life. However, it didn't come alive. It merely looked as if it was staring straight at Xu Xin. The iron chamber was quiet. Xu Xin suppressed his unease, looking at the now unobstructed wall. The inscriptions were knife-carved, surrounded by purple-black stains resembling dried blood. But frustratingly, the wall lettering was similar to the flashlight and biscuit packaging, strange letters. Xu Xin had only learned English and encountered some Spanish. He couldn't understand other European languages, let alone Greek, the second hardest language. Ing! Kiki tilted its head at the wall text, unable to comprehend, turning its gaze to the skeleton's skull. It's so frustrating, finding clues but not understanding them. Xu Xin sighed, eyeing the heavy door. The success of this underground exploration depended entirely on what lay behind the door. Xu Xin walked up to the incredibly heavy-looking iron door. This iron door was designed like the door of a vault, and at this moment, he was inside. Xu Xin had seen in movies and games how vault doors opened, typically by turning an exterior circular dial like a reverse wheel. After a hissing sound, the circular door would push outward and then slide to the left or right. But since he was inside the room, he found no circular switch, so he could only try to push the door open with his hands. Screech dash, a harsh sound of metal grinding echoed as Xu Xin used all his strength to slowly push the door. There's hope. Seeing the door move, Xu Xin felt a surge of joy and exerted more force. Click! With a crisp sound, the round iron door was entirely pushed out of the frame, leaving a gap about 2 fingers wide between the door and frame. Xu Xin didn't hurry to open the door, but instead peered through the gap outside. He expected to find a modern room like a vault outside, but to his surprise, what he saw through the gap was a wall of soil with a faint red hue, as if he had entered a cave again. Another cave outside. Xu Xin was puzzled. Doesn't that mean that underground, there is a solitary, square iron room like a vault, with a European person from their world from the 80s of the last century dead inside? So strange. Kiki, there's danger outside. What are you doing? Xu Xin looked at Kiki, who was pawing at a skull, and his eyelid twitched. The poor skull was being rolled on the ground like a ball by Kiki, left paw, right paw. The scene was bizarre. A cute little panda playing with a skull. Ing. Kiki looked at Xu Xin in confusion. True. Kiki is a little panda. You can't expect it to have a fear of human skulls. Xu Xin shook his head helplessly. I'll have to give you a good bath after we get out. Ing. However, this little disturbance strangely alleviated his fear of the skull. Kiki, is there danger outside? Ing. Kiki shook its little head, indicating it didn't feel any danger. Xu Xin took a deep breath, extended his fingers through the gap, and, with force, dragged the door to one side. With a screeching sound, the door was slowly opened halfway. Xu Xin stopped. It was enough for him to pass through. He went through the door and looked outside. Seeing everything outside, Xu Xin froze. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. He thought it was a cave, but he was wrong, so wrong. Ing. Even Kiki let out a surprised cry. Instinctively, Xu Xin took 2 steps forward, then suddenly stopped. He suddenly realized he was on the edge of a cliff. Yes, the edge of a cliff. Small stones and soil rolled off the cliff edge, and when Xu Xin looked down, he couldn't help but clench his teeth, facial muscles twitching, as a bead of sweat slipped down his forehead. Below the cliff, almost 1,000 meters deep, was a vast underground world that seemed endless. With his night vision capability, he could see everything in the underground world. Is this real? Xu Xion's lips trembled slightly as he stared dumbly at the scene before him. He saw countless green and bloody red vines wildly dancing below. He saw a giant cannibal flower with a mouth-like blossom devouring an animal that looked similar to a dinosaur. He saw an enormous monster, tens of meters tall, covered in green seaweed, tearing off those blood-red vines and stuffing them into its mouth. He saw countless bugs, the size of cars, with tails emitting dazzling light, flying and swirling around the cannibal flowers. A dance of chaos. The scene before him was unbelievably surreal. The sheer volume of information stunned him. He blankly gazed around. He was at the top of this underground world, in a cave, with the ceiling of the underground world just above him, reachable with his hand. If the underground world were seen as a massive room, he was now like a tiny bug situated in the gap between the ceiling lamp and the ceiling, looking down on this gigantic room, and those monsters were the residents of this room, living in it. On the map, the densely packed red dots instilled a sense of fear and despair in him. Congratulations, you have discovered one of the hidden secrets behind this world, becoming the first of the surviving group to discover the underground world. Rewards will be issued after this jungle exploration event concludes. Please do not share the secrets of the world with those who are unaware, or you will face extremely severe punishment. Don't panic. The underground world isn't something current survivors can handle. Handling the Beast Rebellion is what survivors should consider now. Keep up the good work, strengthen yourself, and strive to survive in this world. Another kind reminder, never abandon your little tree house. It's your only support. The mysterious voice rang in his ears again, snapping him back to reality. In contrast to these monsters, the mysterious voice now felt so comforting. Wait a minute. Where on earth is this place? Why is there such a vast space underground and so many monsters? Xu Xin asked the question foremost on his mind. The secrets of the world need to be explored by the survivors themselves. The mysterious voice only gave him this response, and no matter how he inquired, it spoke no more. By now, Kiki had long since burrowed into Xu Xion's arms, burying its head and shivering with fear. The sheer multitude of monsters below was overwhelming, and even at 1,000 meters deep, Xu Xin could feel the oppressive presence of those gigantic monsters, let alone Kiki. Fortunately, the mysterious voice just mentioned that they didn't need to deal with these gigantic monsters now and should first consider how to handle the beast rebellion, meaning the monsters wouldn't emerge now. He simply knew the content of a future version in advance. This truly made Xu Xin heave a sigh of relief. Then he suddenly remembered something. Kiki, didn't you say the gold treasure chest was here? Don't tell me it's down below. Let's find the gold chest first. Xu Xin calmed his current state of mind and patted the little creature's head in his arms. Ing! Kiki suddenly remembered this matter too, jumped out of Xu Xin's arms, and tugged at his pant leg, signaling him to follow it. The exterior of the gigantic round iron door was more than just a small nook on a cliff. There were other openings on the cave wall that Xu Xin, overwhelmed, hadn't noticed. Following behind Kiki, Xu Xin quickly reached the end and saw the gold treasure chest at the end. Even in the dark underground world, the chest emitted a faint golden glow, illuminating the surrounding area at the end of the cave. Xu Xin examined the treasure chest and first confirmed the design on it, which indeed was an animal head, though different from the Qilin in his memory. It seemed the designs on the 3 chests were not Qilins. Xu Xin decided to open the gold chest here. He took out the key, inserted it into the key slot of the chest, turned it, and a mechanical sound echoed as the chest unlocked. Ing! Kiki climbed to the edge of the chest and peered inside. The gold chest contained a bottle of gray potion and a thin card. What is this? Xu Xin picked up the bottle of gray potion. Special treehouse root potion. Purple, pour it under the treehouse to promote the development of its roots. Each potion can expand the treehouse's protection range by 3 kilometers. A purple grade potion, and it's a potion that expands the treehouse's protection range. Xu Xin's current treehouse protection range is 3 kilometers in radius. After using this potion, it will expand to a radius of 6 kilometers. This is not just a doubling. The radius doubles, and the protected area actually expands 4-fold. This means that after using this potion on his treehouse, Xu Xin's exploration range will become 4 times what it is now. Within this expanded range, there might be another resource area. Good stuff, really good stuff. It's truly worthy of a golden treasure chest. Xu Xin picked up the thin card again. Automatic unlock contract for metal products. Purple, unlock all recipes for metal products. After using this contract, for all metal-related recipes, you only need to acquire all kinds of raw materials to automatically unlock them. Following the treehouse transformation contract, he obtained yet another contract pertaining to metal product recipes. With this contract, Xu Xin will finally no longer be limited to just making stone tools. Congratulations, you have opened the gold, silver, and copper chests, becoming the first survivor to find and open all 3 chests in this batch. The rewards will be distributed after the current jungle exploration activity ends. Survivor, please keep it up, strengthen yourself, and strive to survive in this world. The mysterious voice sounded again. He is the first person to obtain all the chests. The activity isn't over yet, and he wonders whether others will find the golden chest. To be honest, if it weren't for Keek's insistence to pull him down below where the golden chest was, he would never, given his cautious nature, have dug out the underground passage. The conditions for obtaining this golden chest are truly too harsh. Xu Xin shook his head, choosing not to dwell on these thoughts as he looked at the contract in his hand and decided to use it. As before, the card representing the contract shattered and merged into Xu Xin's body, and he felt a surge of power pouring into every corner of his being. This time, he felt not only stronger but also clearer-headed, quickly reviewing everything he had just experienced in his mind. First of all, that gigantic cannibal flower must be the monster guarding the entrance to this underground world. Underneath, this abrupt iron room has been buried for many years, just like the people in it. But those incredibly foul red mists in the room came from who knows where. The people in the room weren't from this world, yet they brought tools and food from their original world here, suggesting their entry into this world differs from Xu Xin and these survivors, though he cannot figure out exactly how. This task's golden chest and the secret of the underground space are bound together. Whoever finds the golden chest must have seen the secret of this underground world beforehand. Those who cannot find the location of the golden chest naturally cannot discover this secret. Who exactly is that mysterious voice? Why did it bring them to this world? Perhaps, was it to let them grow and then fight those monsters deep underground? How were those monsters even created? The size disparity with the surface creatures is too vast. He recalled the lake giant python and the creek bottom giant crocodile. These two enormous, beyond reason creatures must be from the subterranean realm, and very likely, the lake beneath connects to a kilometer deep underground. And then there's this potion from the golden chest. Xu Xin examined the bottle of gray potion in his hand, which held about 300 milliliters, weighing approximately the same as a canned drink. The potion's function is to promote the development of treehouse roots, expanding its protection range. Could this imply that what protects Xu Xin and the other survivors from subterranean creatures is the treehouse's roots? An image formed in Xu Xin's mind. During the 2 hours of treehouse growth, as the treehouse grew above ground, its roots were simultaneously diverging below, extending outward for 3 kilometers. The treehouse roots intricately spread underground, blocking monsters that try to emerge. Any appearing monster would quickly be transformed into dry, brittle specimens as the roots absorb them. So as the treehouse roots grow longer, the protection range also enlarges correspondingly. Xu Xin felt this explanation seemed reasonable. It explains why the mysterious voice could emphatically stress repeatedly not to abandon the small treehouse, as it is the most potent weapon against subterranean monsters and their greatest safeguard. Having figured this out, Xu Xin's mood lightened slightly. According to what the mysterious voice previously said, the monsters underground will not attack them anytime soon, so they only need to focus on dealing with beasts on the surface. The treehouse will protect them well. Xu Xin placed the golden chest into his backpack. Though forged of gold and quite heavy, Xu Xin's strength has been boosted several times, rendering him no longer as he was before. Combined with a backpack that reduces weight to 20%, carrying the chest on his back poses no issue. He actually looked forward to seeing what happens after collecting all 3 chests and completing the symbol. Before leaving, he decided to take one last look at the underground world, as he likely wouldn't return for a long time after leaving this time. Kiki didn't walk to the edge of the cliff like him, but stayed back, lying down, seemingly afraid, staying away from the cliff. It remained a chaotic scene of wild monsters. Giant monsters draped in seaweed, enormous cannibal flowers several times larger than those on the surface, blood-red vines everywhere, firefly-like creatures the size of small carts, and other colossal plants and animals impossible to find on land. These are what he will face in the future. He must rapidly enhance himself, acquiring the ability to confront these threats. Xu Xin looked forward, his gaze suddenly fixed. He saw numerous protrusions at the top of the entire underground world. Xu Xin's current position was akin to a light on the ceiling of a room, and those protrusions were other lights. These protrusions must be the other survivors' tree houses, or rather, their roots, Xu Xin mused. According to his speculation, the inside of these protrusions should be a complicated network of treehouse roots, protecting him and the other survivors from the interference of subterranean creatures. Though we don't know who brought us here, they should definitely be playing a big game. Xu Xin took one last glance at the underground world and then turned back into the iron room. The skeletons still scattered across the ground. Xu Xin grabbed hold of Kiki, who desired to play ball, and placed him upon his shoulder. Ing! Kiki protested slightly, but obediently lay on his shoulder. The upcoming task seemed simple yet difficult. Climb up. Looking at the deep passage, Xu Xin felt his legs trembling. Previously, just climbing down left his arms aching unbearably now to climb up. And he's even carrying a golden chest. It's exhausting. Xu Xin glances at the little creature on his shoulder. Can you climb by yourself? Ing. Kiki shook his head vigorously. Such a lazy thing. Ing. Kiki wished to argue back, but each step of the stairs matched the length of his body. How could he climb? With a sigh, Xu Xin decided to eat something before climbing up. Earlier, everything he ate last night had been vomited out, and though the contract swiftly restored his physical strength, he had been down here for such a long time that surely daylight had returned above, and it was definitely mealtime. Just as he pulled out an apple to take a bite, a hissing sound of gas escaping suddenly arose beside him. What sound is that? Xu Xin turned around cautiously. In his horrified gaze, the partly opened iron door automatically shut with a loud bang, followed by familiar red gas gushing from the gaps in the iron room's walls and floor, gradually spreading outward. Damn! Without another word, Xu Xin leapt onto the rusty iron ladder and began desperately climbing upwards. The red gas, wasn't it the same stench that had burst forth from the iron door of the underground tunnel, making him question his very existence? That smoke would rise, surely spreading along the tunnel, until it filled the entire passage. He absolutely couldn't let those fumes catch up to him. Whether they were toxic was another matter. But he never wanted to smell that hell-like fish-can odor again. Climb. Climb faster. With a small panda named Kiki on his shoulder and a golden treasure chest strapped to his back, Xu Xin climbed frantically upwards as if on steroids. Carrying the golden chest was like running with weights, but when he thought of the patterns on the chest, he gritted his teeth and refused to let it go. He didn't know how long he'd been climbing, only that his hands and feet were nearing numbness. At last, unable to persevere, he hung there on the rusty ladder, gasping for air. He looked backwards, his face showing fear. Surprisingly, and to his relief, the red mist hadn't followed closely behind. It was far below, and with his night vision, Xu Xin could barely make out the faint red. The spread of the red gas seemed slower than he'd imagined. Xu Xin breathed a huge sigh of relief, plopping down on a section of the ladder to rest. Before the red gas caught up, he'd better eat something first. Xu Xin pulled out an apple and started munching, while handing one to Kiki. Kiki also started nibbling on an apple atop his shoulder. Once Man and Panda had eaten their fill, Xu Xin was more or less rested. He was amazed at how he felt physically. Had it been in the past, he wouldn't have recovered so quickly after such intense exertion. His physical condition had vastly improved. He glanced below. The red gas had drawn a bit nearer, but was still far away. However, Xu Xin wasted no time, continuing his upward climb. Only by reaching the surface, on the treehouse-protected ground, could he find some peace of mind. This time, Xu Xin maintained his pace, no longer frantic, inching ever closer to the exit with each step. After climbing another long stretch, just when he felt he was nearing the exit, Kiki suddenly began chirping frantically, full of anxiety. What's wrong? Seeing Kiki so alarmed, Xu Xin turned to look, and was aghast. That trace of red was alarmingly close, only 5 or 6 meters away. How could this be? Why was it spreading so quickly? In an instant, Xu Xin grasped the principle. The red gas spread slowly, but not from the source below. As more was released, the concentration increased, and with heightened pressure, the spread naturally accelerated. Damn! Xu Xin cursed, speeding his upward climb. This time he learned his lesson, maintaining his pace without exerting full force, yet the speed was taxing on his body, and his breathing began to falter. While climbing, Xu Xin glanced back repeatedly. The red was now only 2 or 3 meters away. I see the exit. Xu Xin burst with excitement, disregarding any rhythm, and climbed as fast as he could. Just before the red mist was about to catch him, Xu Xin lunged through the iron door, using every last ounce of strength to lift the heavy iron cover and slam it shut over the exit. Bam! Wisps of red smoke seeped through the final crack in the iron cover, while the rest were trapped beneath, confined within the infinitely long passage. That streak of red smoke drifted into Xu Xin's nose. Ugh dash. Just a small wisp made Xu Xin nauseous. He couldn't imagine what it'd be like if drenched in the red smoke. Sitting at the exit, Xu Xin breathed heavily. His arms and legs trembled from the excessive climb, and he felt quite dizzy. Kiki sprawled on his legs, tilting his head as if to ask, "Why are you so tired?" "You little thing," Xu Xin grumbled, tousling Kiki's head gently. After resting for a few minutes, Xu Xin felt his strength return and stood up. He exited the passage. Sunlight fell upon him. It was already high noon outside. Having stayed in the relative darkness for so long, Xu Xin's eyes couldn't handle the sudden light, shielding them with his hand. Gradually adjusting, he looked at the ordinary plants on the ground, finally smiling with relief. The world below was truly oppressive. The physical and mental toll on this journey had been relentless. Having seen the monsters of the underground, Xu Xin found the surface's beasts oddly endearing. The surroundings remained desolate from the wilted yellow flowers. Home. Xu Xin now just wanted to return to the treehouse for a good sleep. Although his orange, blue, kept his spirits high, the fatigue in his body and mind was at its peak. All he wanted was to lay in bed and waste away. Currently, it would take about an hour to walk back from his location. Ugh, when will I get a means of transportation? Xu Xin thought of the 1-hour walk ahead. His recently relaxed legs tensed with pain again. He glanced at the little fellow on his shoulder who had started to nap again, shaking his head helplessly. Goodness, am I the steed here? No choice, he had to walk back. It was already afternoon of the second day. Judging by the sun, it was around 2 o'clock, the hottest time. Xu Xin pulled out the bottled water from his new supply and took a couple of gulps, leisurely strolling towards the treehouse. Once he used the special treehouse root potion, the treehouse's protection range would extend 3 kilometers outward, quadrupling the area, daunting for exploration merely by walking. Xu Xin opened the map. Only the beasts in the northwestern hills were visible. Once the treehouse's protection expanded, even those hills would be safeguarded. The iron armor should be unlocked by now. Perhaps I can try hunting beasts there. After over an hour's walk, Xu Xin finally arrived at the lakeside, the treehouse across the lake. The lake appeared calm. Barely discernible were the piranhas swimming within. Why do these piranhas seem more active, extending their range? Am I imagining it? Xu Xin frowned. He noticed that the nearest piranha appeared closer to the shore than when he'd left the previous night. Maybe it's just coincidence, Xu Xin consoled himself, having no effective means of dealing with piranhas. As he strolled by the lakeside, Xu Xin picked up plenty of reeds to craft ropes. Returning beneath the treehouse, Xu Xin took out the gray potion from his backpack and poured it at the treehouse roots. Treehouse roots begin secondary growth, lasting 2 hours. Treehouse cannot be entered or exited during this period. Xu Xin, what does root growth have to do with entering or exiting the treehouse? Frustrated, Xu Xin stared at the nearby treehouse, having traveled several kilometers, only to be locked out of his home by his own treehouse. Sitting under the treehouse, Xu Xin looked speechlessly at the sun gradually setting in the west. He knew why he couldn't go up. The root that pulls him up is actually the aerial root of the banyan tree, a type of adventitious root. Essentially, it's still a root, and since the roots are undergoing secondary development, this aerial root naturally has temporarily stopped functioning to access the treehouse. It's so difficult. Even lying up there doing nothing is impossible. After sitting for a while, Xu Xin decided to do something. Xu Xin looked at his backpack, which contained a stone spear, stone axe, stone pickaxe, stone shovel, a golden treasure chest, a few bottles of water, and several kinds of fruit. Just these few items nearly filled up all 10 slots in his backpack. Because of this, he left the fertilizer and seeds in the treehouse when he went out last night, meaning he couldn't plant birch and pine trees now. The slots are still not enough. Need a more advanced backpack. Let's cut out an area first. Otherwise, there's no place to plant these 2 kinds of trees. Xu Xin first took the golden treasure chest out of his backpack and placed it next to the base of the treehouse. Even inside the backpack, it was heavy enough, affecting his work if carried on his person. He then took Kiki, who was drowsily sleeping, off his shoulder and placed her on top of the golden treasure chest. Kiki let out a weak whimper, slightly opened her eyes. Help me watch the golden treasure chest. Don't let anyone take it. Xu Xin joked to Kiki, knowing there was nobody else around. Kiki slightly nodded her little head and curled up again, continuing to sleep. Xu Xin then pulled out a stone axe, found an area with a lot of green-level soil near the treehouse, and began indiscriminate chopping. The chopped wood was directly packed into his backpack. His stone axe was blue level, meaning he could chop very quickly, taking 1 hit for a white-leveled poplar tree, 2 for a green-leveled one. Soon enough, he cleared a section. 70% of this area consisted of green-level soil. The remaining 30% white soil, Xu Xin decided not to deal with, because the size of a soil patch was about 1 square meter. Considering planting spacing, not every patch could have trees, so this setup was good enough. Xu Xin then ran to the lakeside, harvested some reeds, and dug out a few lotus roots for tonight's dinner. Lotus root with bear meat? Perfect. Before leaving the lakeside, Xu Xin looked toward the center where the piranhas were. Indeed, he still felt the activity range of the piranhas seemed to have expanded a bit. Not much, but definitely closer to him. Looks like he needs to think of a way to deal with these piranhas. If he lets the situation develop, and piranhas expand their range across the entire lake, not only other fish and shrimp would be completely doomed, but getting water and gathering by the lake could also be affected. If these piranhas swim into the creek, Xu Xin didn't dare to imagine that scene. He wondered if the giant crocodiles in the creek could resolve these piranhas. Treehouse root system secondary growth complete. Treehouse protection range expanded to a radius of 6 kilometers. Suddenly, a notification sounded in Xu Xin's ears, and he rejoiced. Finally, he could go home. Having slept for 2 hours, Kiki was now awake, sitting dazedly on the golden treasure chest. We're going up, Kiki, going home. Whimper. Xu Xin placed the golden treasure chest back into the backpack. The wood and treasure chest inside made him feel overwhelmed, so he quickly grabbed Kiki and entered the treehouse. He placed all the chopped wood on the first floor, then went back to his third floor. Comfortable, he tossed his backpack onto the ground, letting himself fall onto the wooden bed. The bed had a fast recovery feature for energy and mental strength. Just lying on it relieved a bit of fatigue for Xu Xin. Kiki curled up on the bed, sleeping once again. However, Xu Xin didn't rest too long, only laying down for a bit before sitting up. Just as he sat up, the mysterious voice sounded again. Jungle exploration event concluded. Congratulations to all survivors who found treasure chests and obtained exclusive resources during this exploration event. You are outstanding treehouse explorers. Survivors who didn't find a treasure chest, don't lose heart. This is only the first step. There's still a chance to catch up to them. Now announcing the regional ranking from this event. The top 100 will receive corresponding rewards. Survivors are invited to check on the screen inside the treehouse. Survivors in the last 50 spots. You have 10 minutes left to bid farewell to the world. Xu Xin quickly approached the screen, and upon opening it, he saw another option unlocked. Ranking. Opening this option, it only contained one event, Jungle Exploration Event, which could be selected. Continuing to open, a ranking list was displayed in front of him. First place, Xu Xin, opened gold, silver, copper treasure chests, and obtained several other resources, highest blue level. Second place, Xu Xin, opened gold, silver, copper treasure chests, and obtained several other resources, highest blue level. Third place, Xu Xin, opened silver, copper treasure chests, and obtained several other resources, highest blue level. Fourth place, Li Wenxi, opened silver, copper treasure chests, and obtained several other resources, highest blue level. 7,132nd place, Lu Renjia did not obtain treasure chest or any other resources. The last one was the 7,132nd place. Can't stay anonymous anymore. Xu Xin actually didn't want his name to be on the first place of the rankings, as it might attract unnecessary trouble. Well, let's go with real name then. Xu Xin looked down, his eyes fixed on the person in second place. Ji Chaoyang. This name was too familiar to Xu Xin. During the newbie protection period, he was already scheming for everyone. During the Beast Riot, he posted strategies in the regional channel that kept the death rate much lower than the world average, saving many lives. Did he really find the golden treasure chest? Does that mean he also knows the secret of this world? Xu Xin murmured. When the secret was discovered before, the mysterious voice had said, "Do not share the secret of the world with those who don't know it." But what if it's someone who knows it? If it's someone who knows it, can you exchange some information with them? Is this person like me with special abilities? Or did he simply obtain the golden treasure chest through his own efforts? Either way, he is worth befriending as a major figure. Xu Xin thought quietly. Continuing to look down, Xu Xin saw Li Wenxi's name at fourth place. Goodness, did this little beauty open a silver treasure chest? Seeing Li Wenxi's name at fourth place, Xu Xin fell into thought. Until now, he always thought this little beauty was just a cheerful rich kid blessed by luck. But now it seems that's not the case. Solely relying on luck couldn't have ranked fourth among 10,000 people. When he talked to her before, she seemed to downplay the process of obtaining a copper treasure chest in one sentence. Despite being covered with injuries, she didn't show weakness like an injured person. Rather, she was somewhat enthusiastic. Now she has become the owner of a silver treasure chest. Xu Xin didn't know how others obtained their silver treasure chests, but judging from the complete rankings, including him and Ji Chuyang, only 9 people obtained silver treasure chests, and Li Wenxi ranked fourth among the 9. She definitely isn't as simple as she appears, much like himself, certainly hiding something. Xu Xin looked at the regional channel, which at this moment had completely exploded. Ji Chaoyang is indeed a true big shot. He actually got a gold treasure chest. I almost died just looking for a bronze chest. Who's Xu Xin, who's ranked first? We actually have a hidden big shot in our area. Isn't it just because of good luck? Luck my ass. The monster guarding the bronze chest nearly killed me, and you tell me getting a gold chest is just luck? Only Xu Xin and Ji Chaoyang have found the gold chest. I'm actually ranked in the top 1,000. The big shot is actually me? Somebody save me. Somebody save me. I'm going to die, going to die, going to die. Why? Why didn't anyone tell me acquiring other resources also counts as resources? You selfish pricks, you all deserve to die. Telling you would mean our elimination. Huh? Don't blame others if you're not sharp. Ha ha, I'm ranked 51st from the bottom. Ha. I vented my frustration by chopping trees with an axe since I couldn't find a chest, and stumbled upon some green-grade wood. Ha. In the last 10 minutes of my life, I want to say something from my heart. I have a girlfriend named Triple X. She has jet black hair and bright eyes. She's the only woman in my life. If anyone meets her, please tell her my last words. Screw you. I'm done serving. Damn, pulled my back. If the guy above is 50th from the bottom, I'll eat a packet of Oreos live. The regional channel was a mix of joy, sadness, and resentment, especially from those last 50 people who were crazily venting in the regional channel. However, when the 10 minutes passed, the words of sadness and resentment suddenly came to a halt. Did they all die? They suddenly stopped talking. How did they even die? This is terrifying. Will there be bottom eliminations in the future too? I want to cling to the big shots. Xu Xin and Ji Chaoyang, do you need ankle weights? At this moment, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed, now announcing rewards for the top 100 in the rankings. First place, a purple grade exclusive tool. Second to 10th place, a blue grade exclusive tool. 11th to 100th place, a green grade exclusive tool. Other survivors, keep working hard to break into the top 100. This event has concluded successfully. Survivors will have one day tomorrow to rest, and a new event will commence the day after. Please look forward to it. Purple grade exclusive tool. Xu Xion's eyes lit up, hearing about the purple grade tool. He even automatically filtered out the good news about resting for a day. Where is it? Xu Xion returned to the rankings interface and saw a claim reward button appear next to his ranking. He eagerly reached out and clicked it. A purple light orb appeared before him. He reached out to the purple orb and grasped the item inside. Is this a watch? Xu Xion looked at the item in his hand, and it was indeed a silver watch, intricately crafted, resembling a world-class mechanical watch. Mechanical Treehouse Watch. Purple possesses all the properties of a mechanical watch, winds up with regular arm movements, and has all the capabilities of a treehouse screen, usable within the treehouse's protected range. The dial is very sturdy, and it can even be used to block a knife in critical moments. Reading the description, Xu Xin was stunned. All the capabilities of a treehouse screen. The current screen temporarily has 4 capabilities: to communicate with other survivors via the regional or private chat channels, trade with other survivors on the trading platform, craft some materials without a synthesis or weapon crafting bench, and to view event rankings and claim rewards. With this, even if Xu Xin wasn't in the treehouse, he could still accomplish tasks only possible within a treehouse, essentially carrying a portable mini treehouse. With this, he could even set up a small base elsewhere using the treehouse's capabilities. This watch is too powerful. Xu Xin immediately put the watch on his wrist. How do I use it? Xu Xin looked at the mechanical watch on his left wrist, and as he thought about it, suddenly a small, virtual screen was projected above the watch. Other than being smaller, the projected screen was identical to the larger display right in front of him. Perfect, very strong. It doesn't even require batteries or charging, just regular movement charges it. Truly convenient. Xu Xian couldn't get enough of touching the watch. All right. Xu Xian suddenly remembered he still had a gold treasure chest. He took out the gold treasure chest from his backpack and placed it to the right of the silver chest. The 3 chests arranged from left to right in the order of bronze, silver, gold, and the patterns on the chests indeed formed a beast-like design. The design wasn't the mythical beast Qilin that Xu Xian had imagined before. When truly assembled, it became apparent that this creature resembled somewhat a cross between a Qilin and the mount of Huaxia's ancient mythological primordial venerable, who had a unique beast, looking somewhat like them all. Not quite a dragon, not quite a tiger, not quite a dog, not quite a deer, yet strikingly handsome and valiant. As Xu Xian was closely examining it, the beast image assembled by the patterns suddenly lit up, emitting a shimmering white light. What's going on? Xu Xian jumped back in shock. The 3 chests suddenly vanished after a distortion, turning into a shimmering white light orb. This light orb was all too familiar to Xu Xian. He hadn't even realized what was happening and instinctively reached out to it. A card appeared in Xu Xian's hand. Beginner mount contract. green the contract card obtainable by collecting gold, silver, and bronze chests, allowing for the taming of a mount weighing up to 100 kilograms. Because the owner is the first survivor to gather all 3 chest types, the beginner mount contract, green, has been upgraded to intermediate mount contract, blue. Intermediate mount contract, blue upgraded from beginner mount contract, green, allows for the taming of a mount weighing up to 300 kilograms. Can heal all injuries the mount received before contracting. It truly was a blessing in disguise, just when you wished for it. On the way back, Xu Xin had been pondering how to acquire an obedient mount, and here came the mount contract. Didn't that voice just mention a day of rest tomorrow? Otherwise, maybe he could go to the northwestern hills and bring one back tomorrow? It's just a pity those 3 chests are gone. Xu Xin had originally kept them for the metal materials of gold, silver, and bronze, thinking he'd melt them into metal blocks someday. Oh right, he can now make iron armors and iron weapons. Xu Xin quickly went to the weapons and armor crafting station and opened the crafting list. The weapons section displayed many new iron weapons. Iron bow, green iron bars embedded in the bow greatly increase range and power, but require high skill and strength, making it extremely difficult to use. Not recommended for beginners. Durability 200. Requires wood, green, *5, iron block, green, *2, beast tendon, green, *1. Crossbow, green a bow with arms, separates drawing and loading arrows from firing, reducing difficulty and increasing accuracy and range, but each shot requires drawing and loading, resulting in slow fire rate. Durability 200. Requires wood, green, *5, iron block, green, *2, beast tendon, green, *1. Iron-tipped spear, green the most potent iron weapon against beasts, the longer the better. The sharp iron tip can easily pierce animal hides. Durability 200. Requires wood, green, *5, iron block, green, *2. There's also weapons like knives, swords, and daggers. However, Xu Xin's attention had already been captured by the crossbow. This was surely the best ranged weapon for someone like him who had never used a bow before. Xu Xin had been wondering whether, even if he managed to make a bow and arrow, with his complete lack of experience, he could actually hit a target. So when he saw the description of this crossbow, Xu Xin felt this weapon was made for people like him. Although stringing it was indeed a hassle compared to a skilled archer's bow, he wasn't a skilled archer. This crossbow in his hands was bound to be far more powerful than a bow and arrow. Except for this beast tendon. He didn't need an iron spear for now, as his blue-grade stone spear was already sharp enough to pierce a beast's body, and it was more durable. Continuing to browse, he noticed an iron armor set had appeared among the armors. Iron scale armor, green and iron armor capable of withstanding regular beast attacks. It's very heavy when worn. Iron greaves, green iron leg armor. Due to its weight, it slightly affects speed. Iron helmet, green and iron helmet. Don't tilt your head too much, or you'll risk a sprain. It somewhat impairs vision when worn. Iron boots, green iron boots. No beast can withstand a kick, provided you can lift your foot with them on. No wonder it's called heavy armor. Full body defense can withstand general beast attacks, but the downside is also clear. It's too heavy and may not be suitable for an average person. However, Xu Xin felt that, with his body strengthened several times now, wearing a set of iron armor shouldn't be much of a problem, though it might reduce his backpack's carrying capacity indirectly. Personal safety was still paramount. Xu Xin sent a message to Li Wenxi wanting to trade for iron ore, but she didn't reply. Perhaps she's still outside and hasn't returned. Otherwise, given her personality, she would have initiated a video call upon seeing he was first. Looking at his private messages, Xu Xin found they had exploded. Being first on the leaderboard, countless people sent him messages, trying to gain his favor. Some asked what was in his gold treasure chest, others wanted to trade with him, and some even begged him for resources. Xu Xin ignored them all. However, one private message caught his attention. Ji Chaoyang, the one who, like him, had found the gold treasure chest. You already know the world's secret, don't you? The message from the other side made his heart skip a beat. Sure enough, his guess was correct. Anyone who found the gold treasure chest would definitely know the world's secret. He hesitated for a moment before sending a message. Yes, near the gold treasure chest. The other side quickly replied. I want to cooperate with you. He said what Xu Xin wanted to say, so Xu Xin replied. How do you want to cooperate? First, information exchange. Voice call okay. The other side seemed quite polite. Xu Xin immediately initiated a voice call. The other side picked up instantly. Xu Xin could hear breathing from the other end, but neither of them spoke first. Xu Xin was still somewhat wary. Although Ji Chaoyang's words suggested he also knew the world's secret, the world was so mysterious. Who could guarantee they knew the same secret? If not the same, exchanging information might violate the rules stated by that mysterious voice. Do not share the world's secret with those who don't know it. The other side spoke first, his voice deep and magnetic, like a broadcaster's voice. The underground world. You know what I'm talking about, right? Xu Xion's lips curled into a slight smile. Hello, Ji Chaoyang. I've heard so much about you. You led everyone through the first beast riot. Hearing Xu Xion's response, Ji Chaoyang's tone relaxed a bit. You're too kind. As long as it doesn't harm my interests, I try to help a bit. We're all compatriots. Your sense of duty is quite high. From that sentence alone, Xu Xian had roughly assessed Ji Chaoyang's character. He wasn't the type to ruthlessly step over others' bodies for power, nor was he the kind-hearted saint bound to help others, but someone between the two. A normal person. Of course, it wasn't impossible, he was just putting on an act. Haha. Ji Chaoyang laughed briefly, then his tone in the voice call became more serious. Regarding what I just said about the underground world, do you have anything to say, Xu Xian? As they shared the same secret, Xu Xian didn't mind speaking candidly. I indeed saw the underground world near the gold treasure chest. I think for now, only you and I know about this, right? Yes, since I proposed cooperation, I should show some sincerity first. The other side seemed pleased with Xu Xian's affirmative response and continued. I found a passage to the underground while searching for the gold treasure chest. After going down, I saw many gigantic creatures in the underground world. Like enlarged versions of the monsters guarding the ground treasure chest, Xu Xian interjected. Exactly. It seems you had a similar experience. Phew. I feel relieved. I was afraid of being punished by the voice for saying it. The other side let out a clear sigh of relief and continued. Xu Xian, I've analyzed the contents of the bronze chests and consulted several survivors who obtained silver chests. They all gave the same answers. That is, for this event, the resources in the same level chests are the same. To show my sincerity, I can tell you that the resources in my gold chest were special Treehouse root potion and metal products auto-unlock contract. The sincerity was evident, so Xu Xian reciprocated. The former can expand the Treehouse protection area, and the latter requires obtaining all the materials to unlock the formula. That's right, you inferred the same as me. It looks like we belong to the same group of people. Inference. Oh right, the other side didn't have his item identification ability and couldn't directly see the real functions of the resources. Luckily, the other side was smart. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. Xu Xian couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Honestly, I want to form a small organization centered around the two of us. My current idea is that organization members should at least have obtained a silver chest. Ji Chaoyang laid out his plan to Xu Xian. Gather all the current elites together. Members within the organization can more conveniently trade resources, share information, and benefit mutually. Additionally, currently, only the holders of silver chests can equip weapons and defensive facilities on tree houses, and only you and I can craft advanced metal weapons and armor. We can discuss reasonable pricing and sell these advanced weapons and equipment to others without silver chests, allowing ordinary people to profit with us. Meanwhile, we can obtain basic low-level materials through trading without wasting our time chopping or mining. Listening to Ji Chaoyang's plan, Xu Xian gradually felt admiration for the man whom he estimated to be at most 30 years old. While he was still pondering his matters, this man was already considering more long-term and stable issues. I understand, a strategy group, right? Xu Xian smiled, pondering a moment before saying, Then I have a few questions for you. If your answers satisfy me, I'll join the organization you're talking about. Go ahead. First, there are a total of 9 people, including you and me, who currently possess the silver treasure chest. How do you plan to persuade the other 7 to join this organization? Perhaps Ji Chaoyang had anticipated that Xu Xian would ask this question, and he responded with a relaxed tone. Among the other 9, the ones in the 3rd, 5th, and 7th positions have been in communication with me since the novice protection period. They also obtained the silver treasure chest with my help, so we only need to take care of the remaining 4 people. The key to this matter actually lies with you. Me? Hearing Ji Chaoyang's words, Xu Xin was secretly alarmed. There are only 9 people who have obtained the silver treasure chest, including Ji Chaoyang himself, and amazingly, 4 of them are related to him. This person is truly a big shot. That's right. If you join our organization, then in District 188, only we will be able to craft metal weapons, armor, and tools. You've seen those things, right? The performance of green-grade items can basically match or even exceed previously crafted blue-grade equipment. Currently, metallic minerals like iron ore are scarce, and there are only 2 of us, so our production capacity is insufficient. So if we declare publicly that the metal tools we produce at this stage are only available for trade within the organization, what do you think they will choose? They, being among the top 10 in the event, definitely want to become stronger. Not to mention, within our organization, we are all powerful individuals, and the exchange of resources and information is bound to be more efficient than exploring on their own. Moreover, our organization doesn't have any mandatory requirements. It's all benefits without any drawbacks, so why not? Goodness, it's a monopoly, isn't it? Smells a bit capitalistic. Xu Xin nodded silently. Ji Chaoyang's words made sense. Even Xu Xin himself would unquestionably join such an organization. As mentioned, the only limitation might be the unified pricing of goods. But there are 9 people with silver treasure chests, which is quite a number. Compared to setting their own prices with increasing undercutting, unified pricing has more advantages. What's the second question then? How will organization members communicate with each other? Ji Chaoyang laughed and said, You've probably interacted with very few people in the past few days, Xu Xin. Not that many, indeed. After the novice protection period, the Treehouse opened a feature similar to group chat, and currently, each person can only join one group chat. I was already in the same group chat with those 3 who obtained the silver treasure chest. We can form a new group chat. Ji Chaoyang explained. Can I ask how you helped them find the silver treasure chest? Xu Xin was very curious about this because his process of obtaining the silver treasure chest was quite odd, and he wasn't sure if others had a similar experience. Of course, you obtained your silver treasure chest from the stream, right? Yes. I just told them that my silver treasure chest was in the stream. I advised them to explore along the stream and be cautious of the monsters in the stream. You must have noticed it too, right? The place where the treasure chest is located, the stream's flow slows down a bit, and the sound of the water is slightly different. The stream flow slows down? The water sound? Xu Xin frowned, trying to recall. Nope, the stream was still as turbulent, and he hadn't paid much attention to the water sound. Could it be that the terror crocodile he encountered was different from others? Are all the silver treasure chests in the stream? Xu Xin continued to ask. I don't know. There are actually a few others in that group chat, but only those 3 found the treasure chest. What kind of monsters did you encounter in the stream? I ran into a crocodile. Xu Xin concealed the fact that the crocodile didn't attack him, probing tentatively. The terror crocodile didn't attack him and even handed him a silver treasure chest, which made Xu Xin feel increasingly odd. On my side, there was a massive turtle the size of a round table, lying at the bottom of the stream. When I got close, it suddenly attacked me. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and blocked it, but it still bit my weapon in half. Ji Chaoyang's tone was somewhat pained. That was a blue-grade weapon. Luckily, the turtle was torn to pieces due to the treehouse's protection, or I might have been in trouble too. Indeed, the terror crocodile Xu Xin encountered was different. A turtle the size of a dining table is indeed enormous, but it would be nothing more than a morsel for that crocodile. What exactly is that crocodile? It doesn't even show up as a red dot on the map. When he was in the underground world, all those monsters appeared on the map. Could it be that this giant crocodile isn't an underground creature? So, Xu Xin, are you interested in starting this organization with me? Ji Chaoyang asked, seeing Xu Xin silent for a while. Pleasure to cooperate. Xu Xin replied. Haha, pleasure to cooperate. Ji Chaoyang laughed, clapping his hands. Once the time is right, I'll establish a group chat and pull you in. By the way, can we video chat? I don't know what you look like, and some things are better discussed face to face. Of course. Xu Xin was also curious about what Ji Chaoyang looked like. The video call connected, and Xu Xin finally saw Ji Chaoyang's appearance. He looked like a cultured young man, with clear features and a neat hairstyle, wearing the same newbie set as Xu Xin. However, unlike Xu Xin, his clothes seemed much cleaner and tidier, likely specially taken care of. You're quite handsome, Ji Chaoyang commented, a bit surprised by Xu Xin's appearance. Perhaps because it didn't match his mental image of him. Honestly, I initially thought you'd be the brawny type. Xu Xin responded with a smile. Haha, from now on, we're partners. Let's talk about things only we two know. Ji Chaoyang's expression turned serious. Xu Xin, what do you think about those monsters in the underground world? In the future, we're definitely going to confront them. This might be the very reason we're in this world. Xu Xin expressed his view. Even now, if we're outside the protection range of the treehouse, we'll be attacked by these underground creatures. They're everywhere, and relative to beasts, they are our true enemies. I agree with you on that. But Xu Xin, have you ever considered that the monsters attacking us on the surface and those from underground might not be the same group of monsters? What do you mean? Xu Xin knitted his brows together. You should have noticed that while the monsters attacking us on the surface and those from underground are similar species, there's a huge difference in their sizes. The monsters from the underground world are noticeably larger. Yes, that's indeed the case. To be honest, Xu Xin thought the crocodile wasn't small, but considering its unique nature, he nodded in agreement with Ji Chaoyang's observation. Plus, after observing by the cliff for some time, I found that those underground monsters don't seem to have the ability to soar thousands of meters to the surface. Xu Xion's brow furrowed even more. You're suggesting that the monsters attacking us aren't those from the underground? Ji Chaoyang pondered for a moment before speaking. The monsters attacking us might also live underground, but not in the underground world we see. Instead, they're in the soil beneath us. We should view these two kinds of monsters separately. Gradually, Xu Xion's thoughts became clearer. You're suggesting that there are currently 3 types of monsters: terrestrial beasts, mid-sized monsters in the soil, and large monsters underground. Even though they're referred to as mid-sized monsters, they're still much larger than beasts. That cannibal flower, for instance, is like 10 meters tall. Correct, and in my opinion, the monsters in the soil beneath us seem to be miniature versions of those from the underground world, possibly artificially placed here. Xu Xion's eyes narrowed as he contemplated, the purpose being to familiarize us with the underground monsters in advance. Exactly. They looked into each other's eyes, seeing a trace of panic within. They're probably just a bunch of lab rats. Xu Xian suddenly thought of the skeleton underground. They're not the first people to come to this world. Before them, others had arrived earlier. Were those people survivors, or the ones controlling this world? Xu Xian was silent for a moment, then spoke. In any case, what we should be considering now is the next beast riot. It's too early to think about these things at present. Yes, actually, what I wanted to say is that if possible, try to lend others a hand without harming your own interests. Those who survive now might all become a source of strength in the future. Then why didn't you tell those survivors that gathering other materials would also count towards the resource ranking this time? You're talking about this time? Anyway, 50 people need to die. Why help them? The best outcome is that the 50 dumbest ones die. Xu Xian somewhat liked Ji Chaoyang's personality. Although it seemed a bit unfeeling, he always made the choices most beneficial to the collective interest. Perhaps this is what a natural leader is like. After exchanging some information, the two ended the video call. From his conversation, Xu Xian learned that the survivors ranked 2nd to 10th also received a watch, but theirs were not as functional as Xu Xian's. They could only communicate, make calls and video calls, and check information, but couldn't craft or even trade resources through the watch. After all, Xu Xian's watch was of purple level, while theirs were blue. However, even the blue-level watches were quite convenient. Once an organization was established, all members within it could communicate anytime, anywhere. He left the organizational matters to him to handle. Xu Xian could help by asking Li Wenxi. Checking his private messages, Xu Xian felt overwhelmed. There were thousands of messages, most of which were useless pleas for help and resources, some even resorting to moral blackmail. Some were even trying to initiate voice or video calls with him. He hurriedly set his watch to only allow voice or video calls from Li Wenxi and Ji Chaoyang. From the pile of private messages, he found Li Wenxi. She still had not replied to the iron or trade matter Xu Xian sent her before. Kiki was still curled up on the bed, taking a nap. Xu Xian leisurely sat by the grill, threw wood into the fireplace, and enjoyed a hearty dinner of bear meat with lotus root. Let's plant those 2 types of trees. Xu Xian decided to do something after he was full and satisfied. He took fertilizer and 2 bags of seeds and went down from the treehouse to the plot of land he had tilled before. The seeds in the bag were numerous. Xu Xin wasn't sure exactly how many, just like nobody knows how many seeds are in a bag of sunflower seeds. Anyway, there were enough. Let's first test the effect of the fertilizer. Xu Xin buried a birch seed in the soil, and a few seconds later, a small sprout slowly emerged from the ground. This was the normal growth speed of the seed, which could become a large tree in 10 days. He looked at the fertilizer in his hand. Natural organic fertilizer, green, can transform barren soil, white, into normal soil, green, and when sprinkled on normal soil, green, it accelerates plant growth. Remaining, 50 portions. This bag of fertilizer only had 50 portions. Xu Xin carefully sprinkled it over the small seedling. Fertilization successful. Birch tree growth time reduced to 10 hours. Reduced by so much. Xu Xin was quite surprised. He thought that cutting the time in half would already be a great gain, but it reduced from 10 days to 10 hours. It was not yet 7 in the evening, which meant he could harvest the new materials by tomorrow morning. This fertilizer is really something good. I wonder if anyone is selling it. Xu Xin immediately opened his watch and began to search for information on the trade platform. Unfortunately, no one was selling fertilizer at the moment, though a bunch of people were trading green resources for the wolf meat he had put on the shelf earlier. Xu Xin chose some stone and a few stray green iron ores to complete the transactions. The automatic weapons for the treehouse require staple wood, and the defense facilities require logs, so let's do half and half. Xu Xin planted 30 birch trees and 30 pine trees on the empty lot and sprinkled fertilizer on them. Including the one before, Xu Xin sprinkled fertilizer on 10 birch trees and 10 pine trees, using 20 portions. According to poplar trees, each tree should yield 5 staple wood or logs, so with 10 trees each, that's 50 new materials, enough for my needs. Better to use fertilizer sparingly for now. He then made simple wooden fences around the saplings, nodded satisfactorily at his labor results. Suddenly, Xu Xion's watch vibrated. He looked down. It was a video from Li Wenxi. Wow, Xu Xion, you really are a big shot. You're actually first in the entire region. First place. Even better than that Ji Chaoyang. On the small screen projected by the watch, Li Wenxi was dusty and short-haired, with a bit of dust in her hair. She was incredibly excited. As expected, Xu Xion didn't find it surprising she called immediately after seeing the rankings. Aren't you fourth as well? I didn't expect you to be so strong too. Xu Xion replied with a smile. Oh, it's just because. I got lucky. Li Wenxi touched her head sheepishly. Not like you big shots who can even find golden treasure chests. You just got back? Yeah. I got excited after finding a silver treasure box and continued searching for a golden one. I didn't find any until the event ended, just made it back. Li Wenxi's pretty face was filled with excitement. I came back and saw I'm fourth. You're first. That's so strong. Haha, congratulations. By the way, do you still have lots of iron blocks on your side? Of course, I have plenty. I don't have much timber or plants on my side, but there are plenty of minerals. Let me tell you, I found 2 more mines during this event exploration, and there are no beasts in them. The cute girl stood with hands on hips, head held high, with a face expecting praise. Awesome. Awesome. Xu Xion was sincerely envious. This cute girl truly had a mine at home, especially now when iron armor and weapon crafting were open, and iron ore was scarce. The mine's strategic value was extremely high. Hee, how much iron ore do you need? I can give you some. Xu Xion remembered Ji Chaoyang's organization and told Li Wenxi about the earlier matters. Joining an organization of all big shots. Of course, I'll join if you're in it. Why wouldn't I? Li Wenxi was easily convinced. By the way, you said you and that Ji Chaoyang already can make iron weapons and armor? That's right. How about I provide materials for 2 sets of iron armor, and instead of trading resources, you make a set for me too? Li Wenxi asked tentatively. You? Xu Xion sized her up. Are you sure you can move wearing iron armor? Come on, I'm really strong, all right. Li Wenxi made a muscle-showing gesture, and although her muscles weren't visible, her fitness brought a sense of strength and beauty. Plus, my body has been strengthened once by the contract. All right, but don't blame me if you can't wear it. I won't. If they don't fit, I can sell them to others in the organization you mentioned anyway. I have lots of iron, not short on mines. Wow, Li Wenxi directly solved the troubling iron ore source problem. After hanging up the video call, as soon as Xu Xion returned to the treehouse, Li Wenxi initiated a trade with him. To his surprise, he received not iron ores, but already smelted iron blocks, green. even generously giving him 8 iron blocks, blue. 8 blue resource blocks. That's quite extravagant. No wonder only one person among those who got silver treasure boxes ranked higher than her. She also sent a message. I gave you the iron blocks directly. My room is too small to hold all the iron ores. The furnace hasn't stopped, so lots of iron blocks. One set of iron armor is a 4-piece suit. You 4 pieces, I 4 pieces, 8 pieces in total. The 4 blue iron blocks are to repay you for the 2 oranges. You really helped me a lot. Do you really have to send a message about it? Are you feeling embarrassed? Xu Xin laughed. He then looked down at the 8 iron blocks, blue, in his hand. He was almost reluctant to use these advanced iron blocks. He sent a message to Li Wenxi. There's so much of it. I might just end up hoarding all your resources. The reply came quickly. No way. Would the top of the leaderboard really need to hoard even this bit of resources? This bit of resources? All right then. He truly couldn't compare with the rich lady. Xu Xin went straight to the weapon and armor crafting table, and using the iron blocks Li Wenxi gave him, he crafted 2 sets of blue-grade iron armor. Scale armor. Blue can withstand attacks from large beasts. Made with advanced materials, the thinner iron sheet offers stronger defense. Iron greaves. Blue, even though they are iron armor, they feel as light as cloth armor. Iron helmet. Blue, perfect design that doesn't obstruct vision or head movement. Iron boots. Blue, wearing them almost makes you feel like you can run faster. The descriptions had changed. The biggest flaw of the iron armor, its bulkiness, was gone in the blue grade. At the same time, Xu Xin noticed a line of small text in the description of each piece of equipment. Iron armor set, blue, 4-piece, enhances strength. The blue-grade set actually has a special effect, and it's the strength Xu Xin needed the most. Not only did the weight decrease, but it also increased the wearer's strength. Truly worthy of being blue-grade iron armor. Xu Xin traded one set to Li Wenxi and wore the other set himself. There was no sense of heaviness at all. The weight of the iron armor set was much lighter than expected. Once all 4 pieces were on, Xu Xin even felt more relaxed and agile than when he wore the beginner's 2-piece set. Is this the effect of a blue-grade set? Xu Xin was very satisfied. He felt that now he could confront a single beast head-on and might even be able to take on the monster guarding the treasure chest. However, the iron armor did have one issue. It made a crisp sound of clinking iron when walking, making stealth a bit of a problem. But that wasn't a major issue, as wearing the iron armor was intended for direct combat with beasts. Xu Xin recalled the dense cluster of red dots in the northwest. After the treehouse's protective range expanded, that area was now within Xu Xin's reach. There's an adjustment period tomorrow. Since I have iron armor now, I'll go check out that area tomorrow. Xu Xin planned to visit there the next day, hunt some beasts, and see if he could collect some beast tendons to craft the treehouse's trebuchet and his crossbow. Without a long-range attack method, the next beast tide would be much more challenging. After taking off the iron armor set, Xu Xin washed up and laid down on the bed. He hadn't slept for 2 days and 1 night, and although his spirits were held up by the power of the orange, his physical fatigue had reached its peak. He stroked Keek's little head curled up beside him, and Xu Xin gradually fell asleep. I'll give you a bath tomorrow. I'm too tired today, just gonna laze about. Xu Xin was awakened by the vibration on his wrist. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and lifted his wrist, where a virtual screen appeared before him. It's just past 7. Inviting me to join the explorers? What's this? Xu Xin almost canceled it absent-mindedly. Then his mind cleared. Is this the organization Ji Chuyang mentioned? Indeed, upon closer inspection, the invitation was from Ji Chuyang. Xu Xin immediately clicked to accept. Wang Lei. Welcome, Xu Xin, to our explorers organization. Zhao Xiaochuan. Welcome, Xu Xin. Wenguixin. Xu Xin. Who's stronger, you or Boss Ji? As soon as Xu Xin joined, several messages popped up in the group chat. The group chat now had 7 people, just 2 short of the 9 mentioned by Ji Chaoyang. Xu Xin looked at the member list. Besides him and Ji Chaoyang, there was Wenguixin, ranked 3rd on the leaderboard, Wang Lei, ranked 5th, Zhao Xiaochuan, ranked 7th, and 2 with similar names, Qin Yunlong and Qin Yunhu, ranked 6th and 9th, who sounded like brothers. Ji Chaoyang had mentioned that the 3rd, 5th, and 7th were all his acquaintances, the ones who had just spoken when Xu Xin joined. Hello, everyone. Xu Xin used voice input. Ji Chaoyang. I originally planned to gather everyone and bring you in as the finale, but then Li Wenxi, ranked 4th, said she'd join if you join, and we haven't been able to contact Qi Shuifei, ranked 8th. I know Li Wenxi. I'll bring her in. Saying this, Xu Xin invited Li Wenxi. Ji Qiang, I figured you knew her. When I talked to her, she didn't even wait for me to finish, just hung up saying, let Xu Xin invite me. Xu Xin, oh, I had talked to her about this organization before. Li Wenxi has joined the Explorers. Li Wenxi, hello everyone. Wen Guixin, finally a girl. I've had enough of being in a group full of men. Zhao Xiaochuan, hello girl. By the way, Wen Guixin, what's wrong with men? Isn't it great being surrounded by handsome guys? Wen Guixin, handsome guys? You? Maybe only Boss G is kind of handsome. Wang Lei, look at my healthy physique, strong wrists, and simple gaze. Isn't that handsome enough? Li Wenxi, haha, you guys are so amusing. At this moment, Qin Yunlong, who had been silent, also spoke up. Xu Xin, can you and Ji Qiang really provide us with iron armor and iron weapons? Xu Xin didn't speak. He wasn't sure how Ji Qiang had guaranteed them, but he wasn't about to provide them directly without getting a satisfactory price in return. To avoid any conflict, he waited for Ji Qiang to respond. Luckily, Ji Qiang replied directly. You can trade with us, or if you have the raw materials, we can help you craft them, but you will need to pay accordingly. We only open trades within the organization, not providing them for free. Xu Xin then said, that's what I mean too. Understood. Qin Yunlong replied and said nothing more. Ji Qiang, all right, there's still one person we haven't heard from. Let's temporarily put aside the matters we discussed earlier. You all can try contacting Qi Shuifei, ranked 8th. If she hasn't joined by tonight, we'll discuss the next steps. Got it, boss. Understood. Xu Xin pondered for a moment and then asked in the group chat, have any of you collected any beast tendons? Zhao Xiaochuan, is Xu Xin talking about materials for making bows and heavy crossbows? I once found a beast carcass, but didn't get any tendons. Wang Lei, I haven't even seen a beast carcass. I hid in the treehouse that night. Wen Guixin, I killed a wolf, but it didn't drop any beast tendons either. Ji Qiang, I didn't get any tendons either. Afterward, I asked some people, and none of them managed to carve tendons out of a beast carcass. Perhaps the beasts didn't drop tendons that day because they didn't want us to have long-range weapons this early. Xu Xin replied with a thoughtful, okay, I got it. Then closed the screen projected from his watch and sat up in bed. The little panda Kiki beside him also got up. Xu Xin's plan for the day was to explore that densely packed area of red dots in the northwest. With the iron armor, he could take on some medium to small solitary beasts. He could go there to hunt some lone beasts. Perhaps he might get some beast tendons and hides. Xu Xin first put Kiki into the basin for a good bath. To his surprise, even though Kiki hadn't bathed all this time, he wasn't dirty at all. In fact, he was quite clean. The bathwater afterward was even cleaner than the water after Xu Xin's bath. How do you do it, little guy? Xu Xin envied him. If he could stay clean all the time, he wouldn't bother bathing. Kiki executed the classic head tilt. After washing up and eating until full, Xu Xin didn't leave immediately, but went under the treehouse first, chopping down the 20 birches and pine trees that had been grown rapidly. Logs, green wooden raw materials needed for making internal decoration parts and external defense facilities of the treehouse. Thin wood, green wooden raw materials needed for making external weapons and some special weapons of the treehouse. Since the treehouse modification was done on the treehouse screen and didn't require a crafting table or synth table, Xu Xin smoothly made the treehouse wooden armor, green, that required 2 logs, green. Looking at the item in his hand, about 1 centimeter thick and about a meter high, resembling half of a hollow cylinder split vertically from the middle, Xu Xin was puzzled about how to use it. Treehouse wooden armor, green armor mounted on the treehouse trunk can significantly reduce the damage from beast attacks to the treehouse. He inspected it for a while and then understood. 2 treehouse wooden armors can be assembled into a hollow cylinder, just enough to wrap around the treehouse trunk and protect about a meter of trunk height. The bottom of Xu Xin's treehouse was 10 meters from the ground, so if he wanted to protect all of the trunk, he would need 20 treehouse wooden armors, requiring 40 logs. Xu Xin chopped down 10 pine trees and now had 50 logs. He pondered a bit and then crafted them all, installing them onto the sturdy trunk of the treehouse. Once installed, the wooden armor seemed to blend in with the treehouse, its outer shape and pattern changing to match the treehouse. After finalizing the shape, it was difficult to notice the armor on the trunk unless closely inspected. Nice. Xu Xin nodded in satisfaction. He went up and put down the remaining materials. Xu Xin donned the blue-grade iron armor set, instantly feeling power coursing through his body. Taking his blue-grade stone spear in hand, and Kiki jumped onto his shoulder at this moment. Are you coming with me too? So Xu Xin and Kiki set off towards the northwest. While skirting the lake, Xu Xin keenly noticed that the activity range of the piranhas had expanded slightly. I need to come up with a solution quickly. But today's mission was to hunt in the beast-infested hills of the northwest, so Xu Xin did not stop, continuing to head northwest. A distance of 3 kilometers wasn't far. Having made the round trip once before, Xu Xin reached his destination in half an hour. He arrived at the previous boundary line. The ground still showed the cracks and small holes from the vines emerging 2 days ago. Xu Xin cautiously extended a foot beyond. The system gave no alert, no red dots lit up on the map, nor did vines sprout from the ground to attack him. So Xu Xin felt relieved stepping past the previous protection line. Looking at the hills less than a kilometer away and the dense red dots on the map, Xu Xin gripped his stone spear tightly. Let's try a lone beast first. Xu Xin glanced at the map and headed towards a solitary red dot farthest from the beast group. That red dot was on the edge of the hilly area, slightly brighter than the previous wolves, about as bright as the previous black bear. From the brightness, Xu Xin could roughly estimate the strength of the beast. He felt that with his current gear, handling a black bear would be more than enough. Black bears were only mid-level in the forest hierarchy, hardly eating any meat throughout the year, primarily surviving on plants. With his top-tier blue-grade equipment, if he couldn't even handle a black bear, encountering truly powerful beasts might be too much to handle. Better to go home early and rest. That red dot was between 2 hills, and soon, Xu Xin was close to its location. Kiki pointed forward with his little paw, calling out. Even from a distance, Xu Xin saw the beast. It was inside a cave. Not a black bear, it's a wild boar. Xu Xin squinted his eyes, licking his lips. He seemed to see a huge piece of braised pork in front of him. The wild boar was inside a cave, its black body appearing larger than a typical pig, currently rooting at the white rocks on the ground. Xu Xin glanced at the rocks, suddenly widening his eyes. Numerous blocky white protrusions covered the cave floor. Is that a salt mine? Xu Xion's eyes almost glowed green. His mouth had been bland these past days. Seeing what seemed like a salt mine now had him overwhelmingly excited. Great. Ingredients and seasonings are both ready. Xu Xion focused intently on the black-haired wild boar before him. He certainly wouldn't underestimate a wild boar. Its lethality was in no way inferior to a black bear, especially from a distance. The boar's charge was even more lethal than a regular black bear. Be aware that a wild boar can weigh more than a black bear, and those tusks are no toy. As the ancients said, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers, referring not to combat strength, but the danger they pose to humans. Wild boars can go berserk easily and attack on sight, posing greater danger to humans than bears and tigers. After all, bears and tigers can often be deterred with bluffing, but a wild boar going berserk doesn't care about anything. So even wearing iron armor, Xu Xion had zero desire for the wild boar to notice him from this distance. Iron armor could fend off wolf claw attacks, but against a direct charge, perhaps the armor could withstand, but his body certainly couldn't. If it charged straight at him, failing to dodge in time might mean getting sent flying. Xu Xion tried to stealthily close in without being noticed, moving slowly, but as he walked, he recalled an important detail, that being the flaw of his iron armor. His iron armor emitted metallic clinks even when walking normally. The sound wasn't too loud, but enough for the wild boar to detect from a certain distance. Sure enough, before Xu Xion could get much closer, the wild boar's attention was drawn by the sound he made. Raising its head, the 2 bulky, curved tusks appearing menacingly in the cave's dimness. Xu Xion stopped in place, gripping the stone spear tightly in his hand. This big guy definitely weighs over 200 kilograms. Another heavyweight opponent. Staring at the wild boar watching him, Xu Xion's heart raced. Pig bro, don't be rash. Just continue rooting at your salt mine. The American Murphy proposed a law. If something can go wrong, it will happen, no matter how small the likelihood. This law fits the current situation perfectly. All of a sudden, the black boar let out a tremendously loud snort, lifting its tusks towards Xu Xin's direction, then digging its hind hooves into the ground, lowering its head and charging fiercely at him. Damn, this mad boar. Even with iron armor, Xu Xin didn't dare confront the boar's charge head-on. Fortunately, there were many trees around, and Xu Xin quickly hid behind a sturdy poplar tree. The burly, black-haired wild boar brushed past the poplar tree he was hiding behind, its tusks screeching as they left a deep mark on the tree, making Xu Xin's eyes widen in shock. This is a bit too strong. He almost forgot that the beasts of this world were much stronger than those from his previous world. The boar rushed past him and steadied itself at a distance, then turned around and charged at Xu Xin again without hesitation. This boar is really a lunatic. Xu Xin cursed silently. However, the boar was closer to him this time, so its charging speed couldn't be increased, remaining within Xu Xin's range of maneuverability. He gripped the stone spear tightly, and just as the boar was about to hit him, he suddenly dodged to the side and thrust the spear. The boar charged past him, the stone spear leaving a deep, bloody gash on its body. Even though it's a stone spear, it's a blue-grade weapon, and its sharpness is beyond doubt. The black-haired wild boar let out a wail, but the pain and scent of blood did not deter it. Instead, its eyes turned blood red, and it crazily charged at Xu Xin again. Xu Xin repeated his previous tactic, hiding behind the tree again, and as the boar brushed past, he stabbed it once more. Due to the boar's high-speed movement, Xu Xin didn't manage to stab deeply and just left another bloody gash on the boar. Yaw! Kiki suddenly jumped off Xu Xin's shoulder, landing squarely on the black-haired boar as it brushed past. Kiki! Xu Xin's expression changed. He didn't want his precious panda getting hurt. Kiki was clutching the boar's head, its sharp claws, which it never revealed in front of Xu Xin, dug fiercely into the boar's scalp as it bit onto the boar's ear. The black-haired boar screamed like a slaughtered pig in pain, shaking its head frantically and charging toward a nearby tree. Xu Xin, already holding the stone spear, rushed over, exclaiming in surprise, "Kiki, get down quickly!" Just as the boar was about to crash into the tree, Kiki nimbly jumped down and quickly scampered to Xu Xin's side. Bang! The black-haired boar slammed hard into the robust poplar tree, causing it to shake violently, scattering leaves, while the boar staggered and swayed, looking a bit dizzy. A good opportunity. Xu Xin charged with the stone spear, thrusting it mercilessly into the boar's body. PSSH. The stone spear pierced straight in. The boar let out a bitter scream in pain, struggling and writhing wildly, and Xu Xin, caught off guard, was nudged by the boar's tusks, producing a sharp scraping sound on the armor. Xu Xin swiftly pulled back the stone spear, pig blood splattering all over his armor. He aimed at the boar's head and thrust with all his strength. The sharp stone spear struck the boar's eye perfectly, penetrating unobstructed directly into the boar's head. The boar's screams abruptly stopped. It stood still for 2 seconds, and then its 200-kilogram body collapsed with a thud, twitching slightly on the ground. Xu Xin, still uneasy, thrust a few more spears into its head. Once sure it was truly dead, he sat on the ground with a sigh of relief. He patted Keek's head next to him, smiling. "Little guy, you're quite impressive." "Yaw." Kiki humanly raised its little head. Xu Xin gave it an orange, which Kiki immediately hugged happily and started eating. "If only I had a crossbow or something, I wouldn't need all this trouble." Xu Xin glanced at the spot on his armor that was scraped by the boar's tusks, where there was only a faint scratch. The blue-quality armor is really strong. Taking out a boning knife, Xu Xin began to carve up the boar carcass on the ground. The boning knife, blue, still had that smooth feel when carving up the boar, and soon, the materials from the boar were extracted. Acquired complete boar hide, green. *1, boar meat, green. *1, 80 kg, boar sinew, green. *1, boar bone, green. *1, boar sinew. It's beast sinew. Boar sinew, green, a type of beast sinew, a raw material for making certain weapons. It's also edible if cooked properly. Seeing the beast sinew, Xu Xin raised an eyebrow. "Only one sinew, huh? This beast sinew will first be used to arm myself. Once I get back, I'll make that crossbow." Thinking about achieving his dream of ranged attacks, Xu Xin couldn't help but smile. "Should I go back and make one first then come back?" This thought was quickly dismissed as soon as it appeared in Xu Xin's mind. No, it takes nearly 2 hours for a round trip. It would be too time-consuming. Forget it, the stone spear will do. Xu Xin turned to look inside the cave, where there might be the salt mine he longed for. Yo. Kiki suddenly let out urgent cries. What's wrong? Xu Xin turned around and was immediately stunned. In the visible distance of the hills, he saw a herd of black-haired boars charging towards this side. Without a second thought, he put the spear into his backpack, chose the tallest, sturdiest poplar tree, and started climbing, saying to Kiki, "Come on, Kiki, climb the tree." Yeah. Climbing a tree was no trouble for Kiki. Xu Xin had only climbed halfway when Kiki was already perched on a branch, tilting its head at him, as if saying, "Why are you so slow?" Although Xu Xin grew up in the city, like most boys, he was mischievous as a child, climbing trees and scaling walls. Though he was a bit rusty from not doing it for years, he still managed to climb up. The group of pigs soon reached the land under the tree, likely attracted by the screams of the previous boar. From the herd of black-haired boars, humming sounds occasionally emanated, more wild and penetrating than domesticated pigs. Sitting in the dense canopy, Xu Xin dared not move, for even the slightest movement would cause his iron armor to emit a crisp sound. Hope they don't discover the boar herd. However, things didn't go as wished. The air still carried a trace of the smell of blood, and Xu Xin was splattered with pig blood. Even he could smell the scent of blood on him, let alone the boars, whose sense of smell is more sensitive than a dog's. A group of pigs had already surrounded the sturdy poplar tree, and after a few pig squeals, several boars charged at the poplar tree where Xu Xin stood. Bang! Several strong black-haired boars began ramming into the tree. Sitting in the tree, Xu Xin felt the branches shaking, and he hurriedly embraced the trunk, causing his armor to emit crisp metallic sounds. This made the boars below even more frantic, each crashing into the tree in turn, others rooting around the tree's base, seemingly gnawing at the roots as if trying to topple the tree. Damn it! Are they really going to bring this tree down? Luckily, I specifically chose the sturdiest and tallest one. Xu Xin looked around. In this hilly area, the trees weren't as dense as they were in the jungles he was previously in, so the gaps between them were significant. Jumping from one tree to another was nearly impossible. There's no choice but to hope the pigs below wouldn't really knock the tree down. Lying on a branch, Kiki seemed completely unaware of the danger, looking curiously down below, occasionally yawning towards the ground. It could easily hop from branch to another tree to escape, so, to it, the boars below seemed to be performing. Xu Xin sat in the tree, anxiously watching the herd of wild boars below. He had no means of long-range attack, unable to harm the pigs below, unless he jumped down to fight them head-on. But fighting against a group of pigs averaging 200 kilograms each would be sheer madness. Clinging to the tree trunk, Xu Xin could clearly hear the sounds of impact and the rooting and gnawing at the tree roots. It shouldn't be, right? This trunk is almost half a meter thick. It shouldn't get uprooted, right? Fortunately, wild boars don't have that much patience. The herd persisted for only about half an hour before some pigs began to leave. Soon, more and more black-haired wild boars joined the exodus, and only one boar remained under Xu Xin's tree, persistently rooting away. Glancing at the tree roots, oh boy, the earth had been uprooted, and the roots were exposed. If the herd kept at it, there really was a chance they'd topple the tree. Xu Xin eyed the black boar beneath him, pulled a stone spear from his backpack. "Brother boar, since you won't leave, stay and keep me company." He checked his surroundings, and the other wild boars were out of sight. Just like the first time hunting the black bear, Xu Xin gripped the stone spear, aimed for the back of the boar's head as it rooted the tree, took a deep breath, and leaped down from the tree. Swoosh! Without any suspense, the sharp stone spear pierced straight through the back of the black-haired wild boar's head. The boar didn't even have time to let out a wail before collapsing to the ground, its body trembling. Kiki jumped onto the black boar and gave it a few swipes with its little paws. Pulling out the stone spear, Xu Xin cautiously stabbed the boar's head a few more times until it stopped moving completely, then pulled out his boning knife. Acquired complete wild boar hide, green, *1, wild boar meat, green, *160 kg, wild boar tendon, green, *1, wild boar bone, green, *1. Another animal tendon. The crossbow requires 1 animal tendon, and the treehouse heavy crossbow requires 2. If Xu Xin hunts one more, he can make both the crossbow and the automatic heavy crossbow. But this boar meat, it's quite a lot. Adding up both boars, it totals 340 kilograms, with nearly 70 kilograms in the backpack. Even though his body has been enhanced several times, this weight would still hinder his mobility. Although the boar meat is not a critical resource, letting it go is not an option for Xu Xin. Xu Xin suddenly remembered the trade function on his watch and attempted to list the boar meat on the trade platform, specifying that he only wanted to trade for basic resources of green grade or higher. However, the trade platform doesn't store items until the trade is confirmed, so the boar meat remained on the ground. Xu Xin wrote in the Explorer group, "Hey, anyone want some wild boar meat?" The group quickly responded, as everyone had watches and could communicate at any time. Zhao Xiaochuan, wild boar meat? Did you go hunting, boss? Xu Xin, yes, just killed one. Anyone interested? Wang Lei, do you have boar meat, boss? I want it. What's on the marketplace are just beast-chewed carcasses, just can't stomach those. Since you hunted it, I'm in. I'll trade with green resources. Xu Xin, over 600 pounds of boar meat. All for you? Wang Lei, boss, you trying to kill me with food? Xu Xin realized even if he traded it all away, the resources he received in return would still exceed his carrying capacity. Thinking it over, he found Ji Chaoyang in his private message list and sent him a message. Are you near the treehouse? After a while, Ji Chaoyang replied, No, I'm out hunting too, saw your message. Too much meat to carry, huh? Direct trading is handy. It seemed that the other side was in a similar situation. Fortunately, he had a way to trade on the spot, as he couldn't carry it away. Xu Xin replied, No problem, carry on. He sent a private message to Li Wenxi. Are you near the treehouse? Li Wenxi responded immediately. Yes, you want me to buy boar meat? It looked like she saw Xu Xin's group message. Being at the treehouse made things easier. Xu Xin, I'll trade the boar meat to you. You keep it for me, and give it back when I return. I'll give you a tenth. How about that? Li Wenxi paused before responding. Can you trade right there? Xu Xin thought it was no big deal since Ji Chaoyang already knew. So he said, Yes, my watch is purple quality, can trade. That's great. The other side was clearly envious. Sure, a tenth for me. Give me a sec. I'm planting trees under the treehouse. Xu Xin wasn't worried about this small-time rich girl swindling his boar meat. The minerals she held were far more valuable than boar meat. This purple-grade watch is so handy. With this method, material transfers are directly possible. Xu Xin was pleased with his idea. In this world, only he could use this method, and he needed a trustworthy person to transfer the resources. After trading with Li Wenxi, Xu Xin felt much lighter. Wang Lei was still asking in the group, Boss, where are you? Boss, still selling the boar meat. Boss, sell me 10 jeans. Zhao Xiaochuan. All right, boss obviously doesn't want to deal with you. Wang Lei, I want to eat boar meat. Xu Xin couldn't help but smile and replied in the group, Let's talk when I get back tonight. Wang Lei, all right, boss. Xu Xin, no need to call me boss, just call me Xu Xin. Wang Lei, all right, Xu Xin boss. Closing the small screen of his watch, Xu Xin looked toward the mine, heart racing. Is it a salt mine? He walked into the cave, where the ground was covered with white crystals. Pulling out the boning knife, he pried a piece of white crystal from the ground. Salt crystal, a crystal rich in salt, can be extracted to obtain edible salt. Beautiful. Xu Xin was excited. He finally found salt, and now he just wanted to lick it like a wild boar. This salt mine was valuable. Although the jungle wasn't short on food, the human body needed salt, a necessary resource that all survivors lacked. People would certainly trade important resources for it. Xu Xin felt he was about to become a salt baron. Now, how to extract it? Distillation? Not sure if the crafting bench can create tools to extract table salt. Never mind, better take it back first. Xu Xin took out a pickaxe and began mining the salt. The cave was full of salt, impossible to mine completely. Xu Xin stopped after mining about 20 kilograms of salt. Anyway, the salt mine wasn't going anywhere. First, he'd bring back some and try. Once he had a mount, the distance wouldn't be a problem. Leaving the salt mine, Xu Xin again looked toward the interior of the hills. The map still showed a dense cluster of red dots. He decided to climb to a small hill without red dots to get a better look at the situation, since a higher vantage point offers a better view. Let's go, Kiki, let's climb the hill. Choosing a small hill about 100 meters high, Xu Xin began climbing up the slope covered with shrubs and trees, while Kiki jumped directly onto Xu Xin's shoulder. "You little lazybones." Kiki shifted position, a bit uncomfortable on the hard iron of Xu Xin's shoulder. Quickly, Xu Xin reached the top of the hill and looked to the other side. There were indeed many wild animals on the other side of the hill. This area seemed like a basin surrounded by a ring of mountains, with a very flat central area and a small lake in the middle, where all kinds of wildlife came and went. Moreover, this area was exuding a green glow everywhere, with small spots of blue. A new resource zone. Xu Xin's eyes lit up, and it seems the entire zone is within the protection range of the treehouse. Wait, what's that? Squinting into the distance, Xu Xin could see an area exuding a more prominent blue glow. Several large, robust trees stood ahead of the blue glow, and even standing at 100 meters high, Xu Xin couldn't see clearly. There seemed to be large stone pillars, each topped with a stone-carved statue. The statues seemed to depict some kind of animal, but it was too far to see clearly. Is that some kind of special structure? Xu Xin felt a surge of curiosity, since such notable glows were only seen at the Black Bear Cave and his treehouse, with the cave glowing green and the treehouse glowing purple. That place must be a special location. Other survivors' treehouse. Xu Xin speculated, then dismissed the idea. Impossible. This area is full of wildlife, and that's clearly a stone structure. Maybe he should go check it out? Xu Xin glanced at the bottom of the hill, where the herd of wild boars was previously resting. Ahead, 100 meters away, there was a herd of strong-looking cattle, with fierce bull horns and massive bodies that were even more intimidating than the tusks of wild boars. From the forest, one could faintly see a few wild deer and foxes. Xu Xin also spotted a large orange tiger suddenly pouncing out from the forest. In the distance, the howling of wolves could be heard intermittently. Forget it. Xu Xin gave up. It was too dangerous. At least wait until he went back and made a crossbow with a means of ranged attack before considering entering this area. Engaging in close combat with the beasts, one-on-one might still be possible, but with so many, if he accidentally attracted several at once, even wearing iron armor, Xu Xin couldn't withstand it. Although he didn't intend to venture deep into this area, Xu Xin didn't want to head back just yet. He still wanted to hunt a few more beasts, to gather more tendons and hides. His current materials were still too few. Wild boars were a relatively suitable target for hunting. If he could spot a lone wolf, even better. With the protection of iron armor, a single wolf posed virtually no harm to Xu Xin. If luck was on his side, he might find a wolf to use as a mount. He always carried his mount contract with him. Although wolves have slightly weaker individual combat strength, they have excellent endurance and primarily hunt by chasing after flocks of sheep or deer until their prey collapses or tires out. Perfectly suited for long-distance running and ideal as mounts. He observed the beasts below and the red dots on the map, but didn't find any solitary wolves, and the wild boars seemed to be gathered together, likely due to having just lost a companion, with none appearing isolated. This is a bit troublesome. If only I had a ranged weapon to lure a few out. With just this iron armor and spear, I can only force my way in, Xu Xin lamented. After a mental struggle, Xu Xin gritted his teeth and decided to enter the peripheral area of this resource zone, but not delve deep, simply circling to see if any opportunities arose. It was really frustrating to be one material short. Xu Xin didn't stealthily descend. Instead, he picked a spot far from the boar herd and openly walked down from the hill, entering the resource zone. After all, being cautious wouldn't help. His clothes would make noise regardless. Inside the circular hill was also a forest, but unlike Xu Xin's side, this forest was full of vitality, with various wildlife weaving through it. This side seemed more like a true jungle. Xu Xin saw many beasts he hadn't encountered before. A rabbit suddenly darted across in front of him, disappearing into the grass. The rabbit looked so plump that Xu Xin swallowed on the spot. Once I make the crossbow, I'll use that rabbit for practice. Squeak. Kiki suddenly patted Xu Xin with its small paw, pointing to a spot to the left front. Xu Xin looked over, squinting for a while before he finally saw what Kiki was pointing at. On the rock there lay a snake as thick as 3 fingers, its color blending with the rock so well that it seemed to merge with it. If not for Kiki's alert, Xu Xin might not have noticed it at all. Due to the giant anaconda in the lake, Xu Xin was now quite sensitive to snakes and instinctively wanted to avoid it, But upon reconsideration, he was wearing iron armor, and this snake likely couldn't break his defense. Kiki, stay here. I'm going to deal with that snake, Xu Xin softly reminded Kiki. Snake meat, snake skin, snake venom, and snake gall, they're all valuable resources. Squeak, Kiki replied softly, then climbed up a nearby tree in a few swift moves, settling on a branch to watch him. This little guy, previously unafraid of those big wild boars, was quite fearful of snakes. Xu Xin was the exact opposite. While wild boars might pose a threat, snakes couldn't really harm him. He acted as if he hadn't noticed the snake, strolling past the rock where it was lurking. The iron armor made noise, and in Xu Xin's peripheral vision, the rock-like snake moved slightly, then suddenly struck. Here it comes. Xu Xin didn't raise his hand to block because he had no protection on his hands, but everything else was covered with iron armor. The rock snake coiled around his leg and bit down hard on Xu Xin's greave, producing a crisp sound. Then followed a snapping noise as the snake hissed and fell to the ground, twisting in agony. The snake's teeth had broken off against the iron armor. Xu Xin quickly lifted his iron boot-clad foot, stomping hard on the snake's 7-inch spot. The so-called 7-inch spot was actually the heart area. Xu Xin had heard that a snake's heart lies just below the head. He stomped one foot there and the other foot harshly onto the snake's head. The snake's body twisted wildly underfoot, entangling Xu Xin's leg, and within seconds, it stopped moving. Xu Xin habitually stomped on the snake's head and 7-inch spot twice more, then withdrew a stone spear to thrust it a few more times, ensuring it was dead. Dealing with these small beasts wearing iron armor is as easy as slaughtering chickens. Once he confirmed the 3-finger-thick snake was dead, Xu Xin took out the boning knife. Though coiled, the snake hadn't seemed long. Yet when Xu Xin stretched it out, it measured nearly 2.5 meters, its 3-finger-thick body appearing somewhat intimidating. Kiki had already leapt down from the tree, curiously poking at the snake's corpse with its little paw. Don't mess with it. It might not be dead and could jump up to bite you. Xu Xin teased. Squeak. Frightened, Kiki jumped onto Xu Xin's shoulder, making him laugh. With a few knife strokes, the snake's body was disassembled. Gained refined snake skin, blue, *1, venom sac, green, *1, snake meat *15 kg, snake gall, green, *1, snake tendon, green, *1. An excellent yield. After the bear paw, another blue-grade resource appeared. It's a blue-grade beast skin. Beast skin primarily serves two purposes now, making backpacks and leather armor. Previously glancing through the crafting table, he saw that leather armor requires beast skin and beast bones. Having crafted blue-grade iron armor, Xu Xin believed he didn't need leather armor, but today's experience showed that iron armor is only suitable for direct confrontations. If he wants to hunt the cautious, quick herbivores like deer, sheep, or rabbits, or infiltrate without alerting anything, iron armor might become a hindrance. If possible, he'd like to make a set of blue-grade leather armor, too. However, for now, this piece of blue-grade beast skin should be used to create a blue-grade backpack first. Xu Xin turned his attention to the other materials. Venom sac, green, contains all the venom of a poisonous snake, can be used to craft poison arrows or poison weapons. Snake gall, green, the gall of a venomous snake, can be used in medicine, brewing, or eaten. It's a precious material. Must be processed quickly or it will lose efficacy. The venom sac can be used to make poison arrows. Poison arrows are deadly weapons. While a regular crossbow might not cause much harm to a beast without hitting a vital spot, a poison arrow would cause damage on breaking the skin, at least restricting the beast's movement. Xu Xin didn't expect that even before making his crossbow, he'd already advanced in his capabilities. As for the snake gall, it seems to be medicinal, but he wasn't sure what it does, just heard it's quite valuable. He doesn't have any alcohol to brew it now, so he'll dry it and store it when he gets back, having heard that it could be sun-dried and stored as dried snake gall. Glancing at the depths of the jungle, Xu Xin decided not to proceed. He had already gained 3 beast tendons and a blue-grade beast skin. This hunt had been quite rewarding, and he didn't want to risk himself any further.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.